We can hear now. I think it's on mute.
Yeah, we begin.
Okay.
We started broadcasting.
And we can hear.
We all have to put ourselves on mute so that the music doesn't get interrupted.
I can hear it. And people are joining. We have like nearly 30.
Okay, people are joining. We will start in 2 minutes.
People get an award for the best moves.
So yeah, we have.
It's good. We have like 40, 39.
Yeah.
Alberto, I just have to leave 5 minutes before the hour because I give another master class, okay, at 5. So I just have to leave a couple of minutes before.
No problem. And I think everyone is hearing what we say, right? We're live.
That's fine. Yeah, make it natural. No problem.
No, it's just wanted to confirm that we're live. So
yeah. We are live, I think. The numbers are going up, 50 now, including us, 46. Hey, look at that, Yakta.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's like launching a product, right? You start the
yeah, it's amazing. Yeah,
the numbers to go up.
The only way is up. Everything else is down. Something has to go up.
Oh, the expectations on you are high.
Okay, I think we can begin. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd day of IE Entrepreneurship Summit. It's a student-led initiative run by IE Entrepreneurship Club. Today will be dedicated to the topic, how to launch your startup in Madrid. So I would announce our first panel. I'm very happy and honored to announce it. It's a panel between their participants, and the director of the Founder Institute, Alberto Levi, Shugata Jain, and Balvinder Singh Pawar. So first of all, let me announce our new partnership with Founder Institute. Founder Institute is a Silicon-based acceleration program, Acceleration Institute. And we have a new partnership which actually highlights that IE university students are eligible for an exclusive scholarship, which is provided by the Founders Institute. And acceleration program begins in January 26th, and your deadline for the application is November 29th. Use the promo code IES. And guys, if you are applying, it doesn't mean that you will get a scholarship. So you have to push your startup really hard and provide a kick-ass startup in order to get a scholarship. It's not that easy, por favor. Yep. So go ahead and work and get it. And now I would like to represent you, our speakers. Oh, 1 second. Oh. Yeah, so I will begin with Alberto Levi. He's considered an innovation evangelist by the Harvard Business Review Summit and the Global Shapers Program of the World Economic Forum. He's, as I've already mentioned, the director of the Founder Institute in Madrid, an Aspen Institute alumni, and international MBA professor at the IE Business School. In the past years, Levi helped high-impact startups and corporations in 4 continents to change the world in roles such as mentor, advisor, and board member. His active presence is seen not only in corporations and universities, but also in prisons and active war zones. I really recommend you to chat with him in your free time. Try to catch him and you will never regret, as well as other our panelists, Shugata and Balvinder. So So Shugata is an innovative manager with 11 plus years of work experience in the European Union, India, Latam, and United States in the field of entrepreneurship and education management. She's passionate about working with entrepreneurs, identifying high potential startups, and helping them achieve sustainable traction. She designed and ran a highly successful startup program for a top MBA program. And actually, like what we have, our startup lab, like it's actually because of her. So Balvinda is English of Indian origin, resident in Madrid, Spain. He is business and finance graduate who also studied a master's in mediation from the University of London. He has extensive experience in leading business, social, cultural, media, and technology projects in Spain and internationally. So welcome guys to our summit. We are very honored to host you today. And I'm sure that our panelists will love you so much. So now I disappear and give you the lead.
Thanks, Anastasia. You can breathe. You can breathe now, Anastasia.
Thank you so much. I was very nervous.
Thank you, Anastasia. And if you wanted to review whatever she said, you can re-watch this movie and play in slow motion, and then you're gonna because we have we look young, but we have some experience, and so thank you, Anastasia, a lot for that invitation, and it's a super pleasure to be with friends first and amazing professionals, Sugata and Bao. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to see you together. And
same here. Thank you so much.
No, thanks for the opportunity and organizing.
Yeah, in this is an interesting panel. So the panel is in conjunction of Founder Institute. We're involved in Founder Institute as mentors, and IE Business School and IE Entrepreneurship Club. And there's so many things here related to our passion, right? And so there is no like a rigid format for this, but I want to like, why don't we just, initial remarks could be anything, just a couple of words about, the context and yourselves, please. Sugata, do you mind to start?
Absolutely. Well, entrepreneurship is such a topic, especially around IE. Just so you know, I've been connected with IE for 14 years. I was a student. I came here as an MBA student, wanted to set up my own startup, but graduated during the previous crisis, if we consider what's happening right now as well, a crisis. And I remember from that time to now how the Spanish ecosystem for entrepreneurs has developed and grown. I was this new person who did not speak Spanish, who's trying to set up a startup over here and did not know who to meet, how to go about it, what was even the lean startup methodology. Had no idea about those things. I literally learned by doing, failing a few times and then doing again. And it's been such a journey to see IE kind of grow into a school which is like truly about entrepreneurship. Like the ecosystem that's come about in Spain, and IE's role in it has been amazing. Founder Institute also, I mean, that's just such amazing organizations. Would love to talk more about how, our young, fresh entrepreneurs who are kind of trying to launch something or are inspired to do something, how can we help? How can we provide any kind of support, right? That we can. So I'm over here to do that. I also do want to mention something. One of my other sectors, which is not mentioned on LinkedIn, is the defense sector. I do a little bit of work there as well. So if there are any startups in the defense sector, I want to speak to you. Just leaving it up there.
Perfect.
Wow.
No, thank you. Again, a great honor and pleasure to be involved. Thank you, Alberto and Anastasia, for organizing. Thanks, Sagada, for being here. It's good to be with friends too. And I would say that, the word is ecosystem, and IE is very unique as a school in itself because it is an ecosystem. Something happens before, something happens while you're studying, and then you have the option through the labs and the venture lab, Area 31, to take your ideas and your values and to make it into a real business. Now, even if you don't start a company, more and more companies are looking for that attitude of entrepreneurship. and it's key. So it's not just about starting the company, it's about the skills you learn and how you apply them, whether you're an employee or whether you're an entrepreneur. And more I'm seeing that in this world we're living in, especially in the COVID scenario where everything is changing. And I would say, you know, the ecosystem includes Founder Institute, which is very powerful, and the model has to be adapted to Europe, which is different. But I will say that Spain and Madrid is different. So I do not think that I would have entered into the areas I have, like aerospace and now more well-being, if it wasn't for Spain, because things are less rigid here. Now, there's a pro and con to that. Here, relationships are very important. Face-to-face relationships are very important, and trust. And you can end up doing things which are more surprising. I think if I'd stayed in England, my path would have been more structured, and maybe it'd been easier in the beginning. But here my path has been very organic, but I've had the opportunity to do things I wouldn't have done in another context because of the relationship part and the trust part. It's also because the difference in Spain made to other countries, it's very communitarian. So it's all about the relationship and trust. It's less individualistic, and people are very close and easy to contact. Now, right now, it might be hard to close a deal, but it's very easy to talk to people, whether they're CEO of a company or whatever level. So that changes things. And later on, I'm going to explain why strategically for our businesses like Booster and AirDrone, we chose Spain and Madrid for a reason. And for a reason that was different to locating another place. So obviously every place, country has some support for startups, but Spain is quite unique in many ways. And some of these things are less obvious. So, you know, let's make the most of where we are. It's also a very nice place to live, which also is why we're here. But it also means that talent wants to be here. And also talent maybe has a lower cost. So somehow it's more accessible. Okay, so just to start that off, so thanks
Yeah,
a lot.
so many things to explore.
Yeah,
And also myself, a quick initial remarks. My entrepreneurial path started many years ago, like 1983. I was 11 years old. It was my first startup, and it was a software engineering company. And but in the time, there was no such a. We were not talking about entrepreneurship. It's just kids with a computer trying to do something with it and became something else. But it was very beautiful to see that capacity of transforming dreams, ideas, insights into something more tangible, although it was software, tangible in terms of business and impact. And it was wonderful to see that intellectual capital, very little in the time back in the days, being transformed into something that had, its path, its journey, and you could see the impact. And then, without even knowing, it was when my passion by entrepreneurship started. Then I became a computer engineer, and then I studied art, and then it was, I worked with companies. I opened my own companies. I became employee of my own companies. Was acquired. I broke a couple of projects. Some went well, and we were involved with this. And then I think, we became addicted to it in a way. It's like, going back to the old days. And it's funny. I just want to put here and then start like, pushing things and then getting your opinions. That for me, I don't see myself looking for a job. I see myself looking for work. And some people, they want a job, they don't want to work. And I'm the opposite. I want to work. Because job sounds even like so old school. I'm looking for a job. Why? You want a job? Maybe okay, you're entitled to do this, but think now there is an option. And my last sentence on this beginning is that when I studied, I didn't have this option. When I studied to work for someone else, which is fine, but it was not an option. The only ones that had an option were some of my friends, because their parents had companies and they could work on a company and be business people or start something. I mean, it was not in my mind at the beginning that I could start my own thing. It was almost by an accident that I started that thing and went back to, I went to school and everything. And then, wow, it's an option. So I want to, backtrack a little bit, because there's so many wonderful things. And let me get what you're saying, Bao, but I want to start with Sugata. What about Madrid? why are we here? You know, because it's a choice. It's not like lack of choices and opportunities. Why are we here? Why do we think? What is it? You know, there's some leads from Bao, but how do you see it, Sugata? Why here? Why Madrid?
Madrid, why Madrid, especially from the startup or entrepreneurial context? I can tell you that in the last 14 years, I've seen this space grow into truly a startup ecosystem. 14 years ago, when I landed here, there was no focus on entrepreneurship. There was nothing, no government initiatives. The entrepreneurship law for getting a visa or for getting public funding, none of that existed. This has all happened in the last 5 to 7 years. So just like the focus of the city has shifted towards that, the number of ecosystem players that have come up has also been kind of incredible. I don't know, we have about 100 plus co-working spaces just in Madrid. That's fantastic. I was looking at the numbers before our conversation because I was like, let me check. There's so many co-working spaces. Some of them are free co-working spaces provided by the government. So that just means, that everybody's trying to push this forward, help you out. Even if you register yourself, this is now more of the legality of setting up as an entrepreneur. If you register yourself as an autonomo, as a freelancer, you have now a lot of like rebates and things that are like kind of, you don't have to pay from the beginning. You have like, I think 6 months to a year. I'm no longer in that category. It's been too long now. So I don't know exactly, but I know I'm hearing from people and I'm seeing from lawyers that you can get a lot of kind of discounts and a lot of freedom to set something up. Other than that, like aside from these technical kind of details and things, I'm noticing, or at least from my understanding, in Madrid or in Spain in general, you have a little bit more space to breathe as an entrepreneur. You have a little bit longer runway because the costs are definitely on the lower end as compared to other cities in Europe, right? And then when costs are low on the lower end, you have access to better talent. And is exactly what Bal said. People are very relationship based over here. You can go speak to the movers and shakers of the industry where you want to set up something from the beginning. So you can get advice from them, you can have mentorship from them, you can get funding from them, you can go speak to people and get feedback about your startup idea, like right from the beginning. So all of these factors, I think, for me, I see like it makes having a startup in Spain, in Madrid specifically, like a lot more attractive than other cities. And Madrid is growing. It's what in the top 10 or top 15 as a European hub for startups. I mean, the top ones are like London, Paris, and Berlin. But after that, Barcelona and Madrid are kind of really coming up. And that's shown in the number of startups that are coming up, number of people that are actually leaving their jobs to become entrepreneurs. And all of this is relatively new. By that, I mean like that less than the last 10 years for sure, where people actually feel confident enough about starting up. And one last thing about this, another thing that I'm noticing is a massive cultural change. In Spain, it was not okay to fail as an entrepreneur. It doesn't matter whether you're Spanish or you're an international person living here. If you're failing as an entrepreneur, it was considered like the worst thing that could happen to you. Leaving your job to starting something up and working on finding work, like what Alberto, you were saying, I'm the same way. I look for work, I don't look for jobs, right? It was not considered okay. And then suddenly, with all this startup ecosystem developing, the Google campus coming over here, so many investors becoming more kind of formalized in terms of how they're looking at to create pipelines for startups, how they're looking at assessing startups. Everything has become more kind of part of encouraging entrepreneurs, and people are feeling okay about saying, hey, I've had a few startups, some of them failed. That's okay to say now. Earlier it wasn't. So yes, so some of my thoughts. Mhm.
I have so many notes here. I'll jump in front of you, Bao, because we're talking
Yeah.
about Real Madrid, and also I'm here for the past 5 years and a half. You know, before here I was in Mexico. Before that I was in New York. Before that I was in my home country, in my home city, Rio de Janeiro. And what I felt, you're totally right. I mean, the change is huge in that short time, and even now there's a change in the power. You know, there's the power shift, because when I got here, there were just money for entrepreneurial activities in the hands of a few. And now, I mean, people are giving back. You have different sources in different sizes. I mean, we're not talking in the beginning, we're not looking for that. That's so big Series C from Silicon Valley, but we'll get there. Now is the time. How can I fuel my idea to become something? And now we start to see this. In 5 years ago, you had to talk to that three people, and you know what I'm talking about. And even they had time, they're all good people. But if they had time to talk to you, you could talk to them and maybe get something. But now, wow, ideas are really coming, amazing ideas. And we start to see people with not huge resources, but really willing to give back and to bet in a better future. And it's happening. And we see ecosystems like IE, professors, staff, everyone that's around, alumni, students. We're getting together, we're putting minds together, and the talent is around. I agree with you, Sugata. And then tying what Bao was saying, and I promise I'm going to give you the word back, is that the relationship is different. I mean, we've been to the UK. We love the UK. It's different. Germany is different. Not better, worse, but it's different. And here, you can touch the human side. You can ask someone that's very successful, that in some ecosystems you're not even reachable, to sit down with them, or to, we are 2 degrees of separation of all of them, and that's amazing. Sorry, go ahead, Balvinder. I wanna.
No, no, all that good stuff. Fresh thoughts here. Get the ventilated head. Now, I agree with all of that. I mean, I must say, we've had problems with some of our startups because the level of initial funding, like Series A, is very small. We might be talking about 50,000, 100,000, when in America it could be more, 1 million plus. But it's different because the competition is different here as well. So that is changing, because it's like when you talked about work, we're not taking our energy to a location, we're taking our energy to a project. So I think that will change now, where location becomes less important, especially as we work in a distributed way. But I'll give you an example. I mean, my first visit to Spain was in 1992 when I went to the Expo in Sevilla, and really it felt like a rural place. And I was in Spain by chance, and I think I was going, somewhere that wasn't in Europe. Yes. So it was very, very simple then. But then when I came back from living in London in, 10, 11 years ago, everything was very different. So when we started to think about booster space industries, we had many different locations. We could have gone to the US, and we could have gone to the new economies, even we consider South Africa, where they were considering giving us a lot of investment as a pioneering project. But we chose Spain for many different reasons. Now, we knew that private funding we'd get from a different location. It might be from the US, it could be from the sovereign states, and those are the people that we talk to later on. But what we found in Spain was a few different things which were surprising. So we had a lot of support from the government, and that wasn't always about money, although there is public funds like SEDETI. We've won some awards like ENISA. Before, some of them were loan or they were just given to you. The advantage of that compared to private funding, they wouldn't ask you for equity, and they were compatible with different things, and they'd work on a local level. You could get some money from Madrid, but maybe on a national level. So they were very good. Now they're becoming slightly different. They're more soft loans, but they're still there, and the government has them. Now, also, we had a lot of support, because if you talk about 10, 15 years ago, the idea of entrepreneurship was starting. Maybe there wasn't a lot of money, but there was a lot of infrastructure. So I remember years ago, we were given a free space for more than a year in the Madrid International Lab, and there were a group of people who would help us to set up the company with the administrative things and also the contacts. And we also had a lot of support from SEDETI, from ESEX, where they'd actually set up interviews with us, and they'd actually help us with contacts with the government to do lobby. So another thing, especially with the aeronautics business, we realized Spain, the lifestyle was there, the talent would be interested in working here. Also, the weather for us being aeronautics and trying things out and flying things is very important. And the infrastructure and the fact, there's a bit of a joke. When we talk about 10 years ago, there were so many airports, and there are in Spain, without much use. So there was a boom in the economy. They were building stuff without business plans, but there's so many airports, Castellón, Teruel, Ciudad Real. So that was an opportunity for us. We had these amazing assets that cost hundreds of millions that we could use for our launch. And we actually ended up testing vehicles from Teruel. So that's an important thing. Then another thing we discovered is the ecosystem around our industry. Traditionally, we think of tourism in Spain, we think of construction industry, but in aeronautics, for example, we have an amazing pool of companies here. And in Europe terms, you'd have probably Germany, England, France, but then you have Spain. So when you scratch, you found that Spain industrially, automotive, aeronautics is very strong. And we found that many of these companies who became our partners were actually working for the European space projects. So we decided it's very different. In America, it would have been very, very competitive. Here, we'd be quite unique. We'd get more government support. The conditions regarding the weather were good, the connections with people, and not asking for money, but the public support was really powerful. So we were the first people to actually fly an innovative vehicle over an airport in Spain because of lobby and the accessibility of the public organizations. We had a lot of support from the governments. We had this amazing ecosystem in the aeronautics industry around us. So it was incredibly useful and unique for us. And it has become a very good location for us to operate in that space. So there are many things around it, and there are many things that you can do, and it has to be more of a hybrid way. So the good thing about Spain, there's not maybe one solution for you, but there can be a joint solution that you can use to reach your goals. And obviously it's going to be a bit of a rocky path, but at least you can talk to people. There's a community that can give you advice, and you can find a way forward, as well as being a place where you have a lot of very good talent and a place where the talent wants to be. So for us, it was very unique in that regard. And the fact that there was a lot of time where we could talk to people and get the information that we needed. Yeah. And also influence, because as people are more relationship based, depending on your approach, that can definitely help. And when we did the testing in Teruel, that was a lot of lobby. But we did lobby because we could access the stakeholders, and we could actually have some influence over them if they believed in our project. It wasn't so much about very strict rules and regulations. Conversations are important. Trust is important. Credibility is important as well. So in that case, this was the perfect location for us. And it's a place where you like to live. That's very, very important. So if you went to a place where you don't like to live, you might go there just for business. So you give it a timeline. I think in Spain, whatever projects we've worked on, we've extended it. We've been a bit more organic because we like living here, and we've made it work for us because we found that this is a very good location for us. The bad side of that, the funding is low, and sometimes conversations can last a long time and you don't actually get something out of it. So maybe you miss the American side where people are very straight up and they tell you yes or no immediately, okay? But you can't have everything.
Yeah, just wanna, guys, write it down. He said some important words in terms of investment. I mean, important words in general, but one is CDTI, is CDTI, and it's a governmental fund to help innovation in so many aspects of innovation, and it's reachable. It's reachable. So another one is ENISA, ENISA, that could help also with investment. Sometimes you have to put some money and they match the money. Sometimes they double the money. They're like different platforms and within ENISA. And the other one Bao was talking about is ICEX, ICEX. There is a platform called Invest in Spain. They can help bring if you have a startup or a company somewhere else, they help you to land in here with a lot of benefits, and they have an amazing network and database and access to infrastructure. So sorry, everything you said was amazing, but I want to hey, write those things down.
And I put them in the chat, okay, so people can look them up.
Oh, perfect. And I want to go to Sugata, and you're originally from New Delhi, right? What is the main difference that you see? Because we know, you know, a lot of technology coming from India. There is a huge market in India, and India also has eyes on the whole world.
Yeah.
How is different to, and we know that you've been as an entrepreneur in different countries. From your home country to Spain, what do you say that's the main difference? Because it's interesting because there's a cultural difference and
Yeah.
economic difference. Well, how do you see this?
Well, well, it's very different. First of all, let me tell you, just New Delhi to Madrid. If anybody wants to like just Google these photos and see how it looks like between traffic and the noise and just the size of everyone of the city and the people and everything, it's very different. But culturally, a couple of the main differences I see are speed. Bal, you mentioned, you touched upon this. Things can be slow over here in Spain. They can take their time. It might take you time to build a relationship. It might take you time to even set up a company. Things can take their time. In India, if you think of something, you will have enough resources to be able to make that happen right then and there. And by that I mean you'll be able to set up a company today, register it right now, and it'll happen in the next 2 days. In Spain, that can take a little bit longer. When I set up my first company here, it took 1 month, and as an Indian, I was like, it takes 1 month. Now it doesn't. Now it takes about a week. It's reduced a lot.
I take you to Brazil, and then we.
No, but always you can always motivate, and you can get it done in a few hours. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the thing. That's an option available there as well. And the other thing is little bit of resourcefulness or entrepreneurial kind of spirit in people. In India, sometimes if you don't have options, if you're facing poverty and you have to go and sell what you're developing, people find resources in a different way. They're motivated in a different way. They're hungry, and at the same time they're really scared sometimes. So that impulse, that kind of energy that you can put into your project is very different. And here, living in Europe, I mean, I see that is a little bit more relaxed. Not that it's not there, it's definitely there. The entrepreneurial spirit is there. People are going and getting stuff done. They're making amazing startups happen. But I feel like because you can get, I don't know, unemployment benefits, you can get like different kind of a security over here. And it is a difference between a developed and a country that's on its way of to becoming developed, right? There are differences in that. So the spirit is a little bit different. I do see more questions coming to me over here about, hey, how do I make this happen? How many people do I need to talk to? And in India, when I speak to startups over there, the questions are more, I've already made this happen. I've already spoken to these many people. What's the next step? What do you need me to do to make happen for you to buy this product from me? Like it's always like a little bit of a difference in that way. But then at the same time, culturally, and as an Indian, my Indian colleagues over there, I mean this with all my love, that sometimes you have to look beyond what they're saying, and just there can be a little bit of some layers of conversations that you might have to look past, which does not happen over here. Here, whatever a person is saying is usually what they're thinking, is usually what they have, and usually what they can make happen, right? So those are some of the cultural differences. In terms of money and funding and encouragement for entrepreneurship, um, again, both countries have a very relationship-based culture. So in India as well, if you know the right people, you'll be able to get the funding quickly. You'll be able to get the right amount of funding, and more than funding, you'll be able to get the right kind of resources. If you need land to build something, if you need to access a certain kind of community of doctors, for instance, if you're setting up a medtech, if you're in the medtech space. So those kind of things, if you have the right relationships, you'll go really, really fast, which is similar to here. But other than that, it's both the spaces are growing. They're both coming up as entrepreneurial hubs. If you just talk about the sheer size of the countries and the amount of market you can access if you're just looking at your local market, that's a little bit different as well. India for me tends to be very India focused, like very internal focused. And this has been a big change that I've seen in the last few years as well. And Spain, if you're here, you're most probably are going to set up a startup, which is, yes, for catering to Spain, but with an expansion plan almost immediately. From the first conversation with investors, you'll be talking about which other country you want to launch in. In India, it's more about I'm starting from New Delhi, I'm going to go to other big cities, and then I'll go to tier 2 cities and stuff like that. So it remains sometimes within the country, and that's fine because there's enough market over there. But yeah, well, in terms of difference, and Alberto, you both know this, just search it online. Just look for the pictures and you'll see the massive differences.
And I would say, like, there's a thing I learned very quickly. It's like when I first came to Spain, I did it the English way, being born in England. You phone around, send loads of emails, but everything changed when I started meeting people face to face. So in that sense, it's similar to India and maybe LATAM, and it's very communitarian. But there's a good point about the market. You immediately have to think, where is your growth market? Is it LATAM? Is it other countries in Europe? Because the actual market is very limited. India is a different ball game. If you can get 2% or something, that's already millions of people, right? We also have to think there's another factor here. There's been, I think things have become a lot more efficient. You know, when I've set up companies in the past, you know, the notary or the costs, but it's much faster now. You can set up in 2 or 3 days. And actually, one of our students watching, Robin John, alumni, he set up a company called Hesteria, and he can do this for people in a couple of days. And he's finally found the way for it to work for him. So things are more efficient. You know, he's a great entrepreneur. Things are more efficient. Things are a lot faster. You know, as you said very well, Alberto, this is not like a freaky thing anymore. Before, it was like being an entrepreneur was like going to a theme park and going on holiday for a while. Now it's a real option. And there's another factor that I think has been massive is open innovation. So we talk about private funding, we talk about public, but companies saw this as a CSR opportunity. But now the amount of companies who are actually investing in startups and asking them to look at their problems is incredible. You know, Estrella Galicia, Santander, all the big banks, Mercadona, the incubation programs. And that is an amazing for startups at the initial stage. And that's also become a lot more professional. Before, it was some money they'd spend and it'd be a type of marketing. Now they might actually take some of your equity, but I think that's a good thing because they want it to work. They're vested. If you're not vested in something, you know, you don't put the skin in the game to make it work. So I think that change is important, where it was a fun thing and we don't know what else to do, but now it's about, let's make it into real business. So I think it's becoming a lot more professional. And there's also the negative side of that, where maybe people are becoming a bit too polite sometimes. I missed it in Spain, where people are so direct with the language. They say, where are you going? What are you saying? Why you're doing this? But it's also mean that Spain has become a lot more international. I mean, what we forget, this is a country that only had a democracy from 1977. It's a very young economy. So what it's done is incredibly fast. It's amazingly fast. And what we'll find now is it's actually a place where we're testing a lot of things out because we don't know the answers, but we have the support of the government and of the companies. But there are many ways that you can find a way forward. Yes, it is a bit of a forest. If I go to England, you know, it's very set out. They'll give me a piece of paper with the rules. And if I go to an office which is the same in another city, I'll get the same answer. In Spain, it's a bit of a forest, but people will guide you. And the good thing, you can influence it. If people have a good impression of you, if you feel they're credible, they're willing to give you a chance. So the way you communicate what you do is also very important, but you have to be very perseverant. You have to keep on talking to people. You have to give yourself a chance. And just one event or one contact can change everything for you. And we can see that, as Sugata said very well, there's a lot of foreign investment coming into Spain. And I know a lot of funds are keeping their eye on Spain regarding innovation. Because a lot of the things that we develop here, we know that it has to access a bigger market. So that's talking about scalability. Yeah. So yeah, just some points there.
Yeah, and there's so many great things you're saying that I'm taking my notes. And what I'm seeing is that people are getting organized before the system gets organized and settled. And it happens with innovation, right? Why we're always it seems that we're going against the rules because technology innovation comes first, and then we have to kind of redesign the rules. And this is happening. There is an amazing ecosystem of innovation in Spain, really, and even under the radar. But when you ask for help, I'm sure that you're gonna, hey, I can introduce you to this person. I can do this. People are here to help, and then the whole system comes behind this, and it's coming, but it's always a little bit late, and because it's a massive institution, systems, but we are being part of this, and it's wonderful. It's not like a selfish ecosystem, and come on, we've been building companies and ideas in different countries. And as you're saying that you go to the US and the person can say, no, does not interest in me. Okay, it's saving your time, it's saving my time. But in a way, and it's not a criticism about the US, it's just a different culture, but it's in a way,
Yeah.
is business first. And then what about people first? And maybe there's a business behind this. I'm not saying that they change the way they do, but then we see, in Brazil, it's very incipient, it's very, it's maturing what it is, the concept. People are resourceful again. To find ways of living. Sometimes for eating. There is a big divide in the country, but they don't see that this could be a professional, positive thing. Those shortcuts and life hacks could be a legitimate business in a way of changing the system for better. And then now it's what's happening. I mean, it's not easy times for everyone. Some tech companies, they're doing well, but the day to day, you go, to Gran Via here in Madrid, and you see a lot of stores closed, and we know that a lot of people are going to be out of their jobs. But wow, now we have a very good opportunity to allow people to start something over and new. Like 5 years ago, we didn't have. 3 years ago, we didn't have as we have today. Access, even like to open free information about steps to take, acceleration programs, incubators, knowledge, education, network, funding. It's not that we're going to be walking on the street and people are going to throw you money in the back, but you talk to 2, 3 people, and then wow, it's already mapped my path to start something. It's not that necessarily it's going to be successful, but that's the path we all take. But wow, if it comes out of passion, your idea, and we see this over and over. Now people are losing their jobs. There's an opportunity. What was happening is that people were getting retirement, really skilled, smart, well-educated with experience. Please join the entrepreneur ecosystem. Young guns, young minds, more international, getting together, and that diversity is making a big change and impact, local, regional, global. And we're seeing this happen. It's beautiful, as Sugata was saying, right? Just the number of startups of a co-working spaces they're happening, and then we start to see, the Airbuses, like the Mafres, the Santanders. They see that I need help, and who is here to help is someone that's not from my organization. I have really good, talented, skilled people in my organization, but I need eyes and brains somewhere else. We see the venture builders being established along with entrepreneurial activities, and then the entrepreneurial mindset, as Bao was saying in the beginning, it became kind of like something that's needed everywhere. It's not that you have a startup that you want to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to open your startup. But if you're someone that's ambitious, wants to change things, and has initiative, I'm sorry to say, you are an entrepreneur, even if you don't like to label yourself like this. And it's a time. We have tools that in the past, I'm saying 2 years ago, we didn't have access. They're so professional. We can do professional, and forget just the presentations in our decks. We can do professional devices and goods and prototypes, that you couldn't see before. So everything that's happening, leads to opportunity. Tough times, I think tough times, our grandparents, they had tougher times, and you could see in the history what was going on in world wars, and those were tough times. I'm saying this with all respect. If you
Mm.
one lost had losses, we know it's hard, but at the same time, is not. There are ways of the or even organically getting organized to make things change. And I see, with the three of us, we teach at IE, and we see those kids. And that I say kids, and they're my age. They're 25, and they're my age. And you see the shine in their eyes, and talking and looking and getting this diversity and working with people that I know they're out of their comfort zones. When they see that being out of the comfort zones take the most out of them, they say, I want to be in that mood. I want to be challenged. I want to get new truths. And then we see this combination of people with different backgrounds and different, everything. And when they combine, it's, sorry, and this is my humble opinion, but it's hundreds of times better than having and A to do something else. We need A, B, and Z together to challenge themselves and challenge the world. And we see disruption coming from, not the same absolute truth that they had. And Madrid for me is here. It's something. I was in Mexico. It's a different ecosystem, and I had a company acquired there. I was in the U.S. A company in the U.S. It's different. It's different from Brazil, and in Spain is not rigid, as you were saying, for good and for bad. I mean, you have room for navigate. You don't have the pressure, the micromanagement of someone that gave you the money in the US. And where is my 10x? Wait, I just started. You have to spend the money. Wait, but you have room to breathe. You have the room to connect. You have room to plan. You have access to talent. Starting to have more access to capital. We don't have, billions of people here, but yeah, we have an international way of designing things. We have one thing also, and I'll pass the microphone to you, that we don't use that much as I thought we were going to use, is that this amazing bridge to Latin America. Most of the countries, they have even the same language, with different funny slangs everywhere. But wow, there's opportunity to learn from Latin America, and also to exchange ideas with Latin America, and we're not exploring this that much, in my opinion. So you had business in Latin America too, right? Don't you feel that being here has this whole gate from Europe to a mass market like Latin America?
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, it's just such a under kind of exploited market. I don't know why we're not focusing more of our startups into going into Latin America. It doesn't seem to be, obviously people think about it and it is a natural gateway to it, but for some reason we don't do it enough. It's that having the same language makes so much of a difference. We know this, speaking different languages, we know this, that if you can just take your content on your website or on your platform or whatever, and just as it is, kind of take it to another country or bunch of countries, massive markets, it's a whole different thing. Yeah, you do have to take care a little bit about how culturally you have to kind of probably pose the marketing message a little bit more differently. You have to make it more accessible for people from the country that they're viewing the message and they're viewing the product for. And you might actually have to go set up offices over there in different countries and to be able to be closer to your clients. That's absolutely there. But other than that, it's a massive gateway. It should be a natural next step for most of the startups, rather than thinking of starting in Spain and going to other countries in Europe, which is also a really good plan. I don't think there's any harm with that. But we can also think, well, I'm starting in Spain and let me see what I can bring to Latin America. And taking into account the differences in the culture over there. Fun, for sure.
And I would say, if I can add, because I just got to go in 5, like I'd say then there's a lot more potential then. And I'd say, as you said, Alberto, part of the success of Madrid is that informality and organicness. So my feeling was the governments and the local governments didn't know what to do about entrepreneurship, but they gave a lot of infrastructure. So the difference is the ecosystem is led by the energy and the community. And that takes some time. It's not as processed. There's not a flow, there's not a timeline, but it's really starting to get the momentum. Even as IE, as an example, a family-owned business, IE is now an ecosystem. Real investors come to Area 31 to look at projects and they invest in them. And you have some massive successes, so much so that the IE family says, let's not lose that. And now they're investing themselves, especially in the education startup through IE Rockets. So being community-led, that means that it is very organic. You're not going on a timeline, but that energy and that openness is there where it still feels very close. And even big companies are looking at that. Amazon has one of their biggest offices in Europe in Madrid. And they even talk about Granada is becoming a massive community, as well as Valencia, especially from the Erasmus students. So a bit like the Silicon Valley, a mini version of Silicon Valley, because why was Silicon Valley so successful? They have the market. Maybe we don't have the market, but we have Europe. We can have LATAM in the future, but also lifestyle, access to talent, and then access to capital. So all of these things are coming together. And I can see that, you know, even our students, 10 years ago, a student from Africa would say, I come to IE, I get my MBA, I want to double the amount of money I earn in a company. So many of my students, and you must have this, they're saying, Bal, I want to stay, or Sugar Alberto, I want to stay in Spain and I want to be an entrepreneur. And this has become a real option. Now, it doesn't mean it's easy, but the ones who persevere, create relationships, there'll always be a way forward, because we know that entrepreneurship is organic. Yeah, it's not something that you could put a timeline to it. But if you do persevere, very good things can happen. And the fact that it's a place where you like to live, you're willing to give it a bit more time. Yeah.
Yeah, and we know that you have to go. I don't want to. You are
Sure.
there.
No problem.
And we have Anastasia here. I think she has some questions for us, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken.
So here is a Q&A, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
But I lost them because I lost my connection. So could you please go to Q&A icon and check the questions, because I was thrown out of Zoom now.
Okay. So
there are actually 3 questions there, yeah?
Yeah, 3
Maybe
questions.
Alejandro can help you guys.
No, it's fine. We can take this. So Saima Bukhari, she's asking, how much of a barrier does language create for international entrepreneurs?
If I can make a quick point before I leave, I would say in my experience, I mean, if you look at the age band, that's the key thing. So the under 35s have very good English here, and they're probably the ones you're going to deal with. So it's become more of a business language. I mean, before it would be essential, but I think today you can manage, but it'd be nice if you can end up learning Spanish. It's a good language to learn. It's a very important language internationally. And for the inside conversation, it tends to be in Spanish, but you can manage with English. And that also gives you a competitive advantage, because with the different stakeholders. So I would say it's not 100% necessary in the beginning, but it's a good thing to have as you start to become more of the community on a professional and personal level. But, you know, 80% of my work in Spain is done in English. 80%. Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
People, I have to go, but really a pleasure and honor. And remember, we're here. We're all mentors in Founders Institute. Alberto is our wonderful director. We'd really like you to get involved and to create this synergy between the IE students and founders, and to take your ideas and make them a reality. And if that doesn't happen, you're going to learn skills for life and skills for any context. Okay. So really a pleasure. Okay. You know,
Take good care. It was a pleasure
Thank
to have
you.
you. We
And stay safe. Ciao.
Stay safe to get better.
Ciao. Thank you.
So Sugat, we have other questions here. I think he addressed this question really well. And there's a question here from the anonymous attendee, and I hope it's not the person's name, but just a label that says, what red tape is still there and needs to be addressed?
Ooh, what would you say, Alberto? I've been in here so long. I've
Yeah,
kind of
red
lost myself
tape.
in the red tape.
I mean, we need more, I think, more clarity. One thing that does not happen here is that the information does not get easily to if you're not connected to an ecosystem, to have access to information is hard,
Yeah.
unfortunately. So we don't have very good, it's my humble opinion, in terms of the system, or even what the government is doing, is not like, it's not easy to have access to this information. Might be even in their websites, but one thing is to be somewhere, and the other one is to get to you if you're connected to that purpose, idea, goal. So I think that still it's something that we have to struggle to. Wow, really? I know this because Sugata told me. It's not that, it was very clear that I could have access to this, or
Yeah.
because I attended this talk. And so I think it has to be addressed, the flow of communication, and from some of the stakeholders in the whole ecosystem. There is still a couple of niches, groups of investment. They're more hermetic, again, for good and bad, and you have access, then is a whole new world of opportunities. But they're still a little bit jealous from another group, so we still have to, and it's happening. We see every year, things, being more accessible and less hermetic, those things. But I don't think that's something that would say, hey, it's an on goal. Don't even try to start something like this. I mean, I think is a fair ecosystem. It's hard, but it's a fair ecosystem. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm saying. It's not, it's going to punish you for no reason, and suddenly, there is a big problem in the currency evaluation, or the rules just change from one day to the other so abruptly that now you don't know what you have to do, and things like this. We can have like natural disasters, pandemias, and things, but this is not. It is happening to every ecosystem, but it's a very stable ecosystem that we can navigate. I don't know, Sugata, if
Yeah, I mean, I've been here so long, I sometimes really don't see the red tape anymore, or I've just learned to navigate around it. A lot of the red tape has gone away. There is still some for sure, especially if you want to raise your second round of funding. There's a little bit more of an issue to get access to investors who are playing with the big money, or like bigger amounts of funding. So here, like, as a joke, we say like the first initial angel funds you can get easily if it's a small amount, 50 to 150K. And then when you want to raise your series A or your first serious round, it's a little bit of a difficult challenge still. But at the same time, I'm seeing that change as well. A lot of international investors are coming in, a lot of corporate investors, corporate VCs are taking on main stage and becoming lead investors for a lot of the startups. A lot of other service providers who are trying to be in between, helping whatever startup is raising whatever funds in whichever industry. Like, there are more and more players that are coming up, so this is helping with kind of eroding away all of the red tape that used to exist. I would say that if you're an entrepreneur right now, explore investments here in Spain for your first seed investment round. And other than that, for the second one, already from day one, even before you get your first investment round, go to see other European hubs for other investments with an expansion plan, of course, right? So that would help. Other than that, red tape in terms of setting up companies or speaking to the government and all of those things have kind of really gone down. So that should not be such a big concern right now, but also depends a little bit on your sector. I do see energy companies struggling a little bit because energy is a utility sector and a very, very highly controlled sector, for instance. Infrastructure, there are some main players. If you're not part of these main players, you might have to struggle a little bit. But now these are kind of like off-key startup sectors. They're not the most regular startup sectors either. So depends on which sector you're in as well. Sorry, I don't think it was a very clear answer, but I hope
no. It was. And what I'm saying, that we don't have a lot of time. We have like 1 minute. Anastasia, can we take the last one, or should we start wrapping up?
No. You can take additional 5 minutes, Alberto. Don't worry.
Okay. Because we have two questions about the future. One from Adrian. Hey, good to see you, and Fernando. And they're pointing towards the future. So the first one goes, looking beyond COVID. What is one big thing? That's one thing that you would think will define and shape the next decade. And the other one I'm gonna also put here because it's maybe they're related because Fernando says, and I quote him: Spain is looking to enter in a bad crisis in 2021, political, economical, educational, etc. What do you think? So they're like talking about future, short term, and maybe it's a little bit long term. Do you want to start tackling the future?
Well, Adrian, nice to see you here. Just to answer your question, I think the next big thing will be technology, how all businesses, all sectors shape themselves with technology, whether it's communication, whether it's processes, operations, anything to do with technology, but based on human behavior. It's becoming extremely important to take into account that these are human, we're all human beings, and teams have to reshape how they're doing work, how they're working in a remote or a hybrid format. And the technology that's taken on by a company needs to be not something that's the most sophisticated in the market, but rather that works for that company. Right? So if a Zoom works for you, amazing, fantastic. And if your own internal platform works for you, where you're just using WhatsApp and Teams and different things, that's fine too. Check how, based on your team's needs or like your own adaptability to technology, what's the best way forward. Now, this I'm giving you more from the point of view of corporates, but then startups coming into the space to provide solutions to corporates is going to be a really big thing as well, combining both the human side as well as the technology side. Fernando, the question you've written is on all of our minds. That's why I was laughing at it. I don't mean to make light of it, but it's a very important question. What's going to happen? Uncertainty. We're dealing with this all of the time. Right now, I'm doing 4 projects with 4 corporates who are kind of doing a transformation process to adapt to this current situation. They're all asking this question, right? We don't know what's going to be the next big phase of manufacturing, what's going to happen to people who will lose their jobs forever, and on all of this, on the macro level, the political, the economical, and the education crisis. What's going to happen? I don't want to enter so much into the crisis, but if I can kind of offer a couple of suggestions on what I'm seeing is pulling some of the companies out of this kind of a mindset of we're entering into a crisis, we don't know what's going to happen. It's education in an agile format, making sure you're providing to your people what's really needed in that moment, what's the most necessary skill. Taking care of people is going to become important. The governments will have to figure themselves out. I mean, political crisis that's happening for everywhere. I mean, I don't want to talk about the US election results and everything. I don't want to go there because then we never stop. But think more agility and change focused. We're never going to go back to what it was. Never. It's shifted and changed forever, and not in a bad way. In some ways, it's a shift that was also necessary, that was already happening. So think what could be the next big shift that can help pull people out of this crisis mode. And whether there's an actual crisis or there's a crisis in a person's job situation or personal situation, let's see what brings them out of it. Right? That's what I would like to focus on. I know we don't have any time. Sorry, Alberto.
No, it's fine. So I'm gonna use this. Those are your final remarks, and I quickly also try to tackle this. But I agree with you. I agree that in a way, technology becomes a commodity. You can find stuff. It's more affordable. It's more present. Is what do you do with it, right? And how can you combine it? How differently you can use those tools that are around you to make a real impact. And everyone now has access to a lot of things that we didn't have in the past. And about crisis, I'm from Brazil. Crisis was kind of like a day-to-day thing for us, or we elect a president, in 10 minutes we're talking about impeachment. So crisis, but we have to be resilient. Resilient meaning let's prepare ourselves, let's not depend on external things. How stronger can I be? What can I teach the person? How can I connect to other people, to different ecosystems? How can I be independent from external? We're not 100%, but how can we be generate that robustness and resilience to to go over whatever we encounter in front of us. But that's the way of an entrepreneur, right? So I think those are the final remarks. I have already Anastasia here, connecting from Moscow to tell us it's time to go because ciao Luca. Luca is already
Hello.
here. Hey. So we
I'm
can make the
overexcited.
transition.
Okay, so one small remark. Guys, I want to show you the screen for literally 1 minute. Don't forget that you have an opportunity to apply for a scholarship and for a program led by Founder Institute. And don't forget that it's the world's largest pre-seed accelerator, please, right? So prepare yourself well and apply for it. And this is our website, entrepreneurshipsummit.com. Feel free to go here. I don't know why we are missing our speakers here. In the morning, they were here. So here you can find, on this page, you can find Ask Founders Institute page where you can ask any questions, and Alberto and his team will be happy to reply. And thank you so much, Shugata. Thank you so much, Alberto. Alberto, we will see you soon. And now I'm happy to represent you our next amazing speaker, Luca Bianconi. Luca, are you here? Can you show up, please?
Yes, absolutely. Let me start my video. Someone stop me from showing the video. It's you, Anastasia.
Yeah, but okay, I will invite you to show up again. 1 second. To start the video.
Now I can, yes.
So let me give you an
can you see me?
Luca has been working for more than 15 years in management consulting, focusing on financial services. During his career, he has been working in various EU countries like Italy, France, Spain, UK, Russia, and Middle East and Turkey. I'm sure that you loved Russia. Recently, Luca has joined Accenture as a managing director, where he leads the Asia, Middle East, Turkey strategy in financial services after several years working for Bain & Company and serving in the chairman staff office for Barclays Group in London. He graduated in business administration in Bocconi and holds an MBA from IE Business School. We are very honored to have you here, Luca, and we are looking forward for your session.
Good. How do you want to start, Anastasia? So I think that the way I want to start is maybe a discussion or an engagement on what is strategy for a startup, and I invite anyone on the group. I always like when this session is interactive. I think it would be fun if you just want to ask me questions. So Anastasia starts again summarizing. I'm a management consultant by training, if you will. I'm a practitioner, so I am designed to avoid startups, right? Because I'm designed to avoid risk. And there's nothing riskier than a startup. And I will start with a very broader statement. It's never been a better moment in history to be a startupper, because you have two fundamental things that were absent in the last 70 years. First of all, you have abundant capital. This phenomenon of low interest rate basically means that the investor needs to throw money at something. And we are seeing how much money is poured into startups. The second thing is that the barriers to entry and to set up a startup are lowering by the day. And it's really now up to your creativity to find your solution. And technology, I was just hearing a small part of the discussion right below, technology is becoming cheaper and more affordable by the day. So the first thing I would like to discuss with you guys is, how does a successful startup looks like? What I'm realizing more, so go ahead, Anastasia.
I'm sorry, I want to propose a specific format for this session. So guys, if you want to speak, just write in the chat and I will give you permission to speak through Zoom. Or for example, now I propose you to write in the chat what startups do you have here. Sorry,
okay.
Yeah.
No, it's perfect. I think it's also on my end is better. I'm speaking from Dubai, so it's end of the week on my time, so I will be more than happy to have the opportunity to interact rather than to have a long session where I speak with myself, more or less. So my point is, when you think of a startup and you think what is the strategy, my real question to you is, what are you trying to solve for? And I'll give you a specific example on that. I think that the real reason, Saima has a nutrition subscription box startup in Qatar. The point here is, what is the need you're trying to solve? What is the business case? What is the user case you're trying to solve, right? So, and the example here why this needs to be crystal clear into your mind, and you need to have a laser focus strategy, is that technology today offer you a lot of opportunities, right? The problem is that all of those opportunities are not necessarily economically sound. And for me, the perfect example is around blockchain. Why blockchain is a fantastic technology, a fantastic idea. However, as of today, we have not found a real user case where you say, okay, I will apply the technology and it will make sense. It will generate value, will generate money. Today, the only user case that makes sense and make money on blockchain is if you are a miner, maybe in Russia or in China, and then basically you are supporting the Bitcoin trading. That's the only user case which is making, which is how can I say, which is really making money. So the problem is not the technology, but you need to find a use for technology that solve a problem and how you can monetize it. So I think that whenever you think of a startup, people talk about always or present a lot the opportunity, the possibility. I always try to understand which problem you're trying to solve. I don't understand how big is the market. I'm trying to understand how feasible that what you want to do. It's something that can generate positive economic result. I don't know if anyone between Saima, Maria, or Shagun wants to jump and ask me something. Otherwise, I will proceed. But if any of you wants to speak, more than happy to answer any of your questions.
Or, for example, you can type the questions if you feel shy, but don't feel
or
shy.
you can ask, you can type the question. I agree. Yes, Anastasia, you're ahead of my game. And the reason why, because I want to leverage any one of you basically to start thinking in terms of this mental framework where you say, what am I trying to solve for? Right? Because any strategy at the end of the day needs to answer something. Is how I define success, right? That's the most important question. So even for a startup, what does it mean to define success? Because the last thing you want to have is to have a breakthrough innovation that is incapable of being self-sustaining. So it doesn't generate enough money in the future for you to be able to keep enlarging it. So if no one is going on, I think I will proceed with a couple of my example. So how I start? Go ahead.
No, here, like some people also type, and I would like to know what do you think about co-founders, how to find the right fit, to be solo or with someone, then around marketing. So if you want, you can, for example, give a part presentation and then follow with Q&A or.
No, I'll take the question. I'll keep my mental order. But the point here is, for me, it's relatively simple. How do you work with co-founders? That's an interesting question because look, typically you call them co-founders or co-investors. Co-founders might be simply the guy that develops the idea with you. So that is someone that you basically bring along your journey, and that's not a problem. The point, I think it's more interesting how to find a co-investor, right? So when do you open up to the various stages of your startup? I think that the point there is to find someone that brings you the only thing that you don't have. And at the very beginning, every startup believes that what you're really missing is money. The more you advance, what you're really missing are typically customers or data. So you need to realize that whoever you're embarking with is a marriage. So you need to understand who is bringing you that something that you will never be able to find. Because at the very beginning, typically startups, I'm pretty sure that you know this very well nowadays, are founded by either your own money or people that are familiar to you, right? And then when you start to prove the concept, right, you start to beta version, so on and so forth, you can start to plug in more money. The problem is that who you need to attract the more you advance into your stage are people that help you to grow the business rather than people just bring finance and don't interfere with the business. You prefer to have interference with this business as long as the companies you are embarking, they bring you that something that you're missing. Typically, an example for me is around fintechs. Fintechs typically needs to partner with banks, not because traditional banks will provide money or provide funding. That is available in the market. What is really missing is the client base. Is the larger client base to boom a proof of concept into something that works. Okay. I have another question for
Saima.
Saima, which is around marketing. And again, is around the strategy. Assume that you really found your user case. And again, I want to stress this thing. It's important you find your user case. Saima just wrote us that she is trying to launch, let me reread, basically a nutrition plan, right? So the point is which type of need you're trying to solve, and then your marketing needs to be completely related to that need. So is marketing extremely important? I have mixed feelings there. I really have mixed feelings because for me, startups needs to grow, for what we have seen at least, right? They grow a lot with word of mouth, with internal recommendation. We have something that we call net performance scoring. Basically, whenever you have one client, you want to ask him only one simple question as feedback. Say, how much will you recommend my product or my services to a relative of yours or to a friend? So basically, how much trust do you give me to recommend what they provided you to someone you know? That's the best form of marketing you can have, especially at the very beginning. And especially, Simon, for a company like yours, word of mouth is paramount. So basically, and I know Qatar relatively well because I've been working there. It's important that you are known within the community, because every community that you're building basically helps you to enlarge. Before you spend money buying advertising, buying spaces, it needs to work at least in a small community. So it depends where you are in your advancement with your startup, but that is something that changed. Going back to my example, once you have found your user case, you start to expand, right? And Simon provided a good example. What do I do next? I think that what you want to do next is a mix of two things. The first one is what you will do in terms of enlarging and expanding your business. And by enlarging and expanding your business, you need to understand how much do you need a co-investor, we'll not call it co-founder, a co-investor basically gives you that access to client. And the second one is what you do to start to be recognizable into the market. So what you start doing in order for you to basically escape the small community. I will not try to invest in marketing if you're not being able to prove yourself successful, at least in a small community. And the reason why I'm saying so is that we have, I think I'm leaving by the example we've seen at Facebook. I mean, Facebook was very successful in a small and close community, typically by word of mouth. And this is something that we have seen when we study startups, that we have seen is a recurring, if you will, is a recurring, I will call it, a recurrent solution, right? Basically, if you're not successful within your inner circle, you'll not be successful even if you try to invest into marketing, right? So it's something that needs to work at least within your community. I've seen one more question was around the entrepreneur, how much control they should have around the business. I have two examples here, right? I work a lot with a digital incubator, actually two digital incubators, one based in Dubai, one based in Italy. What I've seen here is that typically entrepreneurs need to have at the very beginning a full control into their business. It's very unlikely that you can, be successful at the beginning if you don't really drive your solution. However, at the same time, a very good example that I've seen recently is this European entrepreneur that basically positioned himself as really, I will call it a startup founder. So he has a couple of brilliant ideas. So he tries to solve for specific user needs. He starts the company, and within 18 months, and that is almost investor speech, he leaves the baton of command to a designated successor. However, the designated successor is always someone that starts with him. So my answer to your question, Sam, is that you need to have my answer, and is a bit brutal, is that you need to have full control of your startup and what happens with that. You cannot leave it and it cannot be managed to someone else. Because also what typically happens within startups is that the more the founder is fully in control on day-to-day operation, the more it's able to perfection and to improve and to enhance his idea, right? You will never be able to do so if you have a third person or a manager that does it. And I think that you can take an analogy here, if anyone is familiar with that, with Gordon Ramsay. Right now, Gordon Ramsay runs maybe 32 restaurants around the world. But whenever he had his first restaurant, he was making a name for himself. So basically, that it was startup. He was day and night into the kitchen. Of course, right, when the startup becomes a firm, right, it can have manager and it can have chefs that works under his direction, but it cannot happen with your first restaurant. It cannot happen when the startup is still growing. So full control is absolutely needed.
Okay, coming back to your question, so you're mentioning that it's critically important to create partnerships in order to grow fast, right? But for example, what startups can do in order to save the quality and for example, to have the capacity in regarding of people and regarding of staff? So for example, if you grow much, but you don't have enough people or enough employees, to support the activities of your team, what should they do? Or how
Yeah, sorry. Again here. That's a very good question. Basically, is which type of cost do you want to take onwards, right? Because staff for me, and again, I'm bringing you my view as a consultant, right? So I see it a bit as a budgetary issue. How much can you afford? Right. Reality is that at the very beginning, so typically the first 6 to 12 months, you need to be very aware of hiring, right? You want to create costs that you can sustain, right? You typically have the first 12 to 18 months where this is a month when you ramp up, right? Revenues for sure are even not there, or if they're there, they're very small, and it's very hard for you to cover the expense. So you don't want to create a huge monster, and we've seen a number of unsuccessful exercises. Also, because remember that, the more you increase the number of people, especially at the very beginning, the more you start to create small layers of bureaucracy and bureaucratic organization. So my suggestion is trying to be lean, try to, as much as you can, to work with a Lego model. And that's what we recommend to some of the startup. We have a program in Accenture where we nurture some of promising startup and always tell them, try to work with a Lego. So try to get what you need for a specific amount of time. So work with contractors. Don't try to hire staff unless it's extremely fundamental. You don't need to be fully staffed day one. You need to have a plan on when you will need to, but you don't need to be fully staffed at day one. I've seen that there is a question from Inigo on B2B versus B2C. Here, to be honest with you, I don't think there is a real answer. Because it depends really on what is your product. I think that a brilliant startup that actually a colleague of mine at the MBA set up in Portugal and then he sold it. I'll give you this short example. He basically set up a pre-made mobile app for hotels. So whenever a client was checking into the hotel, it was not a mobile app. It was an add-on to a mobile app, or literally a mobile app that was providing information to a traveler on what can be done around the city. So it was basically a concierge over a mobile app. What it was this business model? He was selling this directly to hotels, and he actually made a very good exit. I think in the excess of 6 to 7 million. He sold this startup, and it's working very well. And this clearly is a B2B model, right? It was selling this to small hotel chains that cannot afford to develop their own. So of course you don't sell it to Marriott. It was selling to small hotel chains. There are a lot of hotel chains in Europe that are made of 3, 4, 5 hotels, or to single hotels, right? So it was a successful B2B. The good part of B2B is that typically it's easier for you, and what we have been studying, that it's easier to you to build up revenues. It's harder to get the clients, it's easier to get the revenues, because typically when you go B2B, you offer a solution. On B2C, what we've seen is that it's not always easy to build the economics behind it. There is a question from Cecilia that I'm not sure I'm really getting. What do you think of the principal keys when developing a startup? I'm not sure. if you can elaborate that a bit more, we'll be more than happy to answer.
You can jump in and ask with your voice.
Yes,
Just
Ilya, you can jump in and ask. Okay, Cecilia preferred to her. Let me. Okay, so I think that your question is around the technicalities, right? I have, again, here I'll give you the perception of a study we've been made around startups. So what you typically want to do when you develop, especially if it's a digital startup, right? I think you are referring to a digital solution that you immediately want, as soon as you can, right? Instead of trying to do or to write or to develop the perfect application, you want to test it. The reason being is that what we find out is that the only way for you to reach to your true north, so really the digital service you want to provide, is that actually actually you want to have tested with users. So it's not technical testing, it's not user testing, it's actually made the user use it and find for yourself what it doesn't work. As you can Accenture, for example, as a service provide testing, right? Testing is extremely expensive and is an extremely complex complex part of the development of the rollout of any digital service. So my suggestion is that you basically quickly release a beta version of whatever you want to send to the market. You start to receive the early feedback from your customers or the early adopters, and you fix it as you go. By the way, that similar solution it's been adopted several times also by Apple, even with their own products. So typically, I suggest you to prefer fast development and quick adjustment. So if you will, you want to be, even in your approach to the market, you have an agile approach, right? Instead of the historical waterfall approach, right? Be agile. You try, you test, you modify, and basically you're ready to accept errors with whatever you are releasing. That is something that we have seen. It typically tend to work a bit better than having huge development phase, a lot of internal testing, then releasing to the market and find out it doesn't work, or it doesn't solve the problem you're typically trying to solve for. If I have to build on what you were just discussing, some of the questions, thank you for all the questions you asked so far. I think that one more important thing you have to ask yourself nowadays is what is your cash flow strategy? So, and by this I mean that you might decide that by design you don't want to be cash flow positive. I know this sounds a bit unorthodox, but what we are realizing through some of the research we've been doing recently is that a lot of startups, especially in US, they figure it out that sooner or later they will be bought by one of the larger players into the market. We've seen the usual suspect, Google, Apple, Google, Apple, Facebook. They are huge acquirer, and more they're huge acquirer of startup. And even on the financial service space, a lot of fintechs are bought by large banks. So you might decide that you are very clear which is the user case you're solving for. You're also very clear that you will not be cash flow positive for the first 5 years, because your real strategy is that you reach to a level of maturity where it makes sense for you to go and sell your initiatives to a larger player. So you just want to basically to create a very good proof of concept that keep attracting customers, although it's not cash flow positive, not to say profitable, and your strategy is to sell it. And that can be a valuable strategy. And we've seen it actually working relatively well. And that is something that you should start thinking of. Anastasia.
Yes, I'm here.
Do we see any other question?
I don't think so. Guys, do you have any questions? Or we'll just proceed with conversation and questions from me, from my side.
Okay, so another key important question is that usually we have with startups is that everyone tries or has a desire to go, if not global, at least try to go to a national level. Again, even there, you need to be very careful. You need to understand what is the user case you're trying to solve, and if really it makes sense for you to have a, you know, a local, national, regional, or even global approach. My recommendation there is that always you start from the smaller to the bigger. So again, you need to solve for your local market, and then you try to expand. And the point in case is there's a friend of mine, this colleague of mine that developed this successful startup for hotels. They literally started with Lisbon, then it extended to Portugal, then went to Spain, and then when he was, you know, when he made a name for himself and for his startup within the Iberic region, he started to expand in Europe. Now he has been bought, he's still in charge of the startup and is developing it into the US market. So the point is that don't try to be global as day one. It usually is a recipe for failure. You want to try to be successful in a market that you can control. And the same goes with customer. Don't be generic in terms of who you want to address. You want to be very specific to the need you're trying to solve. And then if you decide to solve for a specific need, it will be clear to you who are your clients that you're trying to offer. And connected to that, which product are you offering? Again, most startups, they try to play into an ecosystem. They try to extend their network. They try to extend their range. Again, even there, you need to be successful. You need before you fly, you need to learn how to walk. So you need to be successful into at least one specific item that you are able to sell, or a specific service that you can do and sell very well before you expand. Or, and that's another thing that I found interesting, because, and I'm connecting to what I told Cecilia before, because you start immediately to test your solution. You find out that it's not solving for what you wanted, but it's solving for another issue. Then basically that is what you want to. Then basically you reorient your startup, really, because you tested quickly, the market gave you a reaction, you understand that part of your solution was working, part of it was not working, and then you rearrange. I have an example for you on that. I don't know if you heard of a website news called Blasting News. It has 400,000 subscribers. It basically, this whole idea was born on the back of a website that was simply comparing price of insurances. And they had a small, chat where basically people could update, share ideas, and basically while the price comparison platform was not working very well, surprisingly, more and more people were discussing financial topics, not related only to insurance, but larger financial topics on this chat. And this chat, it became a blog. This blog became even more successful, to the point that the founder basically dropped completely the idea of the price comparison for insurance and started to nurture the idea of the blog. And the blog at one point started to pay the writers for the amount of readers they have. So the more people were reading your news because they found it interesting, well informed, so on and so forth, the more they were paying for it. Why this is important? Because it gives you the idea that you go fast to the market, you realize that your idea is not so good, but maybe one attribute of what you were developing is actually very interesting for the market. So you basically reorient your idea. Luke is writing when partners. So I think you need partners. As I said before, should be part of your strategy, and it needs to be part of your strategy because you need partners typically to enlarge. I always see two issues: enlarging your customer base, because you always think that the market pool you are addressing is very large and it's very easy to reach of those customers. Typically is not. And maybe, and that can be me, but I've seen this a lot with fintechs, right? They have fantastic service, fantastic product, but it's very hard to reach customers. So having a partner that it's with you, and it's not only to provide you funding, it's literally to provide you that something you don't need. And for me, as I told you, it's typically two things: either a client base or data that you have been missing.
We also have another question here What is the
Yeah.
inflection point in terms of number of employees to consider startup being a company?
I have my answer to that is I'll give you, okay, my answer to that is anything between 10 to 20, for sure. In I would say almost in any market, when you start to have 10 to 20 employees, it starts to become a real company, right? And you start to have a number of additional issues that you need to take into account, because when you start to become a real company, so basically you need to start to have a plan on how you organize people, right? You cannot just simply react on the spot to issues, right? You need to start to have at least a small processes, and as I was saying before, you start to bring a bit of bureaucracy into your firm. I don't know how much you know Amazon, guys, but I can tell you that Amazon is run by very strict processes, and the reason for that is that Amazon now it's a full-fledged company, one of the most valuable companies in the world, and in order to be run efficiently, they need to run like a machine, and the only way to do that is that they have very strict policy and procedures.
Yeah, we will have a speaker from Amazon in 1 hour, so we can ask him about it.
Oh, ask him. I'm sure he will give you a lot of stories. I'm sure.
We have other questions.
Yeah.
I'm into contract life cycle management and hesitating on using third-party platforms or partnering with a currently suboptimal platform with possible potential. I'm sorry. Hello, Luca. Would you please repeat the name of the platform you mentioned? The question from Cecilia.
Not sure I understood which platform you're referring to. I'm taking the
about the news breaking. You mentioned
life cycle management and hesitating with a third-party platform. So life cycle, like so.
Blessing news.
Yeah, blessing news. Yes. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Now is that yeah. I refer it as a blog, not a platform. That's why I got lost. Look, if you want to elaborate on your question, life cycle management for contracting, it can mean a lot of things, right? You can simply have a simple workflow. I don't know how familiar you are with that. So basically something that brings a contract whenever you receive a contract to the moment the contract is fully executed and paid, there are workflows. So basically there are a number of platforms nowadays. Most of them, they are cloud-based. You can pay per use, you can have a yearly subscription. There are different models out there, and they basically treat the contract life cycle managing is typically a problem that we were seeing 10-15 years ago. Now we have plenty of solutions you can use, but basically what they do at the end of the day, they become like a contracting team. So you enter the parameters of your contract, the contract you need to manage. Then they help you to keep respecting SLAs if you have anything, or if you have KPIs, and it drives you until the end of the contract. So it's something that is not seen anymore, seen as a problem. I strongly advise for any one of you that has issues on managing contract to leverage one of the cloud-based solutions. There are really, it's plenty of them. If your problem is around and of course entering the right data and keep it updated as outsourced process, that is a bit prone to error by default. What we are seeing now, but they're still relatively expensive. Some companies start to offer this service with robotics, RPA. So basically, as long as the contract or contracts do not come in too many different formats, you can have robotics that extract the key information, they place them into their your life cycle management. What we have seen, I mean, Luke is saying that the IE doesn't work very well with that. It depends. I've seen, to be honest with you, a relatively expensive solution. So typically not solution a startup will use, but the solution used by incumbents for RPAs or for RPA, for lifecycle management, are quite advanced and they work very well. my suggestion for you is try to dig a bit more into that, because typically you can find good solution. You can also leverage outsourcing companies in some developing countries. What we have seen is that it doesn't work very well, and in your own country is typically relatively expensive, especially if you're referring to Europe or US or Japan, for the sake of it.
Luca, what were the most unorthodox and efficient partnerships in your practice?
That's an interesting question. So we have seen a lot. For example, we have a lot of partnership now with, if one unorthodox partnership with startup is the one that Accenture does, right? So Accenture, for example, has a startup mentoring program where we have more than 3,000 startups, and the partnership we have with them is that basically we become their go-to-market agent. So we go to our clients, and whenever we identify a problem where one of those startup can solve it, we say, hey, instead of buying one of the legacy guys, why don't you try those guys with the startups? And basically, you as a startup, you sell your solution. If that needs to be integrated in, or it needs to adapt it to the system, we take care of that. But basically, we act as two different stakeholders. Why we do it? Because we want to nurture startup from one sake, and from the other, we believe some of our clients, the startup, they really provide value. So you have now partners that have non-monetary interest into your organization. One of them really is Accenture, but you can see that with other consulting firms. BCG runs a very successful and similar program, by the way, with the co-founder of Facebook. And their hub is, if I'm not mistaken, is based on Singapore. And so those are the non-orthodox kind of partners, right? So those are firms that comes partner with startups, and they don't want to have a stake. They don't want to have money. They really need you because they're building their own ecosystem. So I have a question for Peteco. What is the best strategy that firm can come up to conquer the heart of corporate venturers? That's a very interesting one. So how do you convince the most sophisticated investors on earth? Because remember that venture capitalists typically are the most sophisticated investors, because they really need, they are, if you think, right, they buy uncertainty. They buy in the future. They are throwing darts in the dark. So the point there is, for me, I have some lessons learned that I've seen a lot, and we help a lot. One of the largest venture capital in the region, STV, which has $1 billion in funding. My lesson learned from discussing with their CEO is that typically what they want to see is that, as I said at the very beginning, a clear user case. They don't want to see a strong technology, right? They don't care about the technological solution. They want to understand, what am I using this for? Who is this helping? So you need to have very clear what is your purpose, what is the problem you're trying to solve. The second thing is that they want to see more and more as about the team. Again, it's to have an A team. Between an A idea and a B team, typically venture capital prefer to see an A team and a B idea. What does that mean? It means that whoever you embark on your team needs to prove that they have an understanding to the solution you're providing. If you spend 20 years of your life doing oil and gas and you have a fantastic startup in the fashion industry, it's hard to convince a venture capital. They will not buy into the fact that you're very smart, right? They will tell you have no experience in doing this. They want to see experience into doing something like that.
Are you invested into startups or not?
I mean, I told you at the very beginning. Unfortunately, I am a conservative by nature, so I invest a lot in private equity. I had, and maybe that's my bias, because we set up with friends a very successful private equity 10 years ago. It was just recently being liquidated. The returns were amazing, so we're doing another one of that. So the answer to that is not, but clearly I'm an unwise investor, because I missed up on some very great opportunity. One of them, you might not have heard of them, was named Talent Garden. that was basically founded by my best man. So literally the guy that was my witness when I got married. I did not invest with them, and now the valuation reached 100 million, and I was supposed to reinvest for a 10%, $150,000. So, as you can imagine, I made my mistake, but it's not always easy, right, to pick up. And it's to be fair with you, it's a difficult game. It's definitely a difficult game.
I guess it's a big win to have you as an investor.
It depends. I'm a tough investor, right? I'm the guy that will complain. I mean, when you are very excited, I will be the quiet guy in the room that says, "Okay, what is user adoptance? How many guys did you convince to buy your service, so on and so forth?" So it depends if you really want to have me. I can help you sell it to I can sell, and this I leave it as an open point to everyone who's joining this forum. I will be more than happy to. I mean, if you have any specific question, reach out to me, and I'm happy to answer. If you provide a bit of background and a couple of days, I'm happy to open both network and what I can provide in terms of experience to you.
Thank you so much.
Any
other questions? Go ahead. Otherwise, Luca will continue.
Yes. So I think that my last point here is the most difficult thing for a founder, right? Assume that your startup grows and goes well. Would you exit? And that is a fundamental question, because I have two tales here, right? I have a tales that the investors have not been exiting, and at the end of the day, they ended up with a huge disappointment because they have huge offers and they did not materialize it. And invest, and on the other side, founders that sold their creation, and then they went up to different things. My point is, on your exit, please try always to be rational and to be focused on the type of exit you're doing. You can have exit where you basically have a larger legacy company that buy into your firm, and that's important because, as I was saying before, they provide you that something you don't have, and they provide you with a base for your startup to become a legacy company. And that is fundamentally what you want to do, right? You want your startup to grow and become a legacy company in 20 years time, right? I mean, today we don't refer anymore to Facebook as a startup. It's a legacy, right? It's the app. But if you want, what they've been doing, they've been acquiring other companies, they've been growing them. If you remember when they bought Instagram or when they bought WhatsApp, we always believed it was a bit crazy. And if you put yourself in the shoes of some of the founders of both Instagram or WhatsApp, you might think that they've done the wrong thing. The way I see it is that they've done the most rational thing, which was to partner with the incumbent and to grow their business to something that is truly global today. Because the other tail again is Snapchat. You not necessarily always win, right? You have a bias to believe that you will win, but it's more likely that to win you need to partner. So remember also that you need to be absolutely rational in understanding what is the moment for you to exit and who you decide to exit with, because it's not exiting and that's it and closing the door, but exiting with. There are a number of exits that allows you to still be involved with your startup and at the same time growing it with a partner with larger shoulder, and that is very, very important for you. Do you have any questions? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So which stage do you consider reasonable for getting additional investments, and how to negotiate? What is the best, for example, negotiation method of salaries of the CEO and founders? Because obviously you will have to negotiate with the VCs and the second investors, I mean, or the following investors.
Look, interesting question. My point, especially on compensation, is that, and I discussed it with the guy that advised you to follow. His name is Enrico Pandian. He has made 6 successful startups, and with exit always above the 5 million. So he has done it. He called himself a repetitive startupper, right? He does it, he exits, and the lesson learned I got from him, and I think is a valuable one, is I said, look, if you become a CEO of a startup, you clearly need to buy into the risk profile of this sector. So it really always needs to be related to shares rather than cash. You cannot, you don't have the luxury of burning cash for a specific individual that wants to be paid now and that's it, right? You need to have, especially when you discuss with VC, they will never accept that you pay the CEO unless you're going to a stage D or stage E or stage F of valuation, right? Or funding. You need to pay your key people through shares, right? And there's no escape from that. There's literally no escape from that. And it also tells you the commitment of the people you're working with to your creation, to your startup. If they truly believe into that.
Absolutely. And what would be, for example, the best way to negotiate good compensation in the series? At which stage actually of evaluation? After, or for example, what would be the amount of valuation, the cost of the company, in order to ask, big compensation?
But there is not a recipe, right? What typically happens is that the VC has objectives, right? They say that they enter and the valuation they give to you is $2 million, right? Their next valuation for them is $20 million, and they typically do those plans because then they understand that you will need to attract more cash to sustain a growing business. So the point is that you want to negotiate, and I have the example I have in mind now is a startup in the biotech space, and the CEO basically negotiated this increase in shares, not really an increase in salary, at every gate of the funding of the funding. So you were going to another round of funding, perfect. So the VC was diluting because the value of the startup was increasing. That's perfect, but the CEO was getting increasing shares. So it started by a 1% of a company was valued 10 million, and he ended up with a 5% of a company was valued 100 million. Of course, on paper, but that's how you. And that was the valuation. So your valuation is done with the success of the VC. So the VC is able to attract higher valuation. You need to be remunerated by them. So you're linking your compensation to the VC success. If you have a VC, if you have a VC that is working with you. Okay, got you. Thank you. And also, for example, there are two kind of VCs which we usually meet. For example, chatting in IE. And one is like the kind of investor which gives you, which takes only about 20-25% of equity, or from 10 to 25. And the other are, the guys from the VCs, which give you only 30% of stake, right? And get, 70%. But at the same time, they say, if you go to the next round of the investments, we will give you like 60 or 70% of shares. So what would you choose personally? And what was your take on this to approach us? Again, I'm always conservative. I think I will be a bit in the middle. I will try, first of all, I will always have a clause that whenever the VC that started with me decides to sell completely stake for a higher valuation to another, at least I get some kind of liquidation, and I need to be able to decide whether I want to reinvest or not. That's first. Second thing is that I will try as much as possible to get increasing percentage of share to increasing valuation, right? So you don't want to keep your 1%, whether the company is valued 10 million or 100 million. You want that to grow, right? Because that's a measure of your success. Mm-hmm. And that also, if you think of that, right, it's an exponential growth of your capital. And if you think that's the same way through which the management company or private equities make money. They make money because they take 20% of the extra return that investor make, right? Basically, is free money, is a bond. So my answer to you will be, I will always try to grow my share to every round of valuation. I will not just want to keep it flat. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, so it's a double effect growth. You have more shares of something that values more. Any other question, guys? We have, I think, our last 5 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, you can take 5 extra, of course, because we started 5 minutes late.
Oh,
You have
and
a
that's true. That's true. That's true. I started 5 minutes late. There's no excuse about that. But I promise you, I had a very, I have a very, very, very long week.
nobody knew about it.
Yeah, I know, but you know, I believe, and then that is something that I mean, I'll give you this personal advice on startup. Try to be very honest with your investor, co-investor, VC, whatever. Uh, it's very hard to escape reality, right? Just try to be fully transparent and fully honest. It's very hard for you to hide something.
Of course. Guys, so you have an opportunity, extremely unique opportunity to ask any questions to Luca Bianconi. I mean, it's not an opportunity which raises every day, so please use it as much as possible. You have less than minutes, por favor. So please jump.
No, I'm flattered, but guys, I can and I can provide you with one more example. I think it's important for you guys. I did my MBA like you're doing 10 years ago, okay? And I was not one of the guys that decided to go for a startup. But some of my colleagues in class did it, right? So IE for me is a unique opportunity for you to launch a startup. You have one of the best platforms in Europe. Please reach out to the network that IE provides you. And don't be stubborn with your idea. Be flexible in changing. And again, I recommend you what I told you at the very beginning. Go fast into testing with clients. Understand what doesn't work and change it. Don't be stubborn and say, I believe this would work. The market will tell you what it works and what doesn't work, and you just need to adapt. It's not a matter of being the smartest, but it's being the guy that is more faster to adapting to the next quest. That is the key for success. The key for success, especially in startup, is adapting your business model. It's very hard that at the very beginning you get 100% right and you make it successful. You will need to adapt it. You need to be smart in doing that.
On what matter do you think the companies need to train more their employees?
Come again, sorry?
This is the question from Fernando Monedero. On what matter do you think the companies need to train more their employees?
That's hard. Depends what you're doing, right? It really depends on what your company does. I mean, I always prefer, and that personally it's me, when you are few people, right, you all want them to be focused in delivering something that help you to generate revenues, because at the end of the day, it's very hard for you to prove success, for yourself to prove success, to VC or any other investor if you don't generate revenue. So you want your employees to be, we're not sales machine, but we're very able to understand what are the key items, feature of your solution that delivers the top line. So this not a specific aspect, but the point that you want to focus on is that they need to be able to deliver top line. So especially at the very beginning, you need to have a solution, something that works, but then you need to have people that help you sell it, right? That's the key.
Thank you so much. Now, another question is, for example, you have online platform which provides tourist or volunteer services. So services which basically transfers people from one country to another country. What would be the best strategy for the development and to the market penetration within one region, or for example, to top, for example, 50 popular destinations?
Going back to what I told you at the very beginning, you need to work, it needs to work somewhere. So it needs to work somewhere. You need to decide that, or you need to find at least a single traveling route, right? Mm-hmm. So that you need to be able that whatever you provide, at least for that traveling route, it works. I will not try to develop a solution, a one fits all globally. It's unlikely. Try to find one traveling route on which you understand very well what are the customer needs. You solve for that, and then once you solve, you have your lesson learned, you expand to another market, and then to a third market, and so on and so forth. Again, guys, remember, I mean, if you take Amazon as one of the most famous example, but they started with one product, right? They didn't open a marketplace selling everything to everyone. Started with one specific product, and then they expanded to another product, and then they expand to another category, and that's how it works. And that lesson learned stays with any startup. You will fail for sure if you try to cater for everyone and for every region and for every market.
Look, some people ask to repeat the name of the person with 6 successful startups.
I wrote it, Enrico Pandian. Let's see if
There are people with more successful startups. Come on.
Hmm?
No, I'm saying that there are some people with more with big amounts of startups.
For sure, but you know, this guy, I know him personally, and he's been doing. I mean, he's a serial entrepreneur. I think what really interests me about Enrico is not that he made one single great, fantastic idea, made 20 billion. His ability to create repetitive success.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not billion success, but he's a guy that's able to recreate success. So it's important for you guys as an example, because it's an example of someone that can do it several times.
Absolutely.
Right,
Maybe
because at the other extreme, Sergey Brin is for sure more successful, but he did it once, right? He got the golden goose, but he got it once. I'm sharing it for everyone, an article. I don't know if you're interested, but right, a couple of the, I think I mentioned there a couple of the initiative we had, but I think the focus is that he's a serial entrepreneur, right? And he made different successful bet, and he's very good. I think that also what surprises me is that he is someone that is very good of scaling up something from 0 to his first 2 million in revenues. And what is always the discussion, that is a real difficult threshold, and then from that onwards you build, right? But that is the most difficult one.
Okay. Luca, what would be 3 top recommendations for those who begin their startups?
I will be top line obsessed, which is something I don't find a lot in startuppers. You need to be obsessed with saying, okay, how do I? Because sales is the only way to measure whether what you're providing has a value for the rest of us, right? For the rest of humanity. Otherwise, it has a value for you. I'm sorry to be that strong, but you need to find something that has a value, and that value is measured on your ability to sell it, to put a price on it. To your direct client, or to your end to your end client, to your direct client or your end client, right? Facebook doesn't charge you anything, because what they're really charging are your data, and then someone else, the advertiser, pay for it. So that is the first one. The second one is be extremely focused on building your first 2 million in revenues. Don't dream big, dream small. Because once you reach that objective, to enlarge from there, that is where you become to create a company. But if you don't reach the threshold, so basically you are always on the realm of the nice initiatives, okay? And after you've done that, start to think of your exit. Or your exit is not the way you make money, you go on a beach, but it's the way to which you really enlarge your company, because you embark partners that have a sense and a meaning for your firm.
That's great. Great advices. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Guys, we don't have any questions. We will then wrap up, I think.
Okay.
Luca, thank you so much for your time.
It's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much. I love the question. Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you a lot, Anastasia, for organizing this. Very well done. Impressive.
Thanks, Luca.
Thank you.
And for your knowledge, and for your time, and for everything. And for your final challenge.
My tough financial, yes.
Luca was giving us classes when we were doing our final challenge for MBA on the example of the strategy for Tesla, and it was breathtaking, literally. Super interesting. Thank you so much. Then
Thank you.
To another session.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Hey.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Now I'm passing the lead to our coordinator, Raquel. She will be introducing our next speaker and our next session. Meanwhile, guys, don't forget to apply to the Founder Institute Fellowship opportunity. I've already shared the link, but I share it another time. Hi, Raquel. I'm disappearing.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Well, so we have the pleasure to have Alberto Levi this evening with us. He will be talking about ideation, innovation, and creativity. So first, let me introduce you and tell you a little bit more about Alberto. Alberto is the director of Founder Institute Madrid and Aspen Institute alumni and international MBA professor at IE Business School. In the past years, he's helped with high-impact startups and corporations in 4 continents to change the world in roles such as mentor, advisor, and board member. His active presence is seen not only in corporations and universities, but also in prisons and active war zones. Alberto is an international lecturer, technology and marketing consultant, executive strategist, and a very creative soul. With a successful career bringing innovation to various industries, he has worked in more than 15 countries, 1,500 projects, and 300 clients, including many Fortune 500 companies. So Alberto is an award-winning computer engineer who mixes art with technology to tell stories in non-traditional ways. He's co-founder of Plenty, holds a master's degree from New York University in interactive telecommunications, and has been a featured speaker for the World Economic Forum, Singularity University, TED, Indian Institute of Technology, University of California, Harvard Business Review Summit, MIT, Oracle Leaders Circle, amongst many others. So welcome, Alberto, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
No, thank you. I was here in backstage waiting for my video to arrive. Thank you very much. And when you hear that I was in prisons, I was visiting. So it is clear. But some of you know, I know there are some of my students here. You know that I've been detained a couple of times, but this is topic for another moment. Thank you. So I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna tell you. Let me see. Let me get my screen and make sure that you all can see properly. I think that's the one. Okay. I imagine that you cannot see my screen, right?
No, we cannot see your screen.
Okay. Let me see now. Can you see now?
Yeah, it is fine now.
But now, can you see it full or?
Yeah, it is full.
It is full. Perfect. See, technology. So thank you, Raquel. Thank you, Anastasia, once more, and thank you for those who are hanging out with us since 4, and you might have seen me before here a couple hours ago. But now we're going to talk about. I love this. Ideation, innovation, creativity must have entrepreneurial skills. And this summit has been amazing so far. I think it's like reading a very good magazine, and you see different perspectives of innovation, talking about startups, entrepreneurial mindset. And when we were talking about the summit a couple of months ago with Anastasia, we were thinking, hey, what would be a good topic? And some of you've been with me in my classes on design thinking or innovation. I want to give a different take with this material. So I'm a founder. I have founded many companies. Not necessarily all of them have been or are successful, but I keep on founding. And recently, 2 weeks ago, I just started 2 other companies related to innovation. I'm also a technologist because, as you might know, my first startup, I was 11 years old, and it was based on technology. And so I speak technology in a way, but I'm also an artist. I had the opportunity to have pieces of art installations in different parts of the world. And I'm also a preacher, not in the religious sense, but I like to talk about innovation. But at the end, I'm a designer, and entrepreneurs are designers, right? Some of you might know one of my projects. This is brain art, that I design things with my brain activity. So this is one event that I was performing back in the days. This is Bucaramanga. This is in Colombia. And so when we talk about design and relating design to entrepreneurship, and you might ask, but design what? You know, we have to design new business, new products, new services, new experiences, new companies. But not only this, we should be designing new leaders, new professionals, new industries, and design the present and the future. For me, to be an entrepreneur is to be a maker, is to be a designer. So I don't know if you, I'm sure you know this kid, not that kid anymore. And Einstein used to say, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used to create them. And it's funny how we say things because we're trying to apply old formulas that maybe worked with old problems and trying to solve the new problems with them. And it might be the wrong thing to do. So, what do we need to design a better future? Okay, this guy said, all you need is love. If you don't know them, you must do some research. But they say, hey, all you need is love, but maybe we need something more. Maybe we need to have new ideas, right? To innovate, to transform. But for sure, we need to impact. And wait, impact. Impact is also love. So maybe the Beatles were right. And about innovation, is that easy to innovate? Maybe we're getting into this innovation thing now, and you might think, is it late? Maybe it's not late. But look at this. Only 25% of new products launched by established companies will be successful. But read it again, the other way around. 75% of new products launched by established companies will what? Will not be successful. Maybe they will even fail. But why? Why? And those are established companies, meaning that they've done this in the past. If they're established, they were successful in something. But the world is changing so fast, so much, that maybe those formulas are not good anymore, right? So one example I like to give is, for instance, why do we still, for instance, let's say we were going to buy clothes, right? And we go to a store, and in the stores, usually, I'm talking like brick and mortar. You go, retail. You go, I don't know, to Corte Inglés. You go to Zara, and you go and you look for clothes. But what are the sizes of clothes that are available? You can write in the chat. What are the sizes? You go to Zara, and then you go and you look at the clothes, and what are the sizes that we find? Nobody writing in the chat? The chat? Thank you very much, Surav. Quick hands. Huang, also thank you very much. You can find small, medium, large, maybe extra small, extra large, extra large. You know what? But you have a very limited assortment of sizes. And guess what? None of those sizes are ours. They're not. We have to fit in those clothes. It's not the way around. Why don't we stop to think about this? And we think that's normal, that's okay. Let's try to fit those clothes. There's always a problem. Maybe you can go to a tailor, but not everyone can afford to go to a tailor. And then we have to fit on those clothes. Come on, we have today technology and those things that allow us to scan the human body, right? Some of those, they have like 3 cameras, 4 cameras, 5 cameras. They have light radars, and I'm not kidding. You know what I'm talking about. They have LiDAR. We can have our 3D image of our body, right? So we can kind of easily have our right measurements. So why don't we go to Zara, show our measurements, and they print our clothes? It's being done in a couple of companies and a couple of retail stores. There's a machine that can do clothes on the fly. It takes 15 minutes, but it's still something that sounds like science fiction. So why we're not using technology for a better use? We're just generating waste. I mean, the other example that I gave is like a car company. They launch the car and wait for you to buy. And usually that's the strategy with everyone. But why not the other way around? Do you want it? Pay me, give me the money, and I'll build it for you. Then I know it's already sold, right? We don't need to have that inventory here anymore. So when we think about, and we talk about, and we see things like Indiegogo and Kickstarter, those are 3D printing machines. But no, we're waiting, we're doing the same thing over and over again. And now we're going to do with electric cars, we're going to do the same error again. So, and I'm sure you know this, right? And you know that those cars, yellow cabs, most of those, they are still properly working. Maybe not of those on the top without the motor, but they're out of business, and they were put out of the business. One day you will wake up and you find out you've been Ubered. One day, and the important thing here is not that you've been Ubered, is that it happened overnight, and you're not expecting this. And in the last panel, we were talking about corporations, and corporations are waking up, most of them, too late. And they talk about digital transformation. What we need is a cultural transformation, because these things are coming. But who is part of this transformation? The big corporations, not as much in terms of speed than the new ones, right? So great ideas, they are coming to the market every day. Every minute, they are coming to the market. Let's see if you recognize some of them. What is it? Do you know what is this? Okay, it's a burger. But what type of burger? What would be a novelty or a disruption or innovation in a burger? Anyone? You can write down. No? Yes, there are messages coming. Beyond meat. Yes. Vegan. Yes. Beyond meat. We're thinking there are other options now. There are other ways of doing things. This is artificial meat. And a couple of years ago, we were talking about the Frankenburger, right? With the serum of a cow to make burgers. Now we're talking about new types of burgers. We're transforming burgers. We talked about flying cars, right? Let's see if we have the audio. So is this? I'll wait for the audio to go away. So is this the flying car we were expecting when they say, hey, we can have flying cars? It's not a science fiction anymore, or something more like this, right? And this is SkyDrive, and we had this in the summit. The CEO of SkyDrive. There's a new generation of flying cars, and why not? Why cars can fly? And we're not asking why not frequently enough. Let's watch this video.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah, bud?
I think I got my period.
Let me help you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
I'm gonna get you
Sorry.
laid on that.
Do you have a tampon? Yeah. Thanks. Just part of growing up. Come here. I'm on my period.
Me too.
So why we're not asking new questions? Why we're not, changing the paradigm of things, letting things to be less taboo, and having a different take on everything. Do you recognize this? Let's see. This is kind of a new thing. Let's see what you say in the chat. What is this? What do you think it is? Maybe you know what is this. I mean, this is the first frame of a video I'm gonna show you. Any idea what this might be? Now I'm showing you. Nobody wrote anything. Okay, if you like boxing matches and you know who Mike Tyson is, he's been sponsored by this company. So this company is Smart Cups. So what they say is that when we take liquid drinks from one place to the other, I mean, the volume is huge, the weight is huge. So instead of transporting the liquid and the bottles, we're just transporting cups. So when you got the cup and you just pour water, and then it becomes a drink. Could be a smart drink like Gatorade, could be a margarita, could be anything. So what they do is that they 3D print water. They 3D print liquid, not water. So this thing in the bottle, when it gets with the water, it mixes. And there you go. You have less impact. And thank you, Luke Aders. Thank you for writing down. And look at this. This is amazing. And why not think like this? But what do those ideas have in common? What do they have in common? They are creative? Yeah, I say, hey, those are creative. Those are innovative? Yeah, maybe. But they are also the result of nonlinear thinking. When we study regularly. Usually, we study in a very silo way, right? We study to be an engineer. We study to be someone from communications, like psychologist. But we're much more rich than that. We should be able to be exposed to a lot of things. And when we have just one point of view or a few points of view, the connection, it's easy, it's fast, but it's very linear. It's very, at the end, it's very poor. And we cannot see other opportunities. Why can't I see other things? And then we have really poorly designed startups, ideas, products, and services. We look at this. This is from my time. This is what is this? This is so ugly. Why can't we do things better? So when we put engineers, or just designers, or just dancers, or just, we need to mix more. We need to be more multidisciplinary. Come on, don't you think that the Wikipedia interface is really bad? It really, really bad. But we might say, hey, it works. Yeah, but no, why not mixing art and technology? Why not make this thing to work with a little bit more, elan, a little bit more, to make this thing sexier? Come on, LinkedIn? Come on, interface is really awful. You might remember this. The first mice, the mouse that you use in your computer, zero ergonomics. Okay, it was a breakthrough. I don't know if you remember, there was the first one was designed by Xerox. This is a Microsoft one, but those are the mice, and was a big revolution, but we had a lot of opportunity to make this thing better. That's why some operating systems are different from the others. I mean, it's not that now we don't have a lot of talent and artists involved, but you can clearly see how things are designed and well designed from the beginning. Look at this. Start with the top one. So, hey, this might be a cool idea. Let's give these kids a pencil, right? And that says, too cool to do drugs. But come on, the kids are gonna use this pencil, right? They're gonna sharpen this pencil. And then the two is missing. And then you're gonna have a lot of kids, with text in their pencil saying cool to do drugs, and then do drugs, and then just drugs. So come on, it seems a very good idea, but you cannot have just designers or just engineers. We need to put everyone together. Look at this picture. You might say, yeah, I recognize this picture. I'm from the UK. I know that's Westminster Bridge, and I know that's the Big Ben. And maybe some of you just passed there, but there's like a kind of like Easter egg hidden here. Look at the shadow. So look at the shadow. That this is a big attraction. It's a tourist attraction now that you go to see that those big shadows that are made by this bridge in the UK. So is it by design or is it just flaw? Or maybe they're not silly as we are today looking those things. But things can go really bad. Imagine anything, oh, I can innovate, I'm very creative. So let me get a golf ball and paint it in a way that if this thing goes to the bushes, I will never find this thing. It's not just a matter of doing things differently, but you need some brain behind things. Look at this. It's an elephant. We want to make this into a park attraction. And yeah, but it's easy. Let's do something like this. And it's not matter of lack of money and vision. Because look at this horrible car. If you don't recognize it, I suggest you take a look at what is this thing. It is awful. Hey, you don't have to agree. It's awful. And people are going to pay for this. Imagine a couple of years, this thing will be even more awful than it is today. So when we have more options, it's multidisciplinary, we start to see things in a different way, we start to have more experience, we see there's not just two options of 2 points, we start to have this mash of opportunities and possibilities. And it's not just engineers, not just designers. We should be, using both sides of the brain when we want to design our new product or service. You might recognize this guy, Da Vinci. He used to call this the arte scienza. Arte scienza is the mix of these two worlds. But these two worlds, they're more natural to the human beings than the way we study it, than the way we learn that we're putting in this box. And there's another thing that's called the cross-pollination between industries. And this has to be incentivized. We have to foster this cross-pollination between disciplines and industries and sectors and companies. And we see the best companies, they're the ones that understand much more than the core business, because they have to understand about people, consumers, the world, trends. And when we just see a few dots, we can't see a lot. But when you can see a lot of dots, we can start to make things that could transcend. This, by the way, is a picture, a painting by Chuck Close, an artist that would paint. It's amazing. Those pictures, those paintings, they're very big. And Chuck Close used to go and paint almost every pixel to make portraits like this. But the question is, can we do amazing things? Do we need all the money in the world? Do we have the mental ability? Do we have the capacity to do this? Can we be creative? Listen, we are natural born creatives. Studies show that children have a high level of creativity before starting school. And you can watch kids. They see an ant, they play with the small rocks. Anything can be a world of possibilities. They have a vivid imagination. But at 7 years old, only 10% maintain that ranking of creativity. What happens between them before that and that 7 years old? Is that they go to school, right? And only 2% of adults are considered creative. The world is turning us into non-creative people. Non-creative behaviors learned. We're natural. Thank you, Cecilia. The problem begins at school. They put us in a classroom where we naturally, we might learn differently. Maybe a more visual than you are. Maybe my development is different, my interests are different, and then we all go to the same box, and then we have to normalize this box, and usually if you were on the top, you're dragged down. If you're down, you kind of lost. So maybe it's not the best way of doing this, but we keep on doing this, not only in early school, but we've been doing this over and over and over again. The day-to-day life of every one of us, usually most of us, come on, is a series of repetitive tasks. We do this, we wake up at the same time, we do this, and then we don't have room for getting to know new things, to contemplate, to stop and see the sky. We're not doing this. I want to do something with you. I'm saying that we don't have a lot of interaction on the chat, but I want to do something, and I want to do an exercise with you. Please help me out. I want this to be successful, but it depends on you. It's a 5-minute exercise, and I need you to do it. Of course, I cannot see if you're doing it or not, but please be a good sport and do it. Okay, let me explain what it is. So it's called the 50 uses. Actually, this is an adaptation. I like to do this 100 uses, but I'll explain what it is. Okay, you're going to have 5 minutes. I'm going to show you an object, and you have to write down 50 uses of this object, for this object, in 5 minutes. I'm not doing breakout rooms. I'm not grading you on this. You're going to do by yourself. You can get like another window in a computer. You can write it down, but be prepared. Get something to write down, and I'll show you an object again, and I'll start the clock. The next slide should be, thank you. Gaurav was like, cheering, let's do this. And you have 5 minutes to write down 50 uses for this object, okay? So I'll show the object, and then I'll start the clock. So be prepared. So, ready? I'm gonna get the object. Is this? Yes, it's a pillow. Okay? Think about 50 different uses of the pillow, and the time starts now. Thank you, Takia. Thank you, Raquel. Sarav, go on. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. Let's do this. Write down 50 uses for this pillow. No music. Just brain. 50 different uses for a pillow. What can we do with a pillow? Thank you, Anastasia. If you want to get help, get help. Get your roomies, your mom. Less than 4 minutes. Come on. Crush that brain. Yes, 50. Some people are asking, 50 really? Yeah, 50. If you want to do more, you can do more. At least 50. Just 10 per minute. So every 6 seconds, you need a new use for that pillow. Three minutes left. You should have 20 uses by now. Well done, Lynn. 20 is a good number. 30 to go. Or you're just laughing that you didn't have 20. I wish. So it's half time. Should have 25. Think. If you have a pillow around you, take a look at it. Get it. We have 2 minutes left. We should have 30 users already. Although it might be getting harder and harder. Not the pillow, the exercise. Anastasia is saying, it would be fair if you're also right. That's one of the advantages of being the speaker. A minute 15 seconds. Fernando is already giving you some tips, some ideas. Less than a minute, the last 10. Come on. Squeeze that brain. What can we do with it? Don't help them, Fernando. Don't help them. Hide cash. Oh, you're doing great. I'm starting to see some people publishing their exercise. Okay, 16 seconds left. And the countdown starting on 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. So I think it was too easy for you, right? Count and write down how many you managed to do it. Sleep, sex, lending, or is sleep, sex, and lending? Sleep, sex, lending, Cushing from Bungie. 14. Don't say only. 14, Maria. 14. What else? Who else? 31. Oh, see what? Oh, that's good. 16. Okay. It's fine, Ethan. 16. Oh, it's coming. It's becoming a magic number. 17. Leon, dog bed, true. Cat bed, yeah. Rat bed, too. Object to make this exercise with. Very good, Victoria. I like the way you think. Cushing for bungee jump. Halloween costumes. Didn't anyone put like to man, this is awful, but to kill someone? Not an insect, Cecilia. It's like, you've seen the movie, right? People, I'm not saying you should do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. But yeah, I listed murder. But yes, murder's in my list. So we have 31, we have 16s, we have 17s. We have, I'm not even going to count because I don't want to pregnant costume, Marcos. That's a good one. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Absolutely. 18, fake snow. Fake snow? Yeah, I can see that. That's a good one. Fake snow, Ahmad. Very good. Very good. So, wall insulation. Yeah, like someone already wrote that, right? The insulation thing, like blocking the sound. So let me address it. Piece of clothes. Imagination. Think about different scenarios where you can use this object. So usually and some of you, you're my students. I think I told you, some of you, that I imagine scenarios. If I'm on a desert island, how can I use this? Takeya already, bringing us fight. Yeah, of course, pillow fight. You're right. For baby, armrest, sleep, leg rest, back assistance, you're good. But think about different scenarios. So I see that, Takeya she's thinking about the way he's sitting, right? So what can I do with this? Maybe that's my back support. Maybe it's for my elbows. And when you start to think about different scenarios, you start seeing different uses for this. The thing is, and usually don't say this in my class, is that if you're not able to imagine different scenarios, even in your life you just have very few scenarios, of course you're going to have fewer uses for this technology, for this object. If you just stay at home because we're doing this at home, you start losing and forgetting about being in other places, being at the beach, being in the mountain, being in the public transport. And then we start seeing different things. Cecilia uses to put under the laptop, dining chair pad. Ahmad, thinking about the chips and what Ahmad is doing after the talk and getting something to eat. Used to make a camping setup, protected for sun or rain. Yeah. So imagine being outside now. So we start to see the correlation of possibilities with different scenarios that we can imagine in our minds. If we have a very limited set of scenarios, again, the results won't be that good. I'm going to do another exercise, and Saurav, we're going to say, oh no, this again. But remember, Saurav, you were very successful in the first time. And although some of you might have done this in the past, I'm going to show all of you what is this. I want you to try something different. Now you're not working in groups. I want you to do it individually. And if you don't know about Chindogu, and I always suffer with the pronunciation of this, if there's any Japanese assistants here, Chindogu or something like this. So I'll explain what it is, right? This is an example of Chindogu. Chindogu is also known as useless Japanese inventions. So another example, I like this baby example, is that the baby is learning how to crawl, and we put this clothes on the baby. And the baby, while he's learning to crawl, is also cleaning the house. It's the baby Roomba. This is another Chindogu. This is, when you're going to wake, you set up the alarm. When the alarm, and we want to press the button of the snooze, the snooze button of the alarm, so you hurt yourself and you don't go back to bed. Or if you're too lazy to get the crumbs out of the floor, use this. Or it's really hard to put your eye drops, and this amazing technology, you get it right. Or you go in the morning, and if you speak Chinese, you can see that it says, "Wake me up," and the name of the station. I don't speak Chinese. Someone just told me this. So you have this amazing device, and you're not hitting anyone on the way. And the spike away, and in times of COVID, this is a great thing. We should have the spike away, when you walk on the streets, the spike away. So you have this thing that's made of plastic, and it's folded in your bag, and you take it out, and then you can wear this. And so people are going to respect your personal space. Or the pizza fork, or this amazing device when spring comes. Or if you have to use an umbrella, and you need to use an umbrella and tie, you have to use the tie. Or this amazing device that you blow in your hair, your wet hair when you walk into school. Or my number one Chindogu of all times, you ask someone to scratch your bag and they never get it right. And then with us, they got it right. And so you can guide the person scratching your bag properly. So imagine what you're going to do now. We're going to do in 5 minutes our Chindogu. And you know that you are all creative, but Chindogu has instructions and Yeah, and rules. So the instructions are just think about problems. You're gonna have 5 minutes, not 8, and then you just come with a new idea. And the instructions and the rules are something for everyday use, cannot be on sale. You cannot find this already on the streets. Cannot be created as just as a joke. Cannot contain political or religious propaganda, and cannot promote prejudices. Okay, so we're gonna have 5 minutes to work with us, and we're starting now. So sit down. Usually, the way I do it, I'm gonna give you some tips. Write down problems or think of problems. Could be any problem. Problem that my roommate gets home and we just have one key, and I had to drop the key, but the key, if I drop on the street, could be a problem. Maybe the problem is that I live in the third floor. There's no elevator. How can I get the heavy grocery shopping up? Could be now there's a problem of handshaking. How can I solve the problem of handshaking? And now I speak, and because of the mask, people can see my mouth, and it's really bad for communication. Maybe problems are everywhere, everywhere. But don't think them. Thank you, Maria. I like the way you think. So this is a multi-use cushion. This is a slip sex landing cushion. Perfect. Give me 3, because I do a lot of landing. Very good. So think we have 3 minutes and a half almost. Write it down. Write it down. Problems, and then you see how can we tackle this problem. Not in a traditional way. Come on. This class is about ideation, innovation, creativity, and we are allowing ourselves to think differently. And I'm not making advertising for a computer company. You don't have to make the business plan of your idea. You can draw a little bit, you can put some bullets, you can, get in the main characteristics of it, but do not forget to give a good name for it. A good name is also part of the soul of your invention. That's why we don't have a lot of startups without a name, or rock bands. Two and a half minutes. This is half time. You can have more than one idea, it's fine. But when you have 3 good ideas, stop having ideas. Lynn, I really like the way you think. That is very good. We're starting to see, but what is the name is Spider-Man socks? Or is just a reference? Because the name is important. The Spidey Cat. Spidey Cat. That's good. That's good. If you want to publish and share, please follow the lead of Lean. See easy, Surab is saying. Why prefer eyeglasses? The fog of the mask? Absolutely. That's a need. It's not even like a nice to have. That's a good one. You have already, you're validating really quick your idea here, Surab. Very good. We have a minute, around a minute. Do not forget, a good name can help you a lot. And don't name your project Z32F. What is the name of Elon Musk's son again? Oh my God. I like him. I'm not kidding. But silent shoes. What, Ali? So I can walk around my house. Oh, that's a good one, Ali. Silent shoes. It's like the old movie, right? You're getting a house. No son. Pre-order starting soon. The dream pillow. See, pillow became an inspiration. It's not just, sex lending pillow, is also dream pillow. Tell us more about that. 12 seconds, 10 seconds, 8 seconds, and 3, 2, 1. I'll record your dream. Now we're going science fiction here. Well done, everyone. Let me hear more ideas. We had the dream pillow that's recording your dream. The date of your dream, the images of your dream. What is doing? What is he doing? I'm intrigued now. That's a good one. What else? What else? Any other ideas? There's some good ones coming. If you're too shy, you don't want to share, it's fine. I'm not grading you, so do not worry. One more, and I promise I'll keep on. I just have like 3 more minutes on my talk anyway. Malnutrition, health challenge, fruit business, smart agribusiness. What? Girls' time, a face mask that perfectly applies full makeup on your face direct. Oh, hey, that's a good one. Boom, in one application. You peel it up, you prepare, you have maybe already pre-prepared. It's your night fix, your evening, your afternoon and your morning. It's already there and you just apply. That's a good one. Brainlax hat that gives you a massage. Oh, Raquel, I want one of those. And pillow again. The pillow, I mean, it got into your conscience. So going back here, I want to finish in time, and I love this exercise, and I hope you had fun doing it, even if it's the second time. Chindogu. Chindogu is really cool because we cannot be creative without boundaries. So when you're struggling about, hey, I'm curious about that startup thing, to be an entrepreneur, I don't know what to do. And you start thinking about solutions, but that's the wrong way of thinking. The best way of thinking is about problems. How can we solve problems? What is bothering? What can be changed in your life, someone else's lives, in the world? This exercise, it's fun, but at the same time, it's very serious because it establishes those rules for creativity. You cannot just sit down and, are you going to be creative, or tell someone be creative? You have to establish those boundaries. What is the problem to be solved? What is bothering me or the world? And then when you do this in a team, is also, team building, communication, and then quick prototype. I'm sure some of you even made a sketch, some drawings about your idea. If it's the pillow, if it's the mask, if it's, I totally saw that cat, the cat socks. Those are really good ideas because you're solving problem, and someone would benefit from that. That cat thing, I see so many people benefit from this. And Surab is already validating even his solution for the glasses. So for the mobile move, Cecilia is nonstop now, like coming with great ideas, behind great ideas. But for the conclusion, I'm going to show you a video, and then I have 3 sentences I want to show you. So let's watch this movie, please. what about this? We can say it's innovative, we say it's creative. That's amazing. You know, how long does it take to print one of those houses? Any idea? Any idea? Write it down. Any idea how long does it take to print one of those houses? You're right, 24 hours. Do you know the price? Any idea on how much it costs to make the structure of the house? I'm not talking about furniture, you know, the house. What is the price? Right on, right on. It was $3,000. It was $3,000, and now it's more than 1,200. So what Ryan said is around that. Maybe there's other technologies that are bringing this thing even down. But come on, a house, and it looks nice, right? It looks really nice. I mean, you can make it better, and then you have to put the glasses on, and but come on, we can have affordable houses and the size we want. We have the technology for that. And of course, the technology was more affordable, but it's not just about the technology, it's about the use of this technology. This is what I meant when I was talking about the different dots. If you just see this as a 3D printer, this will be a 3D printer forever. But if you see this as an enabler to make an impact, and you see the problem, and you see that there's a way of applying that technology to solve this problem, then you really can transcend, and then you can really be innovative. So to be innovative, we have to unlearn all those things that we learned. Remember that we talked about that thing in school, that suddenly school and life made us not creative? So to come back to innovation, we have to unlearn things that we learned. We have to start collaborating with people from not only from our industries, but other industries. We have to start seeing these other dots that we stop seeing it, but they're all there. We have to be bold and have an impact to innovate. And be bold, meaning not just do more of the same. How can we be better? How can we make different? How can we have an impact? How can we innovate? For me, the entrepreneurs, the designers, are the new philosophers. Remember the French Revolution? You know, now we are the new philosophers. We're able to think and talk and more, stretch a little bit, and then we're able to implement, to innovate, and change the future and generate impact. And remember, impact is love, going back to the Beatles. Thank you very much, Anastasia. Большое спасибо. And if there are questions, happy to try to answer them.
Thank you so much, Alberto. Hey guys, yeah, Raquel.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Raquel.
Yeah, it was very interesting. Okay, so if anyone has some questions, feel free to ask Alberto. Let me check the chat. So Alberto, yeah, a question here. You say like we have to think like non-linear thinking and like be creative, innovate. But how do you think like we should learn like how do you think we can improve that? Like how do you think someone can get better? Because it's not easy. Like with the pillow thing, it was actually hard like to come up with different uses. So what recommendations or advice would you give us to have more ideas?
And as it is a muscle, you have to train and be ready. If you do this exercise many times with different things, we start to see a pattern and a way of doing it, and then you have your own way of doing this. The thing is that there is a paper, I forgot the author of the paper, that says that when you hear a new song, imagine that you, Raquel, said, hey, Alberto, listen to this. It's from my country or part of my childhood or something that I heard recently. And if I'm open to hear that, to listen to that song, this will trigger in my mind other possibilities of listening to different songs. If I'm not open to listen to that song that you suggested me, I'm listening to the same radio station. You know, for me, it's just reggaeton, 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 or Russian reggaeton. I don't know whether Anastasia listens. It's going to be all the same. And there's this feedback loop that wouldn't allow me to go out of it. So it's very important to get out of routine, to be exposed, to be out of your comfort zone. You know, to go to a museum, to stop in the streets and see the sky. We're not doing this. We're going from point A to point B. We're allowing, you know, life to consume our living. So to be creative, it's about connections. But if you don't see those references, you're exposed to new things, we cannot connect them. So we're gonna, you know, just build the same thing over and over again. Recently, a director of a company that, you know, they make $9 billion per year. We had dinner. He says, and he's this really smart guy. He says, "Help me." How can I help you? You have a $9 billion company. The thing is, I have the smartest board you can imagine. Two things are happening. They're having the same idea over and over again. Second, they all say yes to whatever I say. So we need to get out of this feedback loop that's happening. And ask, hey, and how often do you renew your board to have other people coming? Renewing my board? Never. They are my board, people I trust. Yeah, maybe you need to refresh that a little bit and to be challenged. Doesn't mean you have to agree to everything that's said. But now you cannot leave that feedback loop. And to be creative is a little bit of this, is to have all those different stimuli coming from different places. Sorry, it was not a short answer, but I wanted to expand on this.
Yes, no, thank you. Great. Okay, so yeah, someone is asking, what skills? Okay, yeah, I think it's actually time. Well, so entrepreneurs are made, not born, right? Well, that's you explaining a little bit.
So sorry. Let me.
Yeah.
So the one that entrepreneurs. So Victoria is saying, so entrepreneurs are made, not born, right? Yeah, not born. We're made. The thing is, I don't think it's that genetics. I think is the environment. You know, when you talk, there are different cultures that motivate you to be an entrepreneur. We see some cultures that when you were 6 years old, you're already selling lemonade. You know, and you're learning how to speak in public. In other cultures, no, it's different. You know, entrepreneurs that, you know, give you the tools and or not even give you the tools. It's like, you know, try to figure it out. And this is how it starts. Alberto, some book you recommend? I'll get there, Cecilia. I think there's another one here. What skills we need to have to see the problems that nobody can find the potential in? Do you have any technique to practice seeing things differently? So, yeah, I'm always connected. I travel a lot. Now I'm grounded because of that, you know, that COVID thing. But I'm always exposed to different things. When at the beginning, Raquel was saying, and Alberto is also seen in prisons and war zones. And, you know, is how can I be out of my comfort zone? You know, to be a war zone. I was in Stepanakert, Nagorno-Karabakh, and you read the news, what's going on there, and it's still gonna go on for a while. And to be in a prison and to be, you know, as an engineer, to become also to add the artist side. So everything helps me to see different truths. So my technique is to talk to people that don't have the same background as myself and collaborate with them. So this helps a lot in the design of new things. Some book. Sorry. Raquel, go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead if you were gonna say something.
No, I was going to talk the book. There people were asking about the book.
I'm very sorry. I think we need to switch to the next session because it's already time and we are out of time.
Okay. Yeah, but thank you so much, Alberto, for your time and for sharing your knowledge with us. It was
maybe you could type it in the chat, Alberto.
I'll write them down. Those are two that are hanging out in my desk. I can recommend those. Okay.
Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you so much, and thank you everyone for attending this session. And we'll see you soon. Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you
Pleasure.
so much, Alberto.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and good evening, Rob. We have the pleasure to have this evening Rob Defeo with us. He will be talking about customer-driven development. So first, let me introduce you to Rob. Rob is a startup advocate at Amazon Web Services, host of Startup Engineering Podcast and YouTube channel, helping tech entrepreneurs. So Rob spends his time helping startups build their products. He mentors startups, CTOs, and founders as they begin their journey through to scaling their businesses. He's helped many of Europe's largest startups and startup institutions, including Techstars, Deliveroo, Skyscanner, and Starling Bank, to scale their platforms and meet global demand. Rob is now focused on working with the startup communities across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Prior to Amazon, Rob was the founder of artificial intelligence startup Jimbo and was technical lead of Expedia's innovation division, building one of the industry's earliest chat interfaces. So welcome, Rob, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you very much for the invite and the very kind introduction. So I'm going to explain about this session, but first of all, I want to make it as interactive as possible. So I'm going to try as best as possible to have the chat bot open at the side, and please feel free, Raquel and the rest of the team, to jump in with questions from people as we go through, and we'll make sure we leave some time at the end of it as well. So what I'm going to be talking about today is customer development, which is it's really, I think about it like this, the process of figuring out who you're building for and what you're building for them. And over my various experiences doing startups and in large companies, I've used a lot of these techniques, but not enough of them. And that I'll be talking about today. So I've definitely failed at times, but sometimes I've been successful, and there's more that I wish I'd done. And a lack of customers willing to buy your product is the single greatest threat to your business. But the good news is there is something you can really do about that. And so let me introduce myself as well. Additionally, like, I come from a technical background, and a lot of the work that I do is really focused about building the product and making it scale, making it reliable, making it secure. So you might wonder, well, like, why am I talking about this product, this topic, and not something more technical? And the real simple reason is because this is something that is incredibly important and something that I failed at doing, which was one of the biggest problems that I wasn't able to progress when we were building the startup. So let's dive in and see what we're talking about. So this quote here, I'll read it out, actually, make it nice and easy. So more startups fail from a lack of customers than from a failure of product development. And this is so true. And it's really a core insight from Steve Blank, who's an entrepreneur, an educator, and a writer, and someone you should really be familiar with, and often known as the customer development guy. There are some instances where engineering has fallen down and a company has died as a result, but they are really few and far between. Now, especially when you have some of the new cloud providers and SaaS services to build on, this is really not a problem that you're seeing in this current generation of startups. But you do constantly hear startups saying, we just couldn't get traction. We weren't having growth, which is basically saying we couldn't get customers. So this is why we have many methodologies for developing software. And that goes back to like the 60s, and we've gone from waterfall, extreme programming, agile development, rapid application development, spiral development, and a few others for figuring out how to develop, but almost none for figuring out what customers actually want. So the best development process in the world will not matter if nobody wants what you're building. So an example here of the power of customer demand, trumping engineering ability. A fantastic one is Twitter. So Twitter early on, really, they had a poor product back end and experience. They had big product development issues. But what they did have was customers who really, really, really wanted that product. And they were tolerating all kinds of problems with the platform going down. And it took a long, long time before they got it fixed. It took years, in fact. Mark Zuckerberg is quoted as famously calling Twitter a clown car that fell into a gold mine. And I think this is kind of a really sort of visual but funny picture about the reality there. And then when I mentor and work with startups, some of the key topics are, security, viability, but really Twitter disproved so much of this. They disproved that reliability, it can be trumped by an extreme customer demand. So this is the key thing to take away from the whole talk really is that. So if you can create this problem for yourself, or at least have the positive half of it, as in getting a product that customers really want. So let's figure out how we do this. To start off with, you actively want to try and discover what it is that they want. So we have Eric Ries here. Many of you will be aware of him, and he is the author of The Lean Startup. And he's a student of Blank, who we spoke about earlier. And he said that we really need to learn what customers really want, not what they say they want or what they think they should want. So, and this resonates strongly with me, especially as an Amazonian, because our vision statement is we seek to become the Earth's most customer-centric company. And it's our first leadership principle or tenet is customer obsession. But this really doesn't mean that the customer is always right. You have to help the customer help figure out what they want sometimes. So what's unspoken here is that you want to do all this learning upfront quickly. And the one way to learn an idea is valid is to hire 30 engineers and spend 3 years building your vision. But if you've got it wrong, and there's a very, very, very good chance you have, especially first, you're dead. You run out of money, you run out of resources, you run out of energy. And then you only give yourself one shot. So another quote that I really like here to kind of bring this to life is from Cindy Alvarez. And she's the author of the Lean Customer Development. And it extends this even further. It's the ability to learn faster than your competitors is really the only sustainable advantage, or the only sustainable competitive advantage. And I think this is especially true for startups. If that's something that you can start at the beginning and carry on forwards, then you're really going to be able to grow and develop. So now let's think about customer development. And it really is a process of discovering and validating what your customers, market, and solution really is. And what Blank, Ries, and Alvarez and other proponents have produced is a set of guidelines to do this. And they really add rigor and process into finding your customers in the same way we've added that same rigor into building software. And while customer development is an ongoing practice that you really should be continuing all along, especially with your product and engineering development, it offers one of the most valuable things prior to starting to build anything in the engineering. And even before raising money. And you can even do this before fully committing to an idea. What you're really doing is validating your hypothesis. And it's up to then you can figure out if it's really something that is worth building. Now, it's not a silver bullet, and there really are no silver bullets inside of building a business and finding customers and becoming successful. But what you can do is you can remove some of the dead ends, the bad ideas early on. And then you can start to point yourself in a more viable direction and really just adjust the odds a little bit more in your favor. So this is the fundamental loop. And this kind of describes a lot of what we're talking about. It's a very simple loop, and it's been the basis of many frameworks. So there's a military theorist called John Boyd, and he describes this as the OODA loop. And that stands for observe, orient, decide, and act. He basically said the winner of any conflict with the one that can go through this loop the quickest. So the heart of this is something that we might call the learn, build, learn cycle. And we conduct research or run experiments, take actions based on what we learn and repeat. and then adjusting or course correcting until we have some validation that we're moving in the right direction. Note that in the early iterations, after you've learned something, what you start building isn't really your product, but it's more research and more experiments. You want to do this before you're committing significant engineering effort. Because if what you learn is that there is no market, or it's too small, or you're targeting it incorrectly, or that your solution is the wrong one for the market, then you don't want to have all this wasted effort or going in the wrong direction. So once you have some validation that you've found a viable customer in a viable market who the needs can be met with a viable solution, then you start building something in a serious way. So each of these notions, they're starting to gain traction, and it's largely due to the lean startup movement. But you'll see the cult, if you like, of the visionary founder. This person with insights that are just unavailable to anybody else. They're able to look around corners, see through walls, even things that people can't see as possible. And this type of engineer is often the person who people want to be for themselves. And it's the very model of this visionary engineer is often Steve Jobs. And as much as I like Apple, and I'm reading, and I'm presenting in front of an Apple presentation now, I don't think the formula is correct. And perhaps it's not for the reason that might be the most obvious when you think about it. And that is, it's not that, you are Steve Jobs because no one else is Steve Jobs. And that is true, but it's not really the point. The idea that Steve Jobs had these, or the thought that I had these ideas in his head, they came fully formed, and it's just not true. And it's just never seen in the most visionary products and the most visionary founders. So let's just kind of have a little look at what really happened with Jobs' most iconic product, the iPhone. So it went through the lean build, learn cycle with the iPhone too, And it was not this brand new thing when it launched. It was a culmination of 4 decades of work by a lot of people. So if the top left, the Dynabook, and that's created by Alan Kay in the late 60s. But it was never built. This is actually just a cardboard prototype. And Jobs was a big fan of that, and he really wanted Apple to build it. So in '84, it built it. Instead, Apple fired him, but he must have left some sort of seed around, because early '90s, Apple released the Newton message pad, and it had these touch screen covered with icons. And in '96, the Palm Pilot launched, which is like a big success, though it really only let you do one thing, and that was just to take notes. And in the early days, the inventor of this, Jeff Hawkins, he would carry around this wooden block, and he would kind of pretend to do these fake doodles with a chopstick on it. And that was really just to make sure that it felt right, and give a validation of the form factor. Then in 2001, you have the iPod. And it's a huge success, and really Apple discovers there's a market for beautiful little pocket devices. Then you get to combine the idea of the phone with the personal digital assistant, and this was done by Andy Rubin, who later created Android operating system. And then in 2002, the trio pulls out this Palm, and it launches the 180, and it looks a little bit like, for any Star Trek fans, the little communicator. But what it really was a Palm Pilot with a phone glued onto it. So 2004, Trio releases the 650, which really can be, called a smartphone. Has a lot of the features you expect: messaging, a browser, an incredibly awful browser, but a browser, a 0.3 megapixel camera, and even make calls. And it did a poor job of a lot of this. Then finally in 2007, the iPhone. And it was the product that would end generations of this learn, build, learn cycle. And then Jobs invited Alan Kay, who created the Dynabook we spoke about earlier, to the iPhone launch event. And customer development was happening. It was just spread out, in this case, over 40 years at the cost of hundreds of millions of dollars, with companies rising and falling all along the way. And you yourselves, this is not an example that you need to or should follow. You can speed this up. So now let's talk about some of the ways that you can learn and you can learn faster and then use what you learn to inform your products and about how you do this before you launch rather than failing once you're in the market or just about to get to the market. So the full customer development process defined by Blank as these 4 steps. But the last 2 are really for companies that have reached product market fit. And we'll touch on that in a bit. And we're working on things, in this case, like creating scale and sales processes. So we're going to focus on the parts of the process that are more relevant to the early stage, discovery and validation, with an emphasis really on the customer discovery. So let's take a little look at how customer development relates to product development. There will be some exceptions here. So for example, if a company is predicated on building a deeply technical product or requiring a deeply technical breakthrough, in most cases, the founders, including technical founders, should be doing the product development before they start coding. So except for those cases, they really should be doing the customer development before they start coding. So after you go into the initial customer development, and after that's been validated, your idea has at least directionally something that you can rely on. Then you can start building. But the engineer and the product should never get too far from the customer. So you always want your engineers and your product teams talking and regularly connecting with your customers. And they should be continuing to doing interviews, continue to reach out to early users, monitor the usage, anything that can reveal what customers' actions and intentions are, and then build with the expectation, that your users are going to be changing their needs, changing their patterns, and business is going to be changing course and direction based on what you're learning. So let's loop back to the idea of product market fit, and let's just kind of set the level of what we mean by that. So there is something called the business model framework, which has a number of pieces. The most important of them, and especially for early stage or startups early on, or early stage startups, is coming up with the right value proposition and then finding a sufficient number of customers who would get value from that proposition and pay for it, or they'll subsidize it in some meaningful way, like tolerating advertising or something similar to this. Now, if you do that, this is otherwise known as the mythical thing that you're really searching for, and it's product market fit, or PMF. So it's also worth noting that PMF isn't one and a done thing. Like once you find it, it's not there and it's solved. It's always moving as the market moves, as the world moves, as your customers move and your product move. So you need to adapt to that. Now let's take a look at some of the things to consider when you're evaluating a market. So think like this. Is the market you're contemplating entering big enough to support the business that you want to build? So it needs to be big enough in at least one dimension. Okay, it could be a small market where a few customers are willing to pay millions, or a huge market where millions will pay $1 or €1. Is it a new or existing market? And this answer will really affect the rate of your adoption and then how you approach the marketing. So are there any implementation obstacles? For example, are there any compliance or regulatory hurdles, IP issues, or unique technical challenges that you need to address? What are your capital needs? So some of the companies in the past, when they launched, they would pay, $70 for a domain. Like the electricity company Revon was founded 10 years ago, and it raised 1.4 billion, and it hadn't launched a product yet. So it's important to know whether you are on the $70 to the 1.4 billion spectrum. And we really do see companies now launching for under $100. And then what's the sales cycle look like? For self-service SaaS, it might be hours, it might be days. But if you're selling to the government, it could be years or even enterprises. And this answer will have a huge effect on the cash flow and how you're going to divide your capital and what your requirements of capital are. And actually, none of these things we spoke about exist in isolation. They're all connected. Sorry, skip to that. Okay, so you get the idea that we need to learn before we build, but also we need to get an understanding of the market that you propose to enter. So let's discuss customer development and where we need to start. So yet another Steve Bloke quote, but this is one of the shorter ones, one of my favorite ones. And there are no facts in your building, and at least none that are related to the value proposition or the potential customers. And this is super important because there is nothing that you can find if you don't get out of the building. And that is where all the real facts live when it comes to your customers. So a friend of mine was a reporter and in the 90s, and he focused now on startup marketing. And he relates hearing this from editors at the time. He says, get out of the building. And what they mean is to get the real story, you need to go and talk, and you need to get out and you need to do research, and you need to get this from people. And a story done from your desk, and what they call this in the reporting world, a phoner. And that really the implication is that you're either lazy or it isn't really much of a story. And I think in startups, you just definitely can't be lazy, and it needs to be something. So you can say the same thing here about a product or a business conceived when you're sitting at a desk is really going to struggle out in the world. So in a moment, we'll talk about how you actually, what you do once you get out of the building. But first, let's take a look at some of the example companies that did and did not follow this really simple step of good customer development patterns. So this is a screenshot of an app called Color. And many of you will not have heard of Color because despite it being a well-known founder, and they raised $41 million, and they had 1 million downloads on their launch in 2011, it quickly sank, really never to be heard of again, except in the punchline of, well, presentations like this. So because, or even though they had all these advantages, they couldn't overcome a confusing product. A product that wasn't tested even by its own founder before it launched. And yes, that is correct. The founder, Bill Wynn, who even bragged in Forbes that he had never bothered to do a beta test. And he even cited Apple as a company that doesn't do much testing. And I never downloaded this, but I spoke to people that have. And they all of them said the same thing. They spent a confused hour, half hour trying to figure out what it was all the fuss and what you were supposed to do, and just never opened it again. And the problem with this particular app was, or one of the problems with this particular app was, it was proximity based. So if no one was using it near you, which is almost guaranteed when you launch an app initially, you literally just couldn't do anything with it. So the initial App Store rating was 2 stars, which is surprisingly generous. And because they didn't do a small rollout or take the steps to get over what is known for this particular situation, like a cold start problem, they didn't account for the challenges of launching a new product into a new market. And they came out of the gate big, but they fell on their faces really fast. So now let's compare this to Instagram. And here is the first photo ever posted on Instagram. This random dog in a Mexican restaurant. Now, Instagram was actually a pivot out of an earlier app called Bourbon, which had, and that initial app just had a growth that was not going anywhere. And so the founder, Kevin, he had the idea or the sense to change directions based on what he was learning from his initial users. And specifically, he stripped out almost all the features that were in the app, apart from photo sharing. Then he test launched the app without branding it, and it's literally called Codename in the App Store. And he did this for 3 months before the official launch. And he gave himself opportunities to quickly learn and iterate. Then Instagram was launched on AWS, so they had no upfront capital costs. In fact, it was started on like a shoestring budget. It was a side project for him while he was still working at his day job. And the value of the customer development is the speed of learning, but also it drives these costs down as well. And then, as we know, Instagram exploded when it formally launched, but many laps around this, or quick laps around this learn, build, learn cycle really helped it to get to that point. So here's an example of what not to do, straight from Steve Blank's book. So this is the headquarters of Wheatvan, and They're a high flyer from the first .NET era. Their business was ordering groceries online and then to have them delivered. And you can see maybe from this picture, there's a little fence around it. It looks a bit like a jail. And it had significant problems. So none of Webvan's senior executives had any previous experience in the supermarket industry. It'd been 1999, at the heart of the .NET bubble. This didn't stop anybody, especially in this case from raising $375 million in an IPO that valued them at 4.8 billion. And when they went revenue, they had when they went public, they had revenue of £395,000 and 400 employees before even launching. And that really wouldn't have been much of a problem if they had some evidence that the market was at the necessary scale that they needed to support the numbers that they had raised and were valued against. But instead, Webvan had spent 1 billion in building warehouses, buying delivery trucks when they had barely no customers. And an interesting thing here is that their initial customers liked it. They had created like a really strong, rigid execution plan at huge scale well before their launch, and nothing was going to make them divert from it. They were set on it, not even having 2,000 orders a day, rather than the forecasted 8,000 orders a day. And this forecast was based basically on guesswork. They had built no milestones where they could stop, evaluate, and course correct, and they hadn't expected to learn anything along the way. So it launched in June 99 and went bankrupt almost exactly 2 years later. So I'm going to compare this now to another grocery delivery story. And this one's closer to my home. And let's take a look at how Amazon Fresh, how they validated their business model prior to doubling down. So Webvan went through the, what we call at Amazon a one-way door, which we'll talk about later as well. But you kind of get the idea. It's hard to recover from ordering 20 warehouses at a total cost of 1 billion, then discovering it was a bad bet to make. There's really no going back from that particular decision. If you contrast it with the way Amazon Fresh launched, it launched from a section of existing or pre-existing warehouses, and it really just served a few specific neighborhoods initially in Seattle to first validate the viability of the business before going all in. If it failed, the loss would have been dramatically smaller. Then expansion only occurred once that initial market had met the expectations and things had been learned along the way. And this cycle had been repeated as we entered new geographic markets. I remember when I entered London, we had tests of it so we can understand how it worked. And the expansion hasn't been this straight line. In some service areas, we discontinued after launch. And that too was basically informed based on the knowledge that we gathered. So another interesting fact about Amazon Fresh is that Amazon Fresh learned from Webvan's failure in perhaps the most direct way possible by hiring their leadership team. And this might seem strange, but it's another example of speeding up that learning. They had absorbed so many lessons from that first failure, and then it helped them to steer with the guidance and structuring about these learn loop cycles, the Amazon Fresh team to be successful. So now let's speak about how you talk with customers. And we'll focus on interviewing. And this is one of the core things that you'll need to do in the first phase of custom developments. And let's go into detail here. So when you're interviewing customers, it is harder than it sounds. Because if you do it wrong, you can actually end up in a worse off situation than not doing it at all, because you generate these false positives. So you need to get around people's inbuilt impulse to be polite to you. And that impulse, really, it should be comforting. It's what binds us together as people and makes us happy. But it is what can give you the false impression that your poor, average, ill thought out idea is the next great thing, the next big thing. Because if you ask people if they like what you're doing, many people that you speak to, friends, strangers, and family members, will just want to be nice, and they'll say yes. So you need to craft your questions carefully to avoid these pitfalls. So let's go through some of the pitfalls. So first of all, you need to ask the right people. And this is not just your friends or some random people you find easily online, or just easy people that you can see, in forums. You need to find people that reflect the market segment that you're actually going after. Then you need to ask the right questions, the right type of questions. And then you need to draw insights and not just collect data, and avoid confirmation bias. So just finding information that confirms the thing you want it to do. So, and what you then should be doing, you need to be careful about demonstrations or demos. There's a place for them, but they need to come after you've talked to people about their needs. So learning about the problem has to come before you try and validate your solution. And resist the urge to talk about your product, or you just won't learn anything at all. There's times to pitch and you'll have fantastic and many opportunities to pitch in the future, but ask questions about the subject, then listen. You'll hear all the expressions. You'll hear much, much more if you are listening rather than talking. So think of it like this: you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and use them in that ratio. So be listening at least twice as much as you're talking. And it sort of sounds easy, but I'll just ask some questions. But that's really not the case. And it's actually really awkward to do this. And in fact, one of the most effective tactics, and this is often employed by journalists, is to use the awkward pause. People hate them. Nature does not like a vacuum. So if you ask a question, and then you can just kind of zen out for a bit and not say anything, the person you're speaking to will want to fill that space. And that doesn't make doing it less awkward, but it's a great way to get information. So this often goes terribly for engineers, if you're from that background, who often are engineers because they value the concrete and being able to dive straight into problems. But the whole point of customer development is that we don't know who the customers are and what the customers want. Now, it feels like progress, and it is sort of progress when you're building something, but building the wrong thing, making progress in the wrong direction, is worse than doing nothing. I've done this before, and I highly advise you to learn something first. So let's look at some examples of good and bad questions to ask in interviews. So you just told me I need to find out if presumed actual customers want what I think we're building before we build it, right? So what's wrong with this? Do you like it? This question is the very definition of confirmation bias. It's about you, not about them. And it's the question that is most likely to elicit the knee-jerk polite response that we're really trying to avoid. It does nothing to get at what their problems are or the context that they exist. They may have a problem that you could solve, but you've jumped right into a solution too soon. They may not like it for subjective reasons, unrelated to the solution entirely. And you could dump a brilliant idea or embrace a terrible one because someone liked or didn't like the color of a button in a demonstration, or the t-shirt that you're wearing. And this is something that you shouldn't have given them. So you'll only get a single data point, which may or may not be of any use anyway. And the conversation actually just stops. So avoid this show-stopping question. So this asks for a narrative. So if you ask someone, can you describe your biggest challenge? It's open-ended. And it gets to their needs, not your needs. It gives the person you're interviewing the opportunity to describe a problem you might potentially solve, and then discovering unmet needs. And that is the essential condition, if you like, that we're looking for in customer development. So discovering a real need is a great thing. It's a huge step. Even if your version 1 of your solution completely sucks, even if you're envisaging the wrong solution to this need, and even if you need to go back to the drawing board, and if you have a good sense of the problem you're solving for, you're actually ahead of where you need to be. You'll then be able to look for better solutions with more confidence that you're actually applying them to a real problem that customers care about. So aside from this being a non-flowing and unpolite question to ask, and it does have the yes/no element, it also fails because the answer might not really be very dependent on the person you're speaking to. Some people just aren't the buyers of software, regardless of how useful it is for them. Even if they might be in the group that you're targeting. And you might have a solution where the user and the buyer aren't the same person. And this might not calibrate for that. And worst of all, once you've gone here, you cut off a bunch of other more important questions to be asking. So a great way to learn what a bad question is to ask it. And then when someone says, why, yes, of course I would, immediately tell them that you're taking pre-orders, then ask for their credit card number. Now, if people actually give it to you, just build that thing. You found something fantastic. But it's so unlikely if you're asking the question this way. So if you rather not do it like that, or you want to be a little bit more creative about doing it, asking, try this instead. And this is a much more open-ended question. What is this problem costing you? It lets you ask about the costs in like a more holistic sense, not just money, but time, management, overhead, whatever happens to be. And this allows someone who wouldn't normally themselves pay for something to still give you useful information. And it helps you learn if there's a market there. And you'll then found a universal problem, but it's, you might not found this sort of like problem that is for everyone, but you might, if it's a mild nuisance and there are free solutions out there, you just haven't got a business. So this is also an opportunity to gather intelligence about pricing, which is really hard. And it's actually harder than you might think if you've never had to do it before. Because there's a tendency to approach pricing from the perspective of how much the solution costs you to build. It took 2 engineers 6 months to make, and the running costs are X, so we'll price it at Y. That's really only useful in establishing a floor, what it costs for you. The better way to look at it is how much value is this providing to the customer or to your customers you're targeting. And this question will help get you in this kind of rough area. And this is one of the hardest lessons to learn. And it's how do you price units of fixed supply commodity, your time? And the answer is you don't. You really, really don't. You price the value that you're delivering to your clients. So we're starting to develop a pattern of what bad questions look like. Yes, no, they really don't go anywhere. And a good book on interviewing called The Mum Test by Rob Fitzpatrick is about the pitfalls of asking your mum's opinion on what you're doing. Some vague questions. They're similar to these yes/no questions. They don't send the conversation in a useful direction. So you think you'd use an app that made your email better? That's a bad question. Of course they would. A better question would be, can you describe the biggest headache you have related to email? Focus on the customer, not your solution, not the solution you're looking to build. So a you-centric question is, I've built this great email app that I think will help you manage your mail much better, and it uses AI and it's awesome. Do you like it? You won't learn from that. Use both your ears, minimize the amount of time that you're talking. So let's do some more examples. Would this fix it? Why is this a bad question? It's yes, no. It's too vague and it's too centric on yourself. If you ask a question like this, which is a good question, can you describe how you currently solve this problem, or how you solve this currently? You'll then get your subject to tell you a story. And you can see how your proposed solution lines up with what people are already doing in the real world. And this is a variation of an old classic, but if you had a magic wand and you could have any solution, what would it be? And it's really best used once you've started getting into more details about that problem. If you ask it too early or too generally, you'll get these really vague responses. They're not very enlightening. So use it later or deeper into the invitation. So what about this one? Who else should I talk to? You need to hear enough voices to start seeing patterns. So Cindy Alvarez, who spoke about earlier, and she said the best indicator that you're done doing interviews is that you stop hearing people say things or new things that surprise you. And so people with a problem often know other people with similar problems, especially if you're coming from the outside of an industry or domain that you're not familiar with. So referrals are a great way to hear more voices of potential customers. So we've talked about some of the patterns that define bad questions and what the patterns are for good questions. So let's talk about working backwards. And that's from them, not you. And get them talking, get them to give you anecdotes, stories about what they had. Learn from their problems, learn what their problems are. Without that, you'll really, really struggle in creating a solution they'll want to use. And don't tell them things, listen to what they are telling you. That is so important. I've seen people mistake that so many times. And you don't need to, do exactly what they say. Listen and figure out what the real job to be done is. If they ask for a button to clean data up at the end of a process, they'll probably be really, psyched if your solution prevents dirty data from happening in the first place. Since the real job to be done isn't a cleanup, it's ending up with quality data. Sorry about that. A couple more of the general best practices to consider are these. So it's hard to be a good listener, especially if you're furiously typing or scribbling. So work as a team. Have one person interview the subject. And if you're talking to a pair or group of subjects, they may be self-conscious. So focus groups can be great, but that's a little bit further down the road. So at the beginning, just do it with one person. So the more interviews that you do, the more that you could get an idea, that you could tell the difference between two people that were trying to be nice to each other and someone who really had a problem they could solve. So have a script for these interviews as well. It's always good to be prepared. Try and capture everything in a single place. It doesn't matter where it is, whether it's Google Docs, Asana, Notion, whatever it happens to be. And so Blank tells this story about a group of his students who spent time interviewing 50 people for a consumer product that they were testing. So 47 of these subjects were enthusiastic. They all gave high fives. And then Blank asked them, what did the other three said? And the students were dismissive. They said they'd use it for their business, but not as consumer products. But we got 47 yeses. So we know there's consumer demand. And he said, well, did any of the business users say they'd pay? And he said, well, yeah, one said they'd pay 10K, another may have been kidding, but he said $1 million, but we've got a consumer. And he said, well, should they have been a consumer? Maybe, but at least half the self-awareness to hear things other than what you want to hear is really important. So be careful to avoid that confirmation bias. So what else? We've spent a lot of time talking about interviews because they are really important, but there are a bunch of other really great learning methods, all of which can be done before you start engineering it, each of which we could dive deep into if we'd had a whole bunch of time. So I'll zip through some of our favorites. Buy ads for your non-existent product and target them at your demographic on the most relevant platform, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, whatever it is, and see what kind of click-through rate you get. And to a basic landing page, you don't have to make an actual product here. Put prices on the page and see if anyone clicks on any of them, sign up or buy now, find out more buttons, and collect email addresses. And these pieces of information will start to give you indications of how relevant it is. It will actually help you figure out how to market it later on. And the further along people get, the stronger the signal. So if someone reads a landing page and is interested in prices, awesome. If they leave their email address, even better. If you don't get people even clicking on the advert, you know something is wrong. Another mechanism is what we call the PR FAQ, so the press release FAQ. And this is a tool that we use internally and I use personally. And once you've discovered a problem, the idea is to create a press release that explains about the product and an FAQ, so people can then understand what it is. You can circulate this to anybody in your network. They can read and understand it. It's difficult to do, but it's a lot easier than writing or building a product. And once you have all the feedback from this, and it's very easy to change a Word document, you can then start building your product based on your FAQ, which is your features, and your press release, which is your benefits. Is a great way to finding out what your customers want. So go to conferences. And this may be easier now than before. You don't even need to buy a ticket for the event. You can just kind of, check out the forums and see what's going on. And then you can start interviewing for that solution you're looking for. Draw screenshots with them. Show some hustle, do cold outreach, make them the modest ask for a short call or coffee or something just to connect with people, but be organized about it. Create a spreadsheet with a goal of getting 100 useful names on it. And once you do that, methodically work your way through the whole list. And customer development isn't a silver bullet, but again, there are no. It'll improve your odds, but if you're still operating on limited information, you're going to struggle. So now try to remember what a two-way door is. A two-way door means you can reverse your decision. And it's not only that, but you can pivot too. So don't spend hours agonizing over whether it should be a Times Newman or Helvetica. Just pause for a tiny bit, think, is there a two-way door? And if it is, make a choice. But when it is a two-way door, don't do what Web Van done, spend 1 billion on warehouses. Spend the time to do the analysis properly. So related to that, you can expect to get things wrong initially and repeatedly. The problem is not getting it wrong, it's persisting with your wrongness. So do low risk research and experiments that intend to let you try out multiple doors. The expectation is that they won't all work out. So if it looks like you're barking at the wrong tree, move on. And lastly, if you're going to bother with, if you're not going to bother with all those techniques, don't just interview 3 of your favorite friends and say, hey, I'm good, it's all good. As we've noticed, you need to do it carefully. If you're doing it without thinking, it can really cause you more harm than good. So how to know when you're done? And the truth is, there's no perfect guidance. It's as much as art as a science. But a good indicator is if you're not hearing new things that surprise you, you're in a good spot. And it also depends whether you're spending $70 or $4 billion to launch your business. So the quicker you can build these prototypes and get them out in front of your customers, and that means you're not going to be too attached on them, then you can start building earlier. And you just need to keep talking to people and stay willing to learn and adjust from what you're hearing from them. So in conclusion, embrace this rapid iteration of the learn, build, learn loop. It really never ends. And if the idea doesn't validate, make changes based on what you've learned and continue to do more discovery. So here are a few resources that I think are super useful and we've spoken about during the talk, and I really encourage you to dive deeper into these if you want to find out more. And I'll just leave you with this, and this is a quote from Paul Graham, who's fantastic on anything to do with startups. You really want to make something that people want. And this is really the root of the success of almost all the startups that you'll see out there. And customer development is the guide or the book or the map to help get you there. So if you want to find out anything more about me, please connect on LinkedIn. I have videos on this topic and MVP and many more on YouTube. And there's also a podcast you listen to if you want to find out more about the kind of more engineering side of startups. And hopefully we've got a bit of time for questions, and happy to answer anything that someone asks.
Yes, well, thank you so much, Rob. This was very interesting, really good session. So let's see, that has a question here for you. He says, sometimes the customers do not know what they really want. How can we decode their thinking and untap their want?
Yeah, so they try and uncover the problems that they have and what they are having to do to work around them. So often people will have a problem and they will have a set technique to do it. And they're really just looking for you to automate that manual task. But if you can understand the root of the problem, you can apply a better fix to it. The example here was, I think used during the talk was something so I can clean up the data at the end of my session or my day. Really, if the data never got dirty, you would never have that problem. And there's many, many situations like that. So try and ask why 3 times in a row, and that will really help you uncover the real reason why someone is struggling with a problem. It's actually a very painful exercise, and I never enjoy someone doing it with me, but I do know that I will really get to the truth of the problem.
Okay, great. So let's see if we have some other questions. Yeah, so Olga says, it's important to draw a customer profile and interview the right audience. So should we go just target the audience or give a try to other segment as a reference?
So can you say the last part of the question? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, so should we just target the one audience, like the audience, or give a try other segment, like not just focus on one, like try other like different segments as a reference?
Yeah, of course. Well, let's talk about it. If you focused on one segment, you probably pick the segment that's the easiest for you to focus on. But it's then likely to be the one you know the least about. So let's say that segment was like, yes, we want this product, and you start building it. The other segments might have been much more relevant, maybe easier product to build, much more valuable, or they might be the ones making the decision about the purchasing or the ones that are using the product. You need to really spread your time across these segments. Start wide, first of all, explore them. And then when you have a sense of which segments are less relevant or more important to you, you can then start to focus your energy in on them ones. You may need to do after you've got a more of a solid idea, a quick run round again. But I'd start wide, then go narrow, rather than go narrow, then wide.
Okay, perfect. And I think we have time for one more question.
Of course, yes.
As a question here for you. He says, any recommendations to use Amazon Web Services if we are not tech guys?
Yeah. Of course, yes. So there are like, I would encourage you, if you're building a technology product, to find yourself a tech founder. Like it's a very important step that you should take. Now, I've then worked with quite a few founders that have built companies without any technology, and there are products, for example, like Honeycode, which is what they call a no-code solution. So you are able to build mobile websites, mobile applications or websites, basically on top of a smart spreadsheet. So you just need to design your spreadsheets, design some flows, and it will then create these applications for you. And from there, you don't need any coding experience, and you can then have a product out in the market and you can start testing it. It's an awesome way to do stuff. But overall, one of the key things is if you're building a technology startup, you'll need a good, high quality tech team. And as much as finding the right customers, you want to find that technology person to spend time with the customers as well. They will see things from a different perspective.
Okay, great. Well, I think it's time already, but I would like to personally thank you for being so cooperative and kind to give us your time and knowledge today. So thank you very much. And also thank you to the audience for attending the session.
Thank you so much, Rob. It was very interesting.
Yeah, thank you all. Thank you for the invite. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I do look forward to reaching out and hearing about the things that you build. It's always exciting to see that.
Yeah, we will share the recording through our network and we'll upload it to our podcast and YouTube channel.
Awesome. Okay, it'll be fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we are having the follow-up session. It's going to be a session about the scaling up journey of Spotahome and Busuu. So let me present our next speakers. It's going to be Alexandra Artacho. He is a co-founder and CEO of Spotahome. Spotahome is a mid to long-term residential rentals platform that offers the most complete property and room listing for stays about 30 days. Basically, it's one of the most popular in Europe, and I would say the most innovative in Europe for sure. And Berhad Mieser, he is a CEO and co-founder of Busuu, the world's largest online community for language learning with more than 100 million users worldwide. So we will have a lot to learn from you guys. The session will be moderated by our favorite IE professor, Daniel Clark. He taught us entrepreneurship class. So it's going to be a really big pleasure to listen to your panel, guys. Thank you. And yeah, let's begin, please.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. So thank you everybody for coming and for sitting in on the session. I'm very, very happy that we are going to get to speak with two fantastic entrepreneurs and IE alumni. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to introduce Bernhard and Alejandro. I guess, I mean, this is my first question to you guys. Can you tell me when you first started realizing that you thought you might want to be entrepreneurs? I guess let's start with Bernhard and then we'll go to Alejandro.
Well, hello everyone. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be back here. Unfortunately, I would have loved to be in Madrid and come and visit you in person, but unfortunately being locked up here in London. Well, I do think, you know, from my journey that very early on, I had a bit of this spark of wanting to become an entrepreneur. I studied business in Austria and Vienna, then went into strategy consulting for a few years. But I got incredibly bored by just recommending other people of what to do, but actually never really doing it myself. And that's why I decided to go to IE in the first place, because I wanted to do an MBA with focus on entrepreneurship. And that's why I chose IE. And that's at the end when I met my co-founder at a random networking event. You know, these times we were not virtually, but sitting next to each other, still in the real world. And he was just sitting next to me. And he had the original idea and was looking for a partner. And I was looking for an idea. And we joined up, went for a coffee afterwards, and then hit it off immediately. And since that day, I knew I'm not going to go back. Once you take that pill, you know, you'll stick to it, and the rest is history.
Fantastic. Alejandro?
Yeah, thanks, Daniel, Anastasia, and everyone who joined us today for showing up. Yeah, so in my case, this is my fourth venture. So I started my first one in China when I was, I think, 22 years old. And then I set up a couple of companies there in China. And I think before that, I work in law firms. And then I still remember the time when I was in China, and then I got a job offer from a law firm and here in Europe. And then looking at the offer, there was something inside me that told me to not do it and kind of listen to my heart and follow my instincts. And then I did so, and I stayed in China, and it was one of the greatest decisions in my life. And then, you know, I think you know, if you're an entrepreneur, nothing can change that, right? It's a way of living, and really we only live once, and it's about what you want to do every single day, right? So I can't imagine myself doing anything else than this. But it wasn't
fantastic.
It's just natural.
I mean, it seems like there was, in both of you, there was something that was just kind of pushing you and driving you, this fundamental dissatisfaction. What do you think, pushed you specifically to the direction you guys went to in the type of firms that you started? I mean, you know, you both are in relatively tech-oriented fields. You saw a problem in the market, and you clearly developed solutions to it. So, I mean, how did that play in?
But I mean, I do think, I mean, I'm not a multiple entrepreneur yet as Alejandro, but you know, I'm doing the same thing now for 12 years, strangely, but still having fun. But I'd say in my case, I always had a strong passion for learning languages. So I learned English and Spanish and Portuguese. I realized how knowing other languages to a certain extent allows you to live another life, as they say. And I was just inspired by the opportunity to create a different way of learning new languages and allowing that to, you know, hundreds of millions of people around the world. And I do think, and I'm curious to know from Alejandro as a serial entrepreneur, you know, I do think you actually really need to have a passion for what you actually do. I've met a lot of founders who maybe they have one idea and they like it, and maybe they think there's going to be financial traction or whatever it might be. But as we both know, you have to go through ups and downs in this entrepreneurial journey. And I don't think you overcome that and you stick to it if you don't really have a passion for that industry. And in our case, I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning languages. You should do it as much as possible. It makes the world a better place. And now with COVID, actually, we're seeing obviously a massive push for online learning in general. So I'm still super passionate about the industry in general. And that helped me also more through the difficult times at Busuu.
Yeah. Well, no, totally. But I think it's the passion to create things, create teams. In my case, it's also, I think it's this sense of kind of owning your destiny and kind of following your bliss, right? It's you wouldn't be doing this if it doesn't make you happy in a way. And yeah, because, you know, actually, yeah, I forgot to say before, like after my first two companies, then I actually worked for another company and for very few months. And the thing is that you can feel this, it's like the Jumanji movie when you hear the drums coming, right? And you start feeling your body moving in a different kind of drum beat, right? And it's different wavelengths. And the thing is that when you're driving the bus, then you can own that destiny, and it's in everything that you do in life, right? It's you decide to do sport, you decide to read, you decide to learn languages, you decide to create things on a daily basis, right? And sometimes if you're doing that in our corporation or a smaller startup that is already there, then things are not gonna necessarily move at your drumbeat.
Right. Now, I say this with absolutely no desire for you to pat us on the back or anyway. In fact, I encourage you to be critical if you need to be. What did you take away from your time at IE that apply to you being an entrepreneur? What did you learn? What did you say? What did you realize it was not useful to you? What has actually helped you from your time at IE?
I mean, in my case, the time actually to do the business plan and to form the first thoughts about Busuu. I mean, it literally all started on a whiteboard in, I don't know, General Ora or wherever we were there at that time. And then in fact, because I forgot to turn off our internet access for this students' Wi-Fi, we actually kept on booking rooms for like 6 months because we didn't want to pay an office and until they realized and then kicked us out. But, you know, so we also got free office space, so to say. And now it's obviously all different because I think you guys have very fancy venture labs and so on. So I think just the time, the headspace to be able to dedicate to an idea. You know, we also then raised money from Martin Varsavsky, who was a professor at IE. Probably the first 100 users of Busuu were all IE alumni that we kind of pestered until they signed up on our platform. And then immediately it started to grow the community across the world. So I really think, yeah, just the space and time, which otherwise I would not have been able to do if I had been still, you know, working super late in the consulting world.
Yeah, for me, it's clear. I think it's the kind of putting these lenses of things that can be possible, and I think it broadened my mind in thinking on the world as a place, or you know, a playground in which you can actually play in full potential on a global level. And in my particular case, maybe for others, probably it's different, but in my particular case, my two first businesses were smaller, were China, big aspirations, but they were small, not techy. And then at IE, I started to learn more about the scalability of technology and digital businesses, and seeing real examples and getting real inspiration by successful stories around the world, amazing entrepreneurs, and having that access to that amazing network. I think it's a privilege for everyone that has been and is today at IE.
I can't help but notice that neither of you said your finance classes. So the first versions of your product and your business, those first prototypes, what was it like creating them, and how did you what process did you use? Were you very lean? Were you very deliberate? I mean, how did you actually execute the early versions of your business?
I mean, in our case, it literally started me drawing on the whiteboards of the study room, the first mock-ups of Busuu. I sound a bit like a grandpa, but this was all pre-iPhone times as well, because we started in 2007 and launched the business in 2008, which was unfortunately a very bad timing, and I come to that maybe later down the road. But we started as a desktop. So I was, mocking up the things, then put it into a PowerPoint mock-up, because also at that time no Figma and not all the fancy tools that currently today existed back then. And then Adrian was sitting next to me and basically coding it. And we did then a lot of actually user testing already with some of our IE friends, which we asked to give us feedback on the website. And then relatively, early on, we launched. And, there's this famous saying from Reid Hoffman, it's like, if you're not embarrassed about your first version, then you haven't launched early enough. And we have definitely launched very early enough, because it was a terrible website. I mean, seriously, if I look at the mock-ups and the first, it was insane that we went out with such a crap. But it started to get some traction, and relatively quickly, we had the first 100, 200, 1,000, 10,000 users, and it started to pick off. So I think, and I just got the last few minutes of the guy from AWS at the end, and I'm not fully sure what the session was about, but I got this idea that it's, about how to launch and so on. And I can strongly encourage, guys, don't hold back too long, and keep in mind software, the beauty of it, you will evolve over time. And just because you go out with one version, it doesn't mean that it's going to be the same in like 6 months from now. So it's more, what matters is not the idea, but the execution.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I can share our story. I guess when, so we knew what we wanted to do, and what we wanted to do, it was, in our case, the simple part, it was, we want people to rent for longer term periods entirely online without seeing the house in person. And because already people, they were renting for very few days for holiday rentals. So then we were like, okay, in order to do that, we need to improve the quality of the listings ads, right? So one thing that you see in all platforms is that it's only pictures, and that's why you gotta go and see the properties because you don't trust them. So we're like, okay, let's do something simpler, and let's do long videos ourselves, like we were showing the property and you were seeing the property yourself in person, right? So we did that. But then on design of the site, one useful thing was, what are our kind of product vectors in a way? And there were two, and there were location and price. That's what people care about when they rent. So then we did our designs and the mock-ups just based on location and price. And we wanted to design it in a different way that holiday rentals were. So actually our first website, and then as Bernard said, it changes many times. It was just a map of Madrid in that case, and then a map, and you could see this in the few houses that we had there, and then you could see the price in big, and then we clustered it and had averages and all that. So then, to what Bernard said, never wait for the product. I remember we had only the wireframes, and they were in even not colored wireframes that our front-end engineer that we had freelance was already implementing with my co-founders on the back end. But then with those wireframes, we went to landlords to convince them to sign up because we needed a few houses before launching, right? And then when we gathered 9 houses and they were all around at IE, we were planning to launch somewhere in May or June, but there was an MBA starting in April back in 2014. So we were like, okay, we need to launch this thing and we need to start generating revenue. And I remember being actually at IE and talking with the student office, helping on accommodation, and I was showing, you know, the website, which then already had some color, but it was like halfway through. And then someone came in, a student, and say, "Hey, I'm looking for accommodation." And I said, "Dude, would you rent without seeing the house in person? You know, let me show you a video and the floor plan and all the information." And this person said, "Yeah, absolutely." And I called my co-founder and I said, "Dude, launch now." And then that was March 5th, and he was like, "Man, nobody can book. We don't even have a payment gateway. We don't have anything." And I was like, "Man, figure out. Let's launch today." You know, I got one guy here that is interested. And then what we did is on the book now button, you would click on it and a window would pop up and say, hey, send an email to bookings@spotahome.com. And that's how we got the first booking. And actually we started generating revenue from that day.
That's great.
Very cool. So I guess, I mean, you both went into industries where there were well-established, you know, companies that, you know, could be easily be seen as, you know, category killers. You know, Bernard, I mean, you've got Bernard, you've got Rosetta Stone, and I'm not sure whether Alejandro, you saw your competitions being Airbnb or whether you saw it as Idealist, or, but I mean, there are big players in the space before, and like, how did you get yourself around that in your head, that you were going up against relatively large companies that had well-established business models and well-established customer sets, and said, not a big deal?
Yeah, it's not a big deal, because a lot of the legacy companies are basically struggling to cope with the wind of change. And Rosetta Stone at that time was basically a company that sold yellow boxes at airports for $1,000, hoping that no one would ever open up that box and use the product. And, you know, and that's what it was. And in fact, ironically, you know, after some years, they actually then wanted to acquire us, but we kind of declined. They then bought one of our competitors, shut them down afterwards, because they thought they could solve the problem of new players coming in and eating their breakfast, but that obviously didn't really work. I think as long as the industry is big enough and there's a lot of, let's say, change, like in our case, obviously launch of the iPhone mobile apps was a tremendous change that no one could foresee at that time. And language learning is a $60 billion market with only probably 10 billion currently online. And now with COVID, this is going to accelerate to probably 50%. So $30 billion digital language learning market is being created right now. So it will allow for a few big players. It's not the winner takes it all market. And, you know, I'd always recommend to young entrepreneurs not to over obsess with your competition. As long as you know who you're selling to, as long as you know your customer, as long as you get some traction and they like what you're doing, then most likely there's going to be space for many players out there.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's not a zero-sum game. Definitely not. And then we have seen in history how new companies and moving, you know, with different propositions or being more agile have overtaken the incumbent in the market. So we saw that. And in our case, to your question, Daniel, we never saw Airbnb as a competition. So we have, you know, holiday rentals, and you have Expedia, Airbnb, Booking.com, obviously, and you have all those players. It's a massive war in there. And then you have the kind of a space of what we call midterm rentals, which is like few months rentals. There wasn't really nobody there. And today there are not that many players there. And then in the long-term rentals, you have classifieds, as the one that you mentioned here in Spain, Idealista, and then you have traditional real estate agents. So those we see as partners. And now we're moving more towards that segment of longer stays and longer for a few years. But in any case, you know, you can never be afraid. There will always be competition. There will be competition today, and there will be more competition tomorrow. Some of that competition will disappear. New ones will come. And the thing, I think that is positive, you know, like the worst would be being in a space that nobody is like going to a bar and you are the only one there in the bar ordering a drink, right? You go to somewhere else. That's the same. And it's good opportunities, and you know, they got to be that competition, and it makes it more fun, you know, like for everyone listening, if you're thinking, it's all about also having fun and enjoying it, right? And competition makes it yeah, more enjoyable, you know. And yeah,
particularly when you win.
yeah. Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about the early days of your firm. You know, when you were doing your first hiring, and you know, trying to figure out who you wanted to bring on board, and you know, who you were going to be part of your team, and the kind of culture you were trying to develop in the very early days.
I mean, I would say I was probably quite ignorant to the topic, and that caught me later on. So probably the first few hires, a bit like Alejandro, we were making up on the way, you know, didn't even have a website, was trying to convince people into a job where we were not really sure how we're going to pay their salary. So, you know, it was early days. We actually had a few people from IE also joining. I mean, the good news was that we launched in the middle of the financial crisis. So we could hire the talent relatively cheap. There was a lot of nearly free MBA interns we could have over the summer, because people were made redundant in their fancy finance jobs. So, you know, we just, the first 2 years, because no one wanted to give us money, we had to bootstrap, and we were basically living without salary and on a super small flame. I think, build a pretty awesome team in Madrid when we started. Again, also a few people from IE joined there. We were probably about 10, 11 people. And then as the financial crisis was hitting so hard, in 2011, 12, we then raised some money from a UK investor and decided to move the entire team over to London. And that was, I think, the right move for us. Interestingly, everyone came. So we had like a big van with 200 moving boxes and everyone moving house. Unfortunately, Spotahome was not there yet in London. So we had to, you know, everyone find a new flat, and it was a massive distraction. And then we raised a bit more money and did the classical mistake of hiring too fast without necessarily thinking about cultural alignment. And I had a totally distorted leadership team. The definition of how success looks like was, you know, very different depending on who we were talking to. And on top of that, you know, we had this tech legacy because we were built as a desktop business. We're in the middle of replatforming to mobile. We had a big competitor, Duolingo, coming in, raising $150 million, copying a lot of the stuff that we were doing, giving away the product for free. So that impacted us actually quite a lot. And then, you know, we had to make massive redundancies because we were nearly running out of money, and to do rounds of layoffs, etc. That was in 2014. And that was super tough. And so we went from, I think, 50 to 10 people in a couple of weeks. And I let's say, saw literally the work of my 7 years falling apart in front of me. And I swore to myself, like, if I had the chance to redo it again, I would like take so much more care of the core values. And since then, you know, that has been a tremendous shift in our journey. We very clearly defined our values: trust, effectiveness, curiosity, ambition, and happiness. We use it in onboarding and hiring and promotion, in, you know, all our 360 feedback, etc. And, you know, we're now close to 150 people right now. We've built it all the way up. And I'd say from a culture perspective, what people feel and say about our businesses have been quite a shift. So I definitely say, don't underestimate the power of building the right culture.
Yeah, no, fully. When we started, actually at the beginning, I think you got to lead by example in that, because at the beginning, why would people join you, right? And people, they got to see the dream, they got to see the future, but they got to be part of it. And then at the beginning, you don't have money, right? All you have is equity and a promise. And in our case, we led by example because we were the last ones to start having a salary until we were like 20 people in the company, and people were joining us. And at the beginning, we were doing all in variables, so we didn't even pay any base salary. But then we gave equity to everyone, and still today we do. And then, but then we were getting just people that had no risk aversion, people that they were like kind of entrepreneurs. We wanted to have people that they were not afraid. They were more thinking and excited about the product, right? It's not about the money that they can optimize for at the beginning. It's more about creating something at the beginning. So really having something meaningful to do, right? Many of those people, they could have gone to another company and get more money, but what we provided for it was meaning and a sense of family and building. And that was up to 50 people, and we're 50 people quite quickly. So I think by the month 14th, we're already 50 people. And then we grew in the first 4 years, we got to almost 400 people in the organization. So we had to do the mission and vision and values work when we were like 2.5 years, because as Bernard said, it's very easy to fall in the trap of just scaling. We were like adding 20 people per month. And then at the beginning, we were like interviewing everyone. But then after 150 people, and when you start like forgetting the names and not knowing really, it's growing so fast. And then, so you can see when you meet people that the values that you thought that everyone knew, actually they weren't there. And because people didn't know them. Right. And then if you deeply question yourself, maybe you didn't know them yourself neither. Right. So we did that exercise, and that was extremely helpful. And then this is a roller coaster. Right. So then we went to London as well. And then we raised, after our $40 million round in Series B, out of a total now nearly to $100 million. Then we started to actually hire much faster and change teams everywhere, and open 10 offices last year, and building a large team in London, actually from the team in Madrid, and that created a bunch of complexities. But anyways, that is a long story, and now we are 7 years old, so we are going through we did a third transformation of the organization as well. So
you both talked about the difficulties of operating without a lot of money and having to go and raise money. Can you talk us a little bit through the money raising process, and what worked, what didn't work, what you learned from it, what it was like to have many people say no to you and slam the door in your face?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think because we were born in the midst of the financial crisis, we had no other chance than bootstrapping. And I do believe the best way of fundraising is to create real revenues of real users. And that worked out very well in the first couple of years. I got myself pretty deep into performance marketing. In fact, actually at that time, I did a course at IE to teach Google AdWords and performance marketing, because I didn't get a salary. So I got IE to subsidize me a little bit there for teaching, and it worked out very well. And we started to scale up Busuu with Google AdWords. And we, started with a €100 marketing budget and went to €300,000 marketing budget per month, just by, getting the cash back from users and reinvesting it into the business. So we hadn't raised at that time any external money, which was great. So I think that so far had been very good. And actually, in fact, I'm relatively proud about the fact that we came quite far with only having raised 17 million euros so far. So I do think, it's great to fundraise, and, of course, it's also very important, and some business do require that, but I would do it with caution, because it always, it's a promise that you have to fulfill. It comes obviously with depending on nasty terms or not, but it comes with an obligation to return. So we were super capital efficient from the get-go. And then with investors, I mean, yeah, I don't know how many times I've heard no, and it's a whole a whole different session we could talk about fundraising. But I think it's important to obviously get the right people on board, people who back you, also in difficult times. We have raised from venture capitalists, we have raised from strategic investors, but we also raised from high net worth individuals, which is also sometimes very good money to get into the business. But I would just take it carefully. Try to get as far as you can actually with your own means. Stay lean, and then I would go for a fundraise with the right investors.
Yeah, well, it definitely. So we raised now close to $100 million in total, cumulative. over multiple funding rounds. And then I think, I fully agree with Bernard. Like every time you raise capital, is an exchange of many things, right? In multiple ways. But the thing is, in our case, is that we found kind of product market fit quite quickly, and then we kind of knew that if we injected more capital, then we were gonna grow. And we had these aspirations, and we went to, by year 4, we were in 17 countries, and with operations locally in all the multiple cities that we were, with people going and check the houses with the videos and all of that. So it was massive growth. And so that needed cash, right? And every time we open a new countries, then we needed to invest on those countries and make them grow. But to your question, when you are starting at the beginning, I think at the in our case, what it worked is that we had, we were lucky to have that revenue at the beginning, and we could start having like week over week growth. But at the beginning is some investors, they ask you for financial projections, but how are you going to build a forecast on little numbers and little data that you have in the business? So you got to go for, I would recommend, for business angels, people who have been entrepreneurs before, founders, people who understand that it doesn't, at the beginning, a business plan is, especially the first or the second year, it's going to be smoke in the air, because it's impossible to be accurate there. You can have few estimates, but then many things can change, right? And in our case, I was a pain in the ass, to be honest. The investors that I liked, I was just chasing them like crazy. And I always tell the story of my first investor, who was the first investor in Trivago. I went into the meeting, and I was in London, and he told me, first of all, I'm not going to invest. You have nothing. And I was like, and then he was like, you have 10 minutes. And I was like, okay, wow. And I started telling the story and talking only about our first booking, but talking about the future. And what it helped for us, it was a vision. And for us, it was like, travel was digitized. The same will happen with real estate. And now everyone is talking about it. But 7 years ago, nobody talked about it. And now people talk about buying and selling houses online and renting online and all that. 7 years ago, nobody talked about that. And then, we stayed 1 hour, and he still told me no. But then I sent him 37 emails. And in the 37th, he said, dude, okay, I will invest 25,000 pounds, but then you need to find a lead investor in Spain. So this was like 3 weeks after we launched the site. So then, we started to look for investors, and then let me tell you a tip for, every door opens a door, and every no is an opportunity for a new door. So every time that we got a no, it was like, okay, who do you know? Who do you know? And just move and talk with everyone. And then all you need is few people at the beginning that say yes and believe in you. And that in our case, it was like 7 people in total. And then those 7 people, because of one of them, then we found our next round. And then the next round came from, a contact that it was an indirect contract of that. And then I would suggest for everyone, at the beginning, we were very cautious about dilution and not giving equity. That was one of the biggest mistakes. One of my biggest learnings is the more people who believe in your success or are around your success, the more chances you have to be successful. And at the beginning, we turned down many investors because we didn't want to get diluted. I think that's a massive mistake if the people are smart. So actually, I went to the other side, and it got to a point, really and literally, that I was having coffee with the smart people, and I was like, "Hey, do you want to invest?" And then we were finding the mechanisms just for people to invest on the spot. And then that has been super helpful for us, but not in money. Is on advice and coaching and helping out and opening doors around the world.
Building off that point, I mean, we always stress in this that how important networks are, and making sure you have a robust network and taking care of your network. I mean, how did you use your network, particularly in those very early days when you were, you had so few resources and you're trying to get things done? I mean, how did you get people to give you things? How did you, beyond how did you talk about the bootstrapping you did? How did you acquire those necessary resources, and how you leverage from your network?
Yeah, I think a bit like Alejandro. I mean, you have to be a good hustler if you want to found a business. So yeah, being probably also very persistent, asking for intros. I mean, it's very similar story to us. Like, the first angel round we got from an Austrian business angel who I met at a hiking trip from the Austrian club in Madrid, and Martin Brasovsky for 2 years didn't bother to invest. Then he did invest. Because of him, I met a UK investor. So I do think it's just very important to try to leverage your network. Also, when you go to events or conferences, I see a lot of people who go to conferences and they end up talking with the same 3 people that they know already. I mean, nowadays obviously you don't do conferences, but I think whenever I go to places, I try to think who I want to talk to. I try to use the time. And it's easy to connect, and I think a bit as Alejandro, don't take no for an answer. And I always think asking is for free, and you will be surprised what you actually get if you just ask for it.
Yeah, I think, the world is filled, for the better or the worse, is full of people, right? And this is a people business. Anything you do is a people business. And I think networking is critical, and especially you as a CEO, the stronger you are in network, I think you are going to open up many doors. But not only about investment, it's about business opportunities, partnerships, anything. And as Bernard said, you got to ask. I think sometimes we feel maybe not confident enough, or we feel too little and to ask, but then you have absolutely nothing to lose, and you would be surprised. And people tend to help and every time that you are asking for help, for sure. And then, one thing is sometimes you don't want to go to events, right? And you want to focus on the business, or maybe you don't feel like to, or some things are in the weekend and maybe you prefer to do something else. But I will remember one event that I went actually on a weekend, and in honesty, I didn't feel like to, and it was early in the days, and I was the youngest guy in that event by far, and it was a very niche event, and it turned out to be one of the best things that I could do, and I will always remember. And I didn't want to go really because it would put me in an undesired situation, an uncomfortable situation, right? For me being so young and not knowing much about the sector. And one guy, maybe he was like 65 years old. I was like 26 back in the days, I was learning so much. And then this guy said, "I'm very surprised that you came to this event." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm surprised too." Why was I invited? But then he said, "Dude, keep exposing yourself to undesired and uncomfortable situations, because that's the fastest way to grow and to learn." And he said, when you are 65 or 70, at the end, everyone knows the same things, right? But some people, it takes them 70 years to learn, and some others, it takes them 30 or 35. And the people who learn the fastest are the people who expose themselves to undesired situation more often. And that was a massive learning for me, and very helpful to your personal and professional growth, right?
Fantastic. I mean, if you put aside both of what your firms have accomplished and what you've done, you guys are enormous entrepreneurial successes just by the fact that you're still doing entrepreneurship, and that you survived this long, and that you can pay your bills through entrepreneurship. I guess, what motivates you to keep going? What makes you want to keep doing this every single day?
I think probably a bit like we touched upon at the beginning, like why do you start it in the first place? There's this great book by Andreessen Horowitz about hard things about hard things, and when I was going through more struggles, there's this chapter about embrace the struggle. And I think that's for me was a bit of a change in mindset, where maybe before it was all about, okay, we do that, and then we do this for the next fundraise, and then maybe, you know, there comes an exit or whatever it might be. But actually, until to the point I realized, well, in fact, you know, what actually really matters is that I am enjoying the journey. And if I'm enjoying the journey, then, you know, I should continue as long the journey aligns with the overall goals and hopefully is helpful for the company as well. And that's how I currently, you know, see my future also here at the company. I'm having a blast. You know, we're doing very well right now. It's going well. I'm learning a lot still. I love seeing, you know, also my team progressing, and, you know, the type of, you know, the employees that we have and how they suddenly start companies, and it's just wonderful to see the impact we can have in the world. And that's fantastic. And as long as I'm having fun and getting up in the morning and love what I'm doing, I will continue to do. And that's what keeps me going.
Yeah. Daniel, you asked the question as if you were asking to two crazy people, why are you doing this? And it's true, it's a massive roller coaster. I think it's crazy. You know, Bernard was talking about, you know, those layoffs. We did the same. It's emotionally it has its times, right? But then the rewards are never do this for money, because you won't see it. And so they got to be something else, right? In my case is, I always imagine myself when I'm old, hopefully if I get there, and you know, looking back and really asking myself, what do you do, right? Do you do exciting things? And in my case, it's kind of turning the impossible into possible. Like, I come from a small town, and I always dream of doing big things, and globally, and I'm a gatherer too. I realized that I love creating teams, and I love seeing the teams evolving and growing, and the teams, it's everything, right? Because even your product can change, or your industry can move in a way, and then you got to be agile, but it's all about the evolution of your teams and the evolution of yourself. I think this is, you know, Bernard said something important, that he's still learning. This is it's a playground for learning that is in a scale that I think it's incomparable to anything else, right?
Fantastic. Have you guys had any experiences that when you look back on, you know, at the end of all this long journey of your life, you look back and like, I can't believe I got to do that, or that was just an amazing thing that I only would have had the chance to because I started a company?
Many times.
Yeah, Alejandro, you go first. You for sure had crazy stories to share. Let me think.
No, many times. In my case, I've been so fortunate and so lucky, right? Like, you know, I was at IE in 2012, and we were looking at stories of entrepreneurs, and that they were doing incredible things, and I have met them in person, and I had coffees with them, and those people that seems inaccessible to you. Have been so lucky and so fortunate to be next to those great entrepreneurs on a one-to-one basis and learning from them, and, you know, doing things that they were impossible, right? Like, you know, in our case, and this is a team effort, we raised our Series B, and it was the first time ever that Silicon Valley top tier VC invested in a company based in Spain, right? When we started in 2014, that was unimaginable, right? And we accomplished that, and then that opened the doors to many incredible things. So yeah, you go through the downs and through all the difficulties, but then if you are lucky, then yeah, you can live incredible things, that I'm so grateful for.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to go through all the different events in the last 12 years, and the very beautiful and also difficult moments. But I mean, one that comes to my mind right now is that in 2014-15, in the height of the refugee crisis in Europe, you know, when millions of Syrian refugees were coming into Europe, we decided to open up our premium membership to Arabic speakers to learn German and English for free. And within like a couple of weeks, we had hundreds of thousands of users, actually a lot of them being based in Turkey or in refugee camps in Austria or in other places, using Busuu to learn languages. And we got a lot of emails and response from the users. And I know that for me is still a bit of a goosebump moment where I say, well, how cool is that? You had this crazy idea about teaching languages online, and here you are 6 or 8 years afterwards, and some people who want to build a new life can use that tool to change the course of their future. And I think that's just super powerful.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So when you think about what you want for your company, and how do you see the journey going forward? I mean, how do you set goals at this point? Like, what do you want to accomplish from here on out?
Yeah, I mean, in our case, so as mentioned, I think this is now unprecedented times for education technology. I mean, I think right now we're really seeing a massive acceleration of digital transformation in all senses. Like we do also corporate language training, where we now have over 500 companies who buy our product, like Inditex or Adidas or big international groups. And 6 months ago, there were so many companies that were saying, no, we always have this teacher who comes every Wednesday and does a class. And, the teacher is currently not coming anymore. And I don't think the teacher will be coming. So we see big transformation happening. Same in schools. I mean, the amount of schools who always told us now, our kids should not be using an iPad, or technology is bad for education. Now it has massively changed. And so I think there's lots to happen. I'm personally very excited by the capabilities of AI in learning. I think this is still not much talked about, but we recently won actually an award from the British Council about our vocab trainer powered by AI. I mean, we are now able to forecast forgetting curves on an individual user basis and vocab basis. So we know exactly when you have seen which vocabulary, when you're about to forget it. We can resurface it at the right time for you. There's really cool stuff happening. We acquired a company at the beginning of this year. It's a live tutoring company, and now we have 10,000 teachers on the platform. And equally, we want to turn the normal teacher into the super teacher with the help of AI. So yeah, I now can see no reasons why Busuu should not become a big multi-unicorn company if you want so. And we do see IPO as a potential milestone in the next couple of years.
Wow.
You will achieve it, Bernard. in our case, yeah, it's unprecedented times, and our industry has been one of the most hit industries in the world for sure. And we need to go through a transformation, which I think it was for the better, and actually it opened up many doors. So for us is and it reminded me on the goosebumps. So one of the things that I love the most of what we're doing is when you receive emails of users all around the world, although we are now concentrating in 9 countries, but they say, someone from Indonesia say, hey, I used you guys in London, I loved it. And are you planning to open in Indonesia or, any country? And that happens to every single country. And we got bookings from people from everywhere in the world. So that is still untapped for us. And that is very exciting to do. And the second is in that vision of digitizing the industry, we have, an endless pipeline of potential features to digitize that based on feedback from landlords and tenants, our own home checkers that go to check the properties. And now, actually, after a restructure, we are a lot more focused. And so we are addressing the main pain points there because nobody is addressing those, or at least successfully managing to do that. So it's a lot to do that. And then, before we used to, well, actually, no, we have never thought of exits or anything. It's about, what Bernard was saying before, is enjoying the journey, it's less doing, more being. And going with it. And it's a lot to do for us. It's a massive industry. It's so big. We don't even know how big it is, right?
So we're getting towards the end, and I want to give people an opportunity to ask questions. But as well, people start typing in their questions into the chat box. My last question for you guys is, there's so much pressure, particularly in the tech field, that you have to be in Silicon Valley, you have to be in Western California, and to really grow as a tech company. What did starting in Madrid do to help your journey, or staying in Europe? And how has that really guided who you guys are and what your firm has become, and the unique ecosystem that is European entrepreneurship?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's, especially these days, total BS that you have to be in Silicon Valley to start a successful company globally. And luckily, there's a lot of success cases in Europe. It's just a question of maturity of the ecosystem. I mean, let's face it, in 2008, to raise more than a few million in a Series A was already a big achievement. Now, the European ecosystem has massively advanced, and it's so easier to raise, etc. I think Madrid, what it really helped us was to be super lean and cheap, because obviously, Silicon Valley rents at that time were still much more than in Spain. So we had this capital efficiency and cost effectiveness from the get-go. But ironically, we have actually now just reopened the Madrid office. So we are now about 20 people in Madrid right now, and are hiring strongly there as well. And COVID has changed everything. I mean, let's face it, your background at Zoom doesn't really matter that much. So you can be wherever the talent is. And I think there will be a big shift. I think, for too long, especially engineering talent had been too expensive because they were all in like some big metropolitan cities. And now we hire amazing engineers from Malaga to Birmingham, and at also better cost, and the people have a better life because with the salary they get a better flat. So yeah, I think there's going to be a big shift, and these big eco centers that there were, they will be gone relatively soon.
I think the opportunity here too is it's not about building companies only, it's about building the ecosystem. And in San Francisco, the ecosystem is already built. And people here, I think we have the responsibility to build that ecosystem, and that is exciting for people here. And in my personal experience, that humility of not having that ecosystem, but the will to do that, bring that hustling mentality that I personally love.
So I get that we're getting a couple questions back towards like the genesis. Like, what do you believe are the first steps to launching a startup, and at what point did you realize that this was worth 100 or 150% of your time and energy? What were the signs that made you realize that I got to go all in at this point?
I think, probably took the decision more or less in October, November. I was graduating in December. So by then it was clear I wasn't applying for any jobs anymore after IE. And we went just for it. And I think I would say at least for the first couple of months, we were already full-time on it. And when we saw the traction, when we saw users coming in, we saw that there is something there. There was no way back. And I think you kind of feel that. Don't be discouraged, by the way, what other people are saying. I mean, I didn't tell the story, but ironically, we're one of the few companies that were not selected by IE to present at the Venture Day, because then
Oops.
IE Entrepreneur Professor thought that it was probably such a bad idea. So therefore, don't, let's say, overestimate or don't put too much value on all the startup competitions and so on. It doesn't matter, So there will always be people, naysayers, who tell you that it won't work, etc. So don't be discouraged by that. Just go for it, and as soon as you see, the first traction, go fast and double down.
Yeah, in my case, I don't see how not putting everything you can do it. And what do you really have to lose? And I think it's this point that if you don't go all in, you will never know.
Yeah.
So it's I always recommend go all in. Because really you have nothing to lose. Jobs out there, if at the end that turns to be your path, will always be there. And I think people are going to value you more if that is where you end, if you actually tried. But you will never forgive yourself if you didn't try. And life is so short. Just live it. Don't be afraid. There is nothing to lose. Nothing.
Always go all in. Remind me to play poker with you sometime.
Yeah. Well, a way to win, right?
So where would you guys, when you look forward and you think about where the industry is going, where would you want to invest your money going forward? Is there new technologies, new verticals? I mean, if you were going to invest in a new startup, where would you want to invest? What do you see as the future of new technology and where the entrepreneurship world is going?
I mean, so I personally have done a few business angel investments in different verticals, from let's say online education, actually quite a bit, to also some AI powered startups. I think right now I'm quite excited about obviously the hopefully change that we can bring with technology with regards to climate change. Because I mean there's no other option than solving that problem. It's probably the biggest problem we have by far, and therefore there will be a lot of innovation happening with regards to fighting climate change, and I do see really cool companies popping up, and that's probably much more important than the next fintech or whatever, the next gaming company.
Yeah, it's a very hard question. I would say real estate. I tend to think on anything related to health, but more from the mental health almost. But I was going to say education.
Yeah, it's a good vertical.
Education is the basis of anything, right? So if you want to change climate, you need to do it through education.
What sort of balance do you guys have in your life? Like, are you able to have personal life, family lives? Are you able to work a normal, or I should say a 40, 60, 80, 200-hour work week? I mean, what's the balance like in your life?
I mean, I hate to say that, but for me, life is work and work is life, so and I always say, like, it's a bit like asking Rafa Nadal to play less tennis on a Sunday. He's probably not going to do it, and he's having a blast by, I guess, playing tennis whenever he wants to play tennis. And equally, I'm enjoying sometimes working on the weekends or evenings or mornings or whatever it might be. So once you have that in your blood and it's your company and you really want to go for it and enjoy what you're doing, I don't see it as work. And luckily I have a more or less understanding wife and 2 small kids, and now with COVID, they're just next door and I can see them a lot, but it is a 24/7 job.
Yeah, well, I always tell people that I don't work. So it's a way of living, right? So it's you cannot distinguish. But one thing that I would say that I learned the hard way, over the first years, that 24/7, I took it very extreme, and very extreme. I couldn't differentiate, what was a Spotahome and my life. I didn't have a personal life. Like I removed it. My personal life were friends, family, plans, all of that disappeared, but by conscious decisions by me. I was aware of that, but I didn't want to accept it because I was prioritizing Spotahome always first and all that. But I was prioritizing Spotahome over my own self as well. And this is a marathon. Bernard has been 12 years. People were telling me, dude, you cannot keep going at this sprint level. And this has an end, and it's going to be, your body will tell you, and it actually did a couple of times, and now I'm taking it more as a marathon. So I prioritized well-being, and what I realized and learned is that the more you prioritize your well-being, actually the more effective leader you are in the company. So more productive, more effective. So that is the biggest learning for me.
Now that you both have what I guess could be called mature companies that have reached a certain degree of relatively stable existence, what are you looking for when you're out hiring now? Like, do you want people who have come from tech startups? Do you want people that have come from very functional experiences? Do you want people from strategy? I mean, what do you look for in a skill set? Are you still hiring for culture? What are you looking for these days?
I mean, it's an interesting one because it depends a little bit on the role, I would say. I would say culture fit over everything else. So that is always be the strongest criteria. And startup experience can be interesting, but equally, it depends on the role. We're getting now, as you say, to a certain maturity level, but sometimes it might be good to hire someone who has done it already before. But we have made in the past also the mistake of hiring too senior people, and that didn't work out. So actually, maybe one rule is always like rather go for a bit more junior and up and coming, who have the hunger and the fire and the willingness to learn, rather than someone been there, done that, and that doesn't really adjust to your culture.
Yeah, totally nothing to add. Attitude is the top.
When you think about this, and you look back, any regrets?
I mean, one, but it's hard for us to change. The history is like we should have probably jumped on mobile a little bit earlier, because we let's say build a house for a desktop and then realized we actually need a swimming pool. So it was just total change of infrastructure and platform, and it took us 2 years to get out from there. So that was a shame. But equally, you cannot predict everything, and we just launched before mobile was a thing.
Yeah, in my case, I think regrets are useless. So learnings many, and learnings many, but yeah, but there are so many. I don't know which one to start with. But learnings only come when you act on things and you try out things, right? So yeah, but never regret. I've seen that people spend so much time regretting, and there is no point. No point at all. What happened for a reason, and it's only it's only a lesson if you are humble enough to learn from it. And you just move forward.
Well, I believe that's the end of our time, unless I'm mistaken. I'd like to thank you both. I think there's both a spirited and really enjoyable conversation, and it's a pleasure to meet with you both and have this time. And I think everybody has really benefited from this experience and hearing inside your stories and what you've done, and revel in your accomplishments, because they are where you were 7 to 12 years ago, and I think it gives everybody something to aspire to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Good
job.
Guys.
Thank you so much for this amazing conversation, guys. It was very inspiring. And, I guess so many students and actually audience use Spotahome and Busuu. Personally, I rented my apartment in Madrid through Spotahome, and my mom studies her English through Busuu. So we are your biggest fans. And it's great to, to talk to people who create this value for us. Thank you, guys. And I guess we are switching to another panel.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
You are doing a great job. You are the best. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Thank you.
Great interview. So, and now we are moving to the next panel. So you have an opportunity to learn from your peers. You see, now we have a panel Ask IE students, IE alumni, sorry, which will be moderated by Chiara.
Thank you, Anna. So good evening, everyone, and welcome to the last panel of the IE Entrepreneurship Summit. Our guests for this Learn from Your Peers panel are IE alumni entrepreneurs ready to share their personal experience in launching their startups with us. So Robin, Gladstone, Callum, Alex, and Uliana, thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Hey, everyone.
Okay, so Robin, you are the founder and CEO of the Gestor and InfraLabs. Just to start with a brief introduction with every one of our speakers. Gladstone, you are the co-founder and CEO of Saibi. Callum, you are the co-founder and CEO of LegoLegs. Alex, you are the co-founder and general manager of Macan. And Uliana, you are the founder and CEO of Let Me Park. So we can't wait to hear from you and your stories. So we could probably start with maybe each one of you presenting your path at IE and your own business. So Robin, if you could start.
Hey, hi everyone. So I'm so glad, first of all, you guys invited me to, Entrepreneurship Club. I'll tell you this, the honest story. I tried getting an entrepreneurship club a bunch of times, but I couldn't 4 years back. There were so many members, and there was a member limit or something back then. So yeah, I wanted to come for events or something, but it was always the most popular club in all of IE, and everything was always booked, everything was always full. So it's really an honor to be invited as a guest. It's really yeah. So a little about my journey. I think that's what it is. Entrepreneurs sharing their journey. I basically graduated from MIM, Masters in Management in IE almost 4 years ago. International business. January 2017 is when I started. I graduated in December 2017. I found my business partners here in IE, and we started a company called Drone Thing, a really, really silly concept. Apparently, we wanted to do maintenance, repair, and overhaul for aircrafts using drones. And it was silly from the compliance point of view because in Spain, you cannot fly within 8 kilometers of an aircraft. And as you know, the government, granting permits, they are not so efficient in Spain. So not a great idea, but we anyways ended up winning Venture Lab in IE, and we started our entrepreneurship journey. It was a really bumpy road. There were ups and downs, but after 4 or 5 months of development, bootstrapping, literally couch surfing, we managed to get a grant from EU. And grant is apparently free money that you can use. You can do whatever you want with it. And we were at level 7. We were really happy with that. We thought that we had made it, but then reality stuck, and basically we couldn't get a permit to legally operate in Spain. So yeah, that was my first venture. We left that venture. I started another venture with one of my former co-founders. This venture, second venture, was called Skyway Solutions. Again, something completely irrational. We wanted to deliver beers with drones. A very silly concept, but apparently we convinced Estrella Galicia, which is one of the biggest beer brands in Spain, to give us money to develop a product and to help us do a pilot. And we succeeded in that. We hired a few people, we created a team, and we got going. 6 months later, we had a product that we actually showcased in A Coruña, which is the headquarters of Estrella Galicia up north. And it was a successful project, but then again, we couldn't manage to get more clients. We all decided to split up. We all took some exit money, and then I basically was all alone again. And I started my third venture called STEM Labs SL, which apparently is Historia. Historia, for those of you who are not aware of it, is an accounting firm in Spain. And it's a big business. There are around 300,000 Hestors in Spain. And there was no automated solution here for basically, filing taxes, or like TurboTax in US, if you're aware of it, or there's one in India called ClearTax. So yeah, there was nothing like that at the time, and we started this solution. We basically went ahead and partnered up with IE Entrepreneurship, which is the tax agency of Spain. So now we are colaboradores sociales of IE Entrepreneurship. We launched our first version of the app, which had some issues, and now we are currently working on a more mature version, and we are trying to migrate all our existing users. We have around 500 users to the new platform. This is something that I started almost a year ago. In parallel, we started a second company called InfraLabs, which is a software development company. And we have been lucky to be we got some really big projects. Our main client is actually BBVA Bank, and we have a small team of around 6 people here in Madrid, and in total we are around 18 employees all around the world, mostly in India actually. Our entire backend team is back in India. And right now we are planning to open an innovation hub right opposite MM31. So it's going to be above Mason Kaser. I've been working with a lot of IE startups. I try to help them, not just in development part, but in company formations and, like just giving out advice to someone who needs it. And yeah, you guys are, feel free to come into this space. It's 6th floor above Mason Kaser, and you guys would love it. If you guys need any help, any advice of any sort, I'd be happy to basically help you guys for free. I've been through the journey. It was not always, rewarding. At times it was really painful, but it's definitely, Spain is a very interesting market in the sense that it's not very mature, and it's a good thing actually for entrepreneurs, because a lot of solutions in more mature markets are already out there, and it's quite saturated. But that's really one thing I like about Spain, that it's it's not so mature, and that basically leaves a room for innovation and for possibilities. Thank you guys, and sorry about the background noise. We have a small office in Maria Molina, and we are always having meetings around. So
no, it's perfectly fine. Thank you very much for sharing. And we will come back to Spain's startup environment a bit later. So next, maybe Glaxton, you could share your story and your path at IE with us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cara, and thanks very much to the club for the invite. My name is Glaxton Robinson, and I am one of 3 founders for SciBee. The 3 of us were in the 2018 IMBA class. We finished July 2019. And we created SciBee for a little bit of a backstory, which I'll get back to later, I'm sure. But we've created an education program that helps children learn how to engage and use the internet correctly, helps them formulate positive competencies and positive behaviors, so that they can, make the right decisions when they're accessing the internet through the number of different devices and applications. And the 3 of us have been working on the startup full time. We finalized the idea in the end of Venture Lab, having one startup lab. And as you guys all know, with startups, they evolve, they constantly evolve. And we were one of the teams. Our idea pivoted 3 weeks before the end of Venture Lab. So it was still a very new idea, but we loved the team so much, and we shared the same values, and we decided that, we had jobs, we already had signed contracts. We decided, no, we needed to do this. We wanted to take the plunge, and a big plunge it was. But yeah, well, 2 of us are still here in Madrid. One is David is unfortunately in lockdown in Venezuela. But yeah, we're still working on it, and we continue to push on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Callum, over to you.
Hi, Cara, and everyone. Thanks for having me. Well, yeah, a little bit about me. I was from the undergrad at IE, and then I went into the master's as well. So IE through and through for, 5-6 years. And yeah, I was all dead set to go on the traditional path of, lawyers, going to some big corporate law firm, working on M&As for 14 hours a day, the lovely life that you can expect. But then I'd say, yeah, the end of my undergrad, that's when one of my best mates and also my flatmate and one of my classmates as well, he came to me and said, hey, I've got this idea. I've been working on it with some friends for a while. Would you be interested in joining? And so I thought, you know what, that could be fun. Just lending a hand, seeing what could happen. And then little by little, it was very, I'd say very natural how just day by day, week by week, just getting much more into it. And then by the end of the master's, the whole idea of actually going into an office and working there for a law law firm rather than creating something of my own. Just it seemed a lot less attractive than it did at the very beginning. And so, yeah, now it's been 2.5 years, I'd say, since we started. And the whole journey has been very up and down. We started off, well, it's been a whole startup of pivoting. Every now and again, we're thinking, oh, wait, okay, yeah, this isn't going to work. What is? And so it's just really always changing your idea, trying to get it from one thing to the next, making sure you're always just keeping your head above water before you find something that works. And so we started off as a legal marketplace, thinking, you know, when you actually look for a lawyer, how do you find it? You ask your friend, you ask your dad or your uncle, you ask around your network. And, you know, in this day and age in 2020, we thought, hey, you should be able to find something like this online and it should be trustworthy. There should be a whole Amazon sort of marketplace for lawyers. And then we ended up turning that more into an exclusive network. So we thought we'll focus on business lawyers, you know, very specialist in all these different sectors. And that went quite well. And so now we're working on a legal project management platform that's going to help lawyers with their day-to-day work. Because right now, the legal industry, I don't know if any of you have ever worked with lawyers before, it's still very much, well, in some sense, antiquated. And so we're looking to try and help digitalize the legal sector. And well, I don't really know how deep I should go into everything right now, but I think that's a nice little summary of what we're doing. And yeah, I'll pass on to the next one.
Yeah, we definitely need to modernize the legal sector. And so, Alex, over to you now.
Hi guys, how are you? First of all, I think I want to switch back to the participant side because you all three sound super interesting. So I prefer listening to you guys instead of talking about Makan. But anyways, I can still listen to you guys. Nice to meet you, Glaxton, Calum, and Robin. So I did also IE. I don't know if we crossed paths at some point because I did IE in 2017, 2018. I was in the MIM. And I was just walking by, you know, Velasquez, and at that point there was no Honest Greens, Maison Kaiser wasn't there, Favorit was there. I think only Favorit was around, and Maragata, that small sandwich shop, you know, the €2 chicken wrap, right? You all know it. And I saw this hideous, you know, small little spot over there, and just the whole brand of Makan just, you know, popped in, you know, before my eyes, and I decided to do Makan. So Makan is a traditional Lebanese wraps. So that's what we do. And yeah, like you guys, I just didn't want to work in a company anymore. I had worked for 2 years before going into IE, and I was like depressed at some point depressed. I wanted to find, you know, my own voice. And so that's how Makan came about.
Thank you very much. So maybe now we can, since I think Uliana won't be able to join us, we will probably continue with the Q&A session. So you've all said that maybe the idea of going into an office after graduation wasn't the most attractive idea, but what exactly motivated you to become an entrepreneur, and what triggered the idea behind your project? So maybe Robin?
Well, for me, I was actually, I had an entrepreneurship, like I had a venture of my own back in India. That was one motivating factor because I've seen how the life is in corporate as well as how it is with a startup even before coming to IE. So that was actually one of the major motivating factor. Like, you know, I wouldn't say that it's you know, freedom, or it's you know, making your own decisions. It's none of that. It's 9 in the night and I'm still in office and came here in the middle of a meeting literally. So yeah, I mean, but it's something that I have always been quite passionate about and I really enjoy. You know, it's probably the most important reason why I would be an entrepreneur is because things are under control. Like, you know, I control the outcome of what happens next. That's with everything, you know, with our revenue, probably with the decisions that I make. It's not someone else's, you know, cup of tea. It's the outcome is going to be mine, and I'll be rewarded or punished for it, but it would be mine.
True. So it's a bumpy ride, but you still make your own choices.
Yeah, that's what it is.
For the other ones?
Yeah, I totally get you, Robin. That's one thing, but also taking responsibilities for, you know, the bad part is very tough. I still don't. So I don't know if I do that well or not, but yeah, I totally agree with you. Being basically, you know, taking responsibility for whatever works and for whatever doesn't work. So I completely agree with Robin.
For me, I don't know. I'd say one of the things was just if you have an idea and you really think it could work, then at this point in your life, well, I'm not sure about. I'm not going to wager a guess at anyone's ages here. I don't want to be impolite, but for me, I'm in my early 20s, and so if there's ever a time to really try something that you know, if you think about it and you really feel confident about the idea and the team, and that you know you really make something of it, then if there's ever a time to really risk it all, then it's when you're young, because really, in the grand scheme of things, you can screw up until you're 40 years old, and you can still, you know, more or less, you'll be fine, you know, as long as you got a good head on your shoulders. So if you just really think that it can work, then why not give it a shot? Because if you don't do it, then you don't want to be that old man who's, you know, speaking to his grandkids about what he could have done. You want to be the guy that actually tried it out, because maybe it might work.
I like it, Callum. You're definitely coming from the younger side. I think I'm a little bit older than you, but we won't put those numbers on the cards. And I have to say that I don't think you're ever too old to start a company. But to your question, more specifically, I experienced it, right? We've all sat in an office. We've all experienced that you've been given a job and there's that monotony. There's just that thing that you get to that point of like, you're doing the same thing every day in and day out. And you're just like, is this where I'm supposed to be? You're right. It could be a result of the job itself, but it also, that's the same, similar thing that you get when you're working for a big company. That was the one thing. And the second thing was, and I'm sure a lot of you can attest to this, is when you're working for a company where there's, you know, bureaucracy and you're doing a job and you're coming up with an idea and you're like, this can make this company better. This can make this operation better. This can make our lives better. And you go and voice it and it falls on deaf ears. And I would say it was those two things that I just, it's not that I wanted to become an entrepreneur. It's almost like it pushed me into that direction. And that's what led for me, you know, to come to IE, because it was, you know, it is one of the best rated schools for entrepreneurship. So that in itself was like the corporate world kind of like, you know, pushed me out and pushed me in that direction. And then to your idea about, to your question about how we came up with the idea, if I don't know, I'm sure everyone here, or most of you, have done entrepreneurial mindset in the MBA. A lot of people don't like it. I loved it. It was really like all over the place, and you got to get your mindset right, and you really got to think. I loved it. It really just put myself in a really good space. And anyway, our professor was telling us like, hey guys, think about something you're passionate about, but you want to like make work. And I was sitting there at the table, and we're in a group, and I was like, oh, what do I like, what do I love, what do I feel like needs a change? And after like 15 minutes of not coming up with anything, I turned around and I said, okay, wait, let's flip this whole thing on the head. What do I passionately hate? Like, what do I hate? What really gets the blood into my neck? And I'm like, I have to change this. And I really dislike having to click yes to the terms and conditions and never knowing what I sign up for. Because realistically, I will never go through like 24 pages to understand their services. I really hated it. And it was a passion for me because I felt like it's an injustice. And so that kind of started the idea originally, is that we wanted to educate internet users on how the internet works. Like how, you know how you're engaging with the internet, but you have no idea how it's engaging with you. And then, you know, through the process of the MBA, we built the team, and as we, you know, Callum, pivot. And then at the end, we realized that trying to help adults to change how they behave towards the internet was a dirty business. And I say it's a dirty business because you're trying to change behaviors. And especially with adults who've been on the internet for like 10, 15, 25 years, those bad behaviors are so ingrained that they're like, I don't want to change. And then once we started researching and looking like, okay, well, what's happening with the children? How are they coming onto the internet? And we interviewed schools, we interviewed parents, and sad to say, you know, besides like some like fringe learning that they do in some classes, kids weren't actually learning about the fundamental basics of the internet. I mean, like how it works, like HTTP, or understanding the language that a groomer might be approaching them with. And so the idea evolved into that really late into the venture lab. And then the bigger part of our idea is like, you know, there's a lot of competitors that are teaching children. They have the material, but it's dry, right? It's really like, have a piece of paper, read these pieces of paper. Okay, Cullen, I want you to regurgitate that onto this piece of paper. All right, you're a digital citizen, good job. And it's like, is that the methodology that represents the dynamic nature of the internet? No, you need something that moves with the internet, that moves with the children's different learnings. We assume that 5 children of 8 years old are going to have different levels of education on the internet because their parents are different or the schools are different. So we needed a dynamic approach that allowed for a child's level of knowledge, but also that we could update really quickly. And that's when we pushed into game-based learning, or is less popular, rather, but more widely known, gamification. It's about allowing a child to learn through play, learn through digital games, and allow them to retain these competencies and behaviors. So yeah, that's how we got to where we are today.
That's very interesting. Thank you very much. Hi, Juliana. It's very good to see you.
Hello. Thank you for coming late. I had a small accident. Big.
How are you?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
I thought you had trouble parking. It's a small.
Exactly.
Because of the parking problem. Yeah, I was testing a new zone of Madrid.
Okay.
So I hope you're all right.
Yeah.
And so we're just saying, maybe you could introduce yourself, your path at IE, and your business for everyone here.
Yeah, of course. So my name is Juliana. I'm founder and CEO of Let Me Park. Yeah, maybe you think what is Let Me Park? Definitely is parking. Yeah, it is parking, but it's a bit more. And actually that my idea and that business started with my great passion and love of automotive industry and cars, you know. So I wanted to you're always saying that you need something that you like and that you're passionate about. So exactly for me it was like automotive industry, you know, and I was dreaming to work there, or it would be the best option is to create, you know, the small company. But you know, a lot of people are saying to me, no, it's not for women and all this, you know. But anyway, I was pushing, you know, and one of the problems that for me, and imperfections that car has, is the parking. It's a horrible, I don't know, I hate, sometimes I like driving, but I hate driving because of the parking. So in my case, I wanted to make all the driving experience like as the best, you know, like, so for anyone would be a problem, even probably something pleasant, you know, to park. And I think we converted the parking in something really very pleasant. And also we work with we are like technological company. So we work a lot with connected car technology, voice services, also it's like access system. So now I'm going to tell you the experience, how the experience Let Me Park. So from your car, you can ask, for example, Alexa, yeah, with a voice, please find me parking, right? So Alexa in this case, yeah, or maybe some other service where we are integrated, we'll analyze all the parkings around, all the different parking platforms, and we integrate more than 20 different parking platforms, having the largest parking network in Spain, in all Spain, yeah. So we analyze where is the best parking, the prices, the location, the whatever the best fit, you know, for you, and telling you, hey, this is the nearest parking. Is a price of, for example, €3, yeah, per hour. And in many cases, we choose a parking which is automated, which means that has a license plate reader. When you come to the parking, the doors opens automatically, you park, and you just leave without passing by paying machine and staying in the queue and all this. So we will direct you, we will ask you, okay, you want to navigate there? Yes, you go navigate there, you enter, you park, you exit, done. So it's like completely without any contact, without any even distraction while you're driving to take your phone to find it. So like automated with voice, and also from your connected car. Now we are working with some companies, it's connected car companies. Now it's like a trend, a boom, connected car services, yeah, and our service is one of them. And so your car even can tell you, for example, you are driving, you are looking for parking, right? So your car proactively can tell you, hey, looking for parking, here you have, connecting to our system, definitely. Or for example, your car can check your schedule and tell you, hey, you have a meeting in Plaza del Sol, yeah, so I recommend you to make the reservation, or I found you the parking and I can navigate you. So kind of it's off-street parking, right? So we are like covering off-street parking, the largest parking network, giving the best experience, exactly what I wanted to do. And also we are started to enter in on-street parking, which is also would be innovation in that world. You know that when you park on street, you have to take your phone to pay for your parking session and probably go to the payment machine, right, to make the payment. And sometimes you forget, sometimes you're running, you know, and you forgetting to pay and you forget to prolong. So in this case, the connected car can take automatically a ticket for you. And then when you leave, finish the ticket. So completely automated. So you don't have to think anything, you know, about the parking. It's just like seamless and forgettable. It was complicated, you know, like to enter into the traditional, super traditional parking industry with all that, you know, with all this, even like traditional old style people managing that industry. Sorry, it's my daughter.
No worries.
But yeah, little by little, you know, with a persistent, you know, with the idea, with a clear idea, it's very, you know, it's very easy to like to think that, oh, maybe it will not work, or maybe I should, I don't know, leave it. So it's not the time, it's not the market, it's that I don't have, a lot of things can happen. But the good entrepreneur probably had to solve the problems. If it's necessary to pivot, that we also did it. But be, you know, like persistent, have a vision, be open, you know, I would say be open, but at the same time be clear with the ideas and go for it. So I started the idea in IE, really. I was like forming. It's changed a lot. I think 90%, you know, like, and it's okay. It's completely normal, you know, like, you know, the market, you start to understand the market. And in the beginning, we were one of those 20 platforms that now we integrate. But then we identified another problem. We identified another niche, which is not just a standard app, yeah. And it can be integrator. It can be in that part with a connected car, voice services inside the car, you know. So it's like, and I would say that we are very well accepted, yeah, and like recognized now by the top end car manufacturers and the technological companies, you know, invited to their events, you know, collaborations and all this. So that it is.
Thank you very much. And going back just for a moment on IE, how would you all say that the IE network and community has helped you in your path to success in your own ventures?
I think networking is the most important thing in entrepreneurship. The most important. So in this case, if you just have IE name, you know, if you have just ISO IE, and I don't know, a lot of people is from IE, you just message the people, hello, I'm from IE, you know, like, I think, sorry, Glaxton, no, we know each other. So we just, you're from IE, you know, like, so we're already friends. So I think like more or less with many people is like this. You see some person, I don't know, from, I don't know, Amazon. Yeah, it's from IE. So like, can you tell me, can you please put in contact with that person? So yeah, no, a lot of people, yeah, like mainly. Yeah, no problem. How can I help you? And I think that the people, we are like very friendly, we are very open, and we are always happy to help our peers, you know, after MBA and during MBA. So in my case, it helped me a lot. You know, I know a lot of people with who I work or who connected me or who just gave me great advices, you know, like even some professors, I don't know. Yeah, it's really very helpful. For me, the networking is one of the keys to success, I would say. And like, yeah.
I actually quite agree with that because, I mean, believe it or not, this actually happened. For my second company, I was sitting across an investor who apparently was bragging and saying that, okay, I just invested in these guys. And they happen to be the second, the second finalists in the venture lab. And we said, oh, that's nice. By the way, we were 2017 finalists. And he immediately, became a partner in that very meeting. So, I mean, definitely, you have to leverage the brand. Community is quite big and quite known here in Spain, and it definitely helps.
I don't know if the others agree with this statement.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in my case, I run a small, massage shop, and right next to IE. So my business rely on IE's network. First of all, from the student side, it's amazing how word of mouth works at IE, right? So if you treat one IE customer well, you've got the whole IE community just running from class to your place. But apart from that, I had extreme support from the whole staff of IE. So from the administration part, even from the dean of the business school who used to come and eat at Makan, all my professors used to come. And this, I don't think I would have ever experienced that were I to be, for example, at, I don't know, some other Princeton or other university, right? The IE community is really, really tightly knit. And I appreciated that a lot. And, I spend most of my time at Macan and I talk to a lot of people. And so I get to meet a lot of people that I didn't know who worked at IE or who are at IE. And the network of IE is literally insane. I'm not trying to talk IE up. I don't mind. I don't, profit from anything. But the network of IE is literally super strong because everybody meets, and like Robin said, they want to make business together because that's the IE spirit. And I think Robin's partnership is exactly the proof of that.
Yeah, I'd say I 100% agree with all that as well. Just example, in the law school, for the startup at the very beginning, we needed to speak with lots of, top lawyers. And so, if you get some random lawyer, that was good. But if you get some of the best, well, all of our professors were the best of the best. And, they're really, really top ranked, really highly prestigious. And so it's just a matter of saying hello after class, inviting them for coffee, saying, hey, I'd love to ask you a few questions. And they're always more than happy to help. So definitely the networking, not just within IE students, but also with professors. It's something that I think it's rare that you get elsewhere, that you actually have that one-to-one FaceTime with them, and they can add a huge amount of value. So yeah, I definitely agree with what everyone said so far.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. The network at IE is pretty vast, but what we found out a few months after leaving obviously our courses and going more full-time into spending time into networking, and you obviously dedicate a certain amount of hours to speaking to industry experts. And what really surprised me, and this I think for those that are in the IE bubble, as they say at the moment, and learning, you'll be surprised how big actually IE is. So you have like that first line of contact, which is the lecturers that you deal with, and maybe one more outside of the exact classes that you go to. So what you need to try and do is you need to speak to, maybe you have a lecturer that has said something in class, something specific. And this happened a few times where one of us, Andrew, David, or myself said, oh, we had this in this class, this lecturer mentioned this. We would go to that lecturer, whether we were in it, maybe one of us were, speak to them and ask them for their network. So we felt like the first wave of value was definitely experienced very quickly. But what I found out is that IE is so big that a lot of people that you speak to don't know that other professionals within the IE umbrella exist. And it was like 6-7 months after we'd been on this mission, we found like one of the best gamification specialists who we didn't find anywhere else. He works for IE. He has a podcast. He is like a heavyweight in the space. And in the same instance, as we were like going further, I think one of the last people we got into contact with is a guy that is designing an index to, like, you go to your child and he creates an index and you get like a scoring on their digital knowledge. I mean, this took us months to find. So, if you are in IE and you are hell bent on becoming an entrepreneur, there's like a wealth of knowledge in the school that sometimes the people that work for IE don't even know is there. So, just as like a tidbit is like when you're speaking to someone, you think, wow, this person's great. Ask them for their contacts. Like, don't leave that meeting. It's like, who else can we speak to? Who do you think is relevant now that I've given you that pitch? And that just fires off until you're like 3-4 people away from them. You're sitting down having a cup of coffee and they're dropping the best information you've ever heard. So the network is good, but you have to push out of those first 2 layers. They're not just your lecturers. You need to speak to them like, who's doing papers? Who do you know in the industry? And once that happens, then you really start like branching out. So yeah, the network has done amazingly well for us. We got a lot of support from the lecturers and the staff there massively. So yeah, only good things to say.
And I'm really curious about something because I don't think any of you is Spanish, but what pushed you to establish your business in Spain? So how do you find the Spanish, especially Madrid's entrepreneurship environment?
As I already said, and this has been consistent for all these years. The product that I was working with at any point of time, we felt that, okay, this is already being done in States, right? We are just next to France, but it's already been done in France, Germany, UK, and even in India, but not here. So I think in my case, it has always been market maturity. Right now, when we are offering software solutions, I mean, like the only reason why we can literally get a deal with someone like BBVA is only because of our portfolio, and there's no one to match it. There's no big company who can actually do it. So I personally, it's not really because of the lifestyle. It's not because of I prefer Spain after it's only because I feel the competition is really low in Spain. If you know what you're looking for and if you're in the right network, then sure, you can price yourself way differently than what you would just because there's no competition around here or less.
Yeah, it's safe. It's probably similar for us because there's lots of different legal platforms. There's lots of new ways that different law firms are trying to offer. Well, new started trying to offer legal services in other countries. But again, it's the same thing that Robin said. Spain seems to be a little bit far behind on a few different industries. I wouldn't say that's for everything, but definitely in a few areas, if you find the right little niche, there are certain things that you can really make the most out of here. So yeah, it's a very interesting market to be in.
Okay. In my case, it's exactly because of the lifestyle. I mean, I think the parking problem is a problem in any city. Madrid is a big city, like yes, they had a parking problem, yeah. But yeah, I really like lifestyle. I like everything, the food, the weather, you know. Plus, I spoke Spanish. I speak Spanish, you know. So for me, it was also easier, you know, to get there. Not like in my native country, but anyway. Plus, I found the support from everywhere, and in terms of legal things, you know. So like maybe I don't know, not all of you knows that, who I mean, not you who are entrepreneurs here, who listen to us, that in Spain you can ask for the entrepreneurial visa, that applying with a business plan you can get a 2 years visa, then you can prolong if you continue with your project and you develop it. So yeah, in Madrid, for example, there are a lot of programs for Madrid City Hall that you can get if you want to do your business. For example, one of them is like La Nave, which is like kind of a center of innovation and smart city of Madrid City Hall, and you can apply there, and you can have acceleration program, the office, which will be free of charge for you, you know, like, and there are a lot of events. I mean, I found support, and I find like at the level of Madrid, Spain, and you know, plus lifestyle, yeah, and yeah, maybe actually Spain is not the best market, you know, for all automotive and parking, but I feel myself very comfortable here, and like I find a lot of support here.
Yeah, Ileana, I like how honest you are with that. I think that secretly that's honest for all of us to like some extent, some more than others, but when we were looking at our education program, which looking at who we could, who would be our best target market, and international schools are a target market that we can get access to. Obviously, a lot of children, they have the pain of having to teach the children. Also, international schools tend to have a bigger budget, and they're hyper competitive to get as many kids in. So they're more open to adopting new types of technology on an education basis. And so it just so happened that Spain, for reasons Ileana's here, has one of the highest numbers of international schools because people just want to come live here. So that did tick a big box for us. I think if not the biggest box for us, that made the most sense. And then, I would be lying if I said that it wasn't the lifestyle to some extent, but it, to a large, I think the second most city with the most schools is in Germany. And the Spanish, I can speak Spanish to an intermediate level. I can speak zero German, and neither can the other partners. So Spain definitely, Madrid, it presented itself as a good place for us. To your question more specifically, it is difficult. There are definitely aspects of our business that have been challenging. And this is to what Colin was saying, is that as your business pivots, you have an idea, you have a business plan on how you're going to attack the market, right? What your go-to-market strategy is. But in that plan, it looks like it works. It's like, okay, the Spanish is not an issue. That's not as much of a risk. But then what ends up happening is the story carries on, the company pivots, and then you're accessing and approaching the market in a different way. And once that started happening, it was an unforeseen, well, I guess it could have been a foreseen risk, but once that happened, we did run into some issues with regards to language, more so on like presenting directly to large, workshops of parents, for instance. That level of Spanish had to be of a certain level, not on like a high level presenting professional level, and so we had to accommodate in certain people that care about digital education of the children as much as we do. So thankfully, our story and our values carried us through, because we attracted real good people that are interested in what we're doing. But no, it hasn't been smooth sailing on the language thing. I definitely will not say so.
Okay, and regarding your personal projects and your own startups, any future projects, or what's your projection for your own business?
So we started Makan with the idea that we want to introduce Lebanese eateries, because Makan is an eatery, it's not a restaurant, in the world. So that's the objective, right? So whether we do it ourselves or we go through a franchising model or we do a blend of both, we're still figuring that out. Because it's tough to have a franchising model when the mother structure or the mother company, if you want to call it, is still shaky, right? It's like, where do I get my chicken from? I still have a problem from now. I just changed my chicken supplier, right? So how am I going to implement all these changes to the franchises? So I'm figuring out now whether we should open ourselves in Madrid or maybe in Marbella or in Spain, or I've been having so many offers of people wanting to open around the world, and it's super exciting because I want to do it, right? I have a guy in Morocco, Poland, India, LA, Canada. There's so many people, Paris, and I want to go through all of that, but can I? Right? So that's where I'm heading now. Makan is, I mean, we're working now on opening 3 restaurants in Canada. I hope so, because I have a very good partner in Canada. It's still not yet signed and sealed. And we're working on opening more restaurants here in Madrid ourselves. But yeah, definitely opening more restaurants and hopefully eating McDonald's out of the world, because I think McDonald's is bad. Anyways, yeah, that's what Makan is trying to do.
Well, I definitely, like this whole ecosystem has been really rewarding for us. Of course, there have been like really challenging times, like very challenging times. In my first startup, I remember, one of our partners actually went bankrupt and he had to go back to Singapore. So, we have been through ups and downs, but fortunately right now we are in a stage where, we can afford to give back a little bit to the community. We work really closely with IE. In fact, most of our hires are actually from IE. The beginning of this year, we wrote down a number, 100,000, and we had to reach this revenue. We have been incredibly fortunate to reach almost 10 times that goal this year. So, we plan to give back to the community as well. We are opening an innovation center right opposite of M31. We will have startups for free over, we'll try to help them. We are even planning to launch a small fund to support startups. But sure, it's been a very rewarding journey, and through all parts of life. Like almost 3 years back, we got a grant, and this concept was foreign to us. Like you just get free money from government and you do whatever you can with it. This is not something that I would expect to happen in India. So sure, I see myself being here 10 years from now, 20 years from now, probably, who knows? But this has been an incredible journey, at least for me, and rewarding as well.
Well, for us, short term, something we're doing, which has been one of the various pivots which we've had to make along the way, because COVID kind of hit us quite hard, because as we had our network and our marketplace, we were focusing on international businesses, people that were expanding overseas. And so with COVID, everyone thought, hey, we're not going to expand anywhere. We're just going to shut up shop and see how things go. And so that hit us. And so what we've been doing now, which has actually been really, really interesting, quite an exciting part of the journey, has actually been helping startups out with all their legal, all their legal needs, because something which we felt at the very beginning, and something we've heard from all of our friends, all our colleagues who are also starting up their startups, is that they go to these law firms. They say, "Hey, I'm starting up a company. I need legal stuff." Most people, they're not got a legal background. They're not entirely sure of all the ins and outs. And so we thought, hey, how about, and then on top of that, they charge thousands of euros for some pretty fundamental documents. And so we thought, hey, why don't we just help out everyone, keep the lights on, keep hot water for showers, and then while we're doing that, let's make this platform. And so I'd say over the next year, right now we're going through an investment round, which is really exciting, and really just I'd say over the next 5 years, seeing if within a year we can get our platform actually up and running, and if that works, fantastic, and if not, then maybe another pivot, and maybe we'll have to see what happens in the future.
Fantastic
You're
news
so
too.
positive. Investment, fantastic, exciting.
Exciting is the one side, stressful is the other side, it's like two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, now we have to inspire, right?
Exactly. You can't be giving all doom and gloom in one of these summits.
Yeah. Can I go? Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Because I think Axton wanted to go first, no? Okay, thanks. So in our case, it's international expansion, because now we are in communication with a lot of with some companies like OEMs, the automakers, and they all need something more. So it's good in Spain, good market, but we want you also to be in Italy, Germany, France, UK. So, and in some case, it doesn't allow you to enter in more extent, in some good collaborations, because we are local. So it's like in this case, we are now doing even some projects with IE, by the way, with IE students to go international, discovering the markets, doing market analysis, finding the people in those countries. For example, for Germany, we already have one girl. So, and yeah, for that also investment, exciting investment. Yeah, and some new project that we also building is called Let Me Charge. That is an integrator of charging platforms. So because like parking and charging is very close. So when you park, you charge. You charge and you definitely have to park. So, and some people who are looking for parking want also the parking with charger, and at the same time to be able to charge their car while they are parked. So that is like some of the main like challenges, I would say. And there are a lot of small things that like to adapt, to make it better, to adapt to Android Auto, Apple Car, like all the things that are like the modern trends that we have to adapt our business to really what we want to be innovative. We want to be the first one, and like be inside the car, I would say, and inside the car, inside the automotive, or collaborating with some companies that can put us in on board. Yeah, I would say on board of the car. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would say for SAIBI on the short term, it's just that the schools can get back to some kind of normal. Like Callum, we were affected quite a lot with regards to COVID-19. Obviously, you won't be surprised to know that a lot of schools closed down, and with their children going home, it was very difficult to access and continue to test with our MVP. So on the short term, definitely that we can start approaching the schools again and continue to test our MVPs, which is very important for us. And I would say to the medium to the long term is that the adoption of the SAIBI education program is seen as a fundamental part of children's education. And so when you see something like The Social Dilemma come on Netflix, I'm like, yes, that's the language. That's what we've been talking about. That's them ringing the bell. And so it's just a matter of people waking up. And I think that has been happening in varying degrees. And I think on the medium to the long term will definitely be that people switch on and they realize that actions that they take today can save them a lot of pain and potential suffering. I'm not saying it's not a bad place, but there is risk. So that would be an amazing outcome, and that SAIBI is well placed to ride that wave when it's there. Sure.
Thank you. And I think we have one question for Uliana. Rabiga wants to know, next year Madrid and many other European big cities are planning to decrease the speed limit and promote alternative transport and decrease the amount of cars in the city. how is your business going to adjust?
Okay, so we have some other projects that we are doing, and for example, we are trying to do it with the pilot, very interesting pilot with Sevilla, with this city, and mobility is very interesting sector. If someone wants to become an entrepreneur and still thinking where to go, like mobility is very, very interesting. Like there you can adapt, you can change, you can pivot, and it's so dynamic. I laugh. I'm in love with that industry, in mobility, and it's like you build almost like building the cities, building the future city. It's so exciting. So what we, for example, we do the cars, they exist, they will not disappear. Yeah. The use of the car is changing. That's true. You don't own the car, you do car sharing, you do, car whatever. Yeah. And the same time, what project we do is like to reduce the use of the car by combining the car with other types of transport. It can be combined the car with transport, with metro. It can be combined with bike, with bicycle, with car sharing, whatever. And parking here is becoming the hub of mobility. It's a hub of connected mobility. So if you, for example, want to go from A to B, only car, you usually go by car, and it take you probably sometime 1 hour and 30 euros to park to go to the meeting, But if you have the information, for example, okay, from A to B, you can go in 20 minutes if you combine your car parking here for 5 euros, and then you take Renfe, for example, and you'll be in 15 minutes in the city center. So like, okay, now I can see that, okay, I have an option, and probably you would use your car, I would less, especially in December in the city center, combining it with public transportation, with a bike, with a bicycle, with a lot of things. So we are also doing this project, to combine the car with the transport, and the parking is definitely this connector. And like now, the parking is also very interesting. Yes, and it's a hub of connected mobility. You can charge your car, you can take a bike, this como patinete. How is it in English? Yeah.
Scooter.
But scooter. You can even, pick up your Amazon package in the parking. Like a lot of parkings have it. You can park your bicycle. You park your car and take your bicycle because you have a parking for bicycles. So it's like now it's like even for example in the US, people who hear from the US, the company ParkWiz. So this company, they converted into the Arrive, which is like the future of mobility has arrived, and they put in the center of all the mobility the parking. From ParkWiz to Arrive, a future of mobility, put in the parking. You take a taxi now in parking, like you do a lot of things in parking. So we are like in the center of mobility, I would say. So great for us, it's great. And we definitely adapt in our business for that changes. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think our time is up, but if you have any last words of advice for aspiring entrepreneurs, speaking from experience.
If there is any, oh, sorry, Alex, were you going to say? I was going to say that for me that there's two things. One of them, I'd say everyone loves the strategy. Everyone loves to talk about the plan and like, okay, how are we going to do this every single little step of the way? And you have all these brilliant ideas in your head of how it's going to work out. And so, it's great to have that part. And that's always, I find it's one of the funnest parts to do, to really think, okay, how are we going to get this all the way through? But unfortunately, the world doesn't really adapt to your plan. And so you're going to have to realize that things might not quite work out exactly how you planned them in your head. And so, one part, strategy, it's great, but also it can also turn into an excuse for procrastination. Rather than actually working, you're thinking about how are you going to do everything rather than actually just doing it and trying. And then I read something great a while ago, which is called "Perfectionism is Insecurity with Lipstick On." you're always just like, oh no, this has to be perfect. It has to be, no, I can't send this away. I can't do anything before, I think it's absolutely amazing. It's just, come on, just send it. If it's good, people will understand and it'll work. It was I can't remember what the lean startup. I think, done is better than perfect. Just get things done, get going, get the ball rolling, and you'll find out where the mistakes are along the way.
Yeah. From my experience, I made maybe, I cannot count them, but if I roughly estimate around 10,000 mistakes in 2 years of running, right? And if there was one lesson that I learned, is that there is no one lesson that you learn. You're gonna learn your own lessons, and you're gonna make your own mistakes. And if you look at the world's best companies and best entrepreneurs, they all have very different personalities if you look at them. And so there's no lesson that you can take out from anyone, right? You're going to learn your own thing. And like Caleb said, just do it. If you want to do it, just do it, because regretting later is such a bad negative vibration that you just don't want to have. So just do it now and see where it goes, right? Just go with your gut feeling and do it. That's what I would suggest, right? If you have a cool idea that you don't know whether you want to do it or not. I took Makana, I just signed the contract without even looking at the lease contract. Maybe Caleb, you could have helped. And then I called my mom and my sister. I told them, yo, let's do this Lebanese rap place. I just didn't even think about it. Luckily, it's working out. It could have gone bad. But yeah, go with your gut feeling. That's what I would say.
You go, yours in size.
No, you. Okay. So I actually you said everything right, exactly. But what I wanted to add, not like really to add. That I think you have to be persistent, maybe sometimes you think, okay, I'm going to try, it's going to be fun, it will be very fun, I'm going to be a great entrepreneur, and but there are some difficult moments, and you have to survive these difficult moments, and you have to go on. So it probably will not happen in 1 year, but it will happen in 1 year and a half, or maybe in 1 year and 7 months. Yeah, and it will be like, because we expect, and a lot of people expect, that it will be very fast and something like that, right? But I think that maybe you can also probably to combine. For example, I was combining at some point entrepreneurship, my company, with some side jobs, like to be able to move on, because like I cannot move on because I don't have money or something like that. Maybe you have to see some alternative ways, I don't know, maybe. But I think it's very important not to give up, like after, I don't know, half a year or even 1 year, but like push it. And if you like it, if you're happy with it, if you believe in it, exactly, because if you don't believe and you don't like really what you do, but be prepared that will take time, and you will have to survive, I would say, even, like some critical moment.
Blackston, would you like to, or shall I? Okay, I mean, my advice would be like, I guess, don't be afraid. I mean, to make bold decisions and to make, it could be either things, as in like, if you really believe in the idea, then don't be afraid to bootstrap more from your savings. Don't be afraid to, like, even if you have like a month of burn rate in your bank account, don't be afraid to keep going. But if you don't believe in your idea, or if it's not really working out, and that this is the time to back down, don't be afraid to leave a venture. This is my 4th venture. I've failed over and over. I've made money in the ones that I've failed with too, but I mean, there were some hard decisions and some bold decisions that had to be made, and that pissed off a lot of people, but we had to do it. So that's my advice, I guess. If you really believe in something, then get started. Don't look at student debt, or like, of course, be rational, be reasonable, but at the same time, don't shy away from making something that you have never done before. Don't be too scared of making that first step.
Here we go. My two bits of advice are going to be a little bit of like a counter, not an argument, but a counter to some advice that we always hear. The first one is it's always about the team. It's always about the team, and it is. It really is. It is about the team, 100%. But how you view that is different. If you guys have done the start and the likes, you'll know that you measure the team by how well you get along. Are they friends or not? And what I caution against that is that you need to be a little bit more pragmatic about that. I can get along with someone because I can sit and talk with them for hours and sit in the bar. But when you're talking about the amount of time and effort and money that you're going to be putting into your startup, you actually have to be more pragmatic for that. And I say that because that's how we formulated our team. It was like, we knew we liked each other, that was fine. But we sat down and really discussed, like, what is it that you bring to the party? What are your strengths? What are you happy to do? This is what I'm going to do. And we predefined those pieces. And that paid dividends and continues to pay dividends for our team. Because we know where our strengths are. We know that you know, one person handles this, another person handles this. We're still working together, but we trust each other enough that you are playing to your strengths in certain parts, and we come together on others. So yes, the team is everything, but that doesn't mean that they're your friends. You need to be, you know, build something that sits together. Your skill sets sit together. And this leads in quite nicely to the second one is, and I think everyone here and what I heard previously is just like network, man, just network, just speak to everyone, everybody, just talk. And the problem with that is that everyone you speak to knows what they're talking about. They will tell you that this is, you know, this is it. This right now, here's the answer. And so you end up being the centerpiece that's taking on amazing advice from so many different directions. And it can make your head spin. It really can. You can tilt over a little bit because it can throw you off completely. You can come out of a meeting, you're like, I don't even know if the company can pivot like that. That's a pivot, that's a break. And it can help, it can really, you can lose focus, first of all. And so the advice would be that, yes, definitely do speak to as many people as possible, but take it in your stride. Don't react. Take that information in, write it down somewhere, that, you know, put it into a note, discuss it with your team. I'm a little bit more of a hothead when it comes to ideas. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. And luckily, I've got a good fit, and I have, one of my partners is a more logical and pragmatic approach to that, and we're able to discuss that. So they kind of fit together, those two bits of advice, but it set us really well up to where we are today. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you very much, everyone, for participating today. So that was the end of our alumni panel, and I hope everyone enjoyed it.
Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you.
All the
Thank
best.
you so much, guys, for joining.
Thank you
so
very
much.
much.
Ciao,
And
ciao.
if anyone needs some help or whatever, just message us. Can I tell us in LinkedIn or I don't know, email?
Yeah, definitely.
I will be really very happy to help. Really, it's
Alex, coming for lunch, buddy. I love your raps.
Thank you, man. I appreciate
Hasta luego, chicos.
Ciao, guys.
ciao, bye bye.
Guys,
Bye-bye.
I guess it's the end of our summit. However, it's only the beginning of our entrepreneurial journey. I hope within these 3 days, we have inspired you a bit and show that all your most bravest dreams can come true. Just don't listen to other people's doubts. I also have my startup, and sometimes like I hear replics like, if I were you, I would have more modest ambitions. But I always ask, are you a person whose life I would like to live? Otherwise, why should I listen to your recommendations? And keep going. Just remember that all the skills can be developed only by practice and never by waiting. So, and once one person said, I also want to mention it, if everything goes according to your plans, you move too slowly. So if you were waiting for the proper moment, believe me, it's now. And good luck, everyone, with your startups and careers. Thank you for staying with us during all 3 days. And see you soon for the next event. It was a really big pleasure to organize it. And our team was really great. And Ciao. See you, I guess, next week or the week after. Yeah. Bye-bye.
And closest to Anastasia and her team. Organization.
Thank you, guys. So, bye-bye.
Ciao, guys.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Campus Group, a lot for the support.
Thank you.